how to read.
Good morning, everyone. I see by the clock on my computer, it's 10 o'clock, and I'll call the meeting to order. And the first order of business is to pay homage to our flag, and that will be done this morning by County Manager Jennifer Davidson.
Please rise and join me in honoring our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to
the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Things keep popping up on this thing that I don't want. I'll go to the hard copy. All right, welcome all. And I'm going to read this into the record for this time, and I'm going to skip it in subsequent meetings because it's redundant. And having said it once, I would have said it all. So if you would bear with me, the public comment is the next item on the agenda. The Board of County Commissioners conducts the business of Douglas County and its citizens during its meetings. The presiding officer may order the removal of any person whose statement or other conduct disrupts the orderly, efficient, or safe conduct of the meeting. Warnings against disruptive comments or behavior may or may not be given prior to removal. Hand clapping, making remarks, or gestures from the audience that may interrupt, interfere, or prevent the speaker from commenting should not occur. The viewpoint of a speaker will not be restricted, but reasonable restrictions may be imposed upon the time, place, and manner of speech. Irrelevant and unduly repetitious statements and personal attacks which antagonize or incite others are examples of speech that will not be allowed or may be reasonably limited. Said it once, I hope I will never have to say that again. That's a long paragraph. And it kind of puts a damper on the spirit of things. So anyway, I have said it, and I will now move on. The County Board of Commissioners will deliberate or take action only if a matter has been listed on the agenda, properly posted prior to the meeting. During the public comment period, speakers may address matters listed or not listed on the published agenda, as long as these matters are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners. I don't think we'll be talking about planting flags on Mars or anything like that, please. We have no control over Mars. The open meeting law does not expressly prohibit responses to public comments by the commissioners. However, responses from commissioners to unlisted public comment topics could become deliberation on a matter without notice to the public. On the advice of legal counsel and to ensure the public this notice of all matters of the County Board of Commissioners will consider, Commissioners may choose not to respond to public comments, except to correct factual inaccuracies, ask clarifying questions, or ask that a matter be listed on a future agenda. That's a lot of verbiage. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker unless additional time is granted by the board chairman. The Board of Commissioners uses timing lights to ensure that everyone has an opportunity to speak. You will be given a green light when you begin, and then a yellow light which indicates that you have 30 seconds left and should conclude your comments. Once the light turns red, please sit down. In addition to opening public comment, the public comment will also be taken on administrative agenda items that are identified for possible action and closing public comment. If you plan to speak on a specific agenda item that is on the administrative agenda and identified for possible action, then please provide your public comment when that agenda item is heard. At this time, public comment will be taken on those items that are within the jurisdiction and control of the Board of County Commissioners. Having said that, please begin.
Good morning, Ellie Waller. I was very disappointed item 1 was not open for Q&A, thus the comprehensive written submittal. Also, the Chamber's role, expenditures, and cross-pollination with the Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority and Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority should have been more conclusive. The presentation is inadequate in my opinion. It doesn't address deliverables. Do these organizations have deliverables? If they don't, maybe they should. This amount of funding with no oversight needs to go to the Audit Committee, in my opinion. I'm not attacking Mr. Teixeira or Ms. Chaplin, just looking for fiscal accountability. An example of the confusion is Douglas County pays separately $75,000 under Resolution 2023R-070 for fiscal 23-24 from the occupancy tax, which is deducted from LTVA. The Chamber is supposed to be advertising tourism-related items per NRS 244.335-2B. Things like available accommodations, transportation, entertainment, natural resources, etc. Again, no disrespect, but the Chamber website does not advertise tourism. Yes, they have a link to Lake Tahoe, Visit Lake Tahoe, but that is the LTVA and TDVA job. The mission of Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority is to market South Shore Lake Tahoe as a unique, world-class, year-round destination to regional, national, international marketplace and to favorably impact South Shore economy. What I did find on the Chamber site under events was TRPA meetings, Chamber meetings, South Lake Tahoe Parks and Rec, City of South Lake Tahoe. Under other work links, affordable housing, collaborative efforts, government affairs, political action, Vision 2025 document. Under the pull-down monthly CEO member, new member, spotlight job opportunities, that's where you find the Lake Tahoe link. The political action link also has many things that are not tourism related, but it talks about the Vision 2025 document. There's a government affairs link. I think you understand where I'm going with this. Again, no disrespect. I just think we need to revisit how we are funding all three groups. I think we need to have more clarity on the responsibilities that weren't brought forth in today's information, and possibly revisit the 1997 Assembly Bill 616 that allocates the portions of the occupancy tax. Thank you.
Jim Jackson. Good morning. I have 3 items that I want to try to get through in the 3 minutes. Don't know if I'll be able to or not. First one was, I was here at the last meeting when the planning department made their presentation. It was a very thorough presentation, went into a lot of detail. What I gathered from it, though, was totally different than what I think maybe you did. I listened to them say that any developer that would come into the valley that wanted to develop something, they were going to work with them to do everything they could to get them to develop what they wanted. If this meant changing the ordinances, changing zoning, changing whatever was necessary, that's what I gathered from it. And I've sat here and listened to different developers and their lawyers come up and talk about, we want to change this or do this. And the minute that you folks would start to kind of move away from approving it, they'd get into a real hustle with the lawyers and the developer and come up with something at the very last minute, present it to you, and then that would get passed a contingent. And that's not the way it should be done. If the developer wants to put a house on a quarter of an acre when it should be on a full acre, they should make them put it on a full acre. Anyway, that's a whole subject. The other thing is the Painted Rock Mine, one of my favorite subjects. I think there's a misunderstanding on what we want done. We're not necessarily saying stop the mine. We don't think the BIA is ever going to pay attention to us. They don't care that much about us. What we're after is to change the route the trucks take when they come out of the mine. And Johnson Lane cannot handle that many trucks. It's going to be a real problem. I almost got cut off the other day at 395 by one of Knox's trucks. He couldn't make the turn without going out into the traffic lanes and everything. So I had to back up from where I was waiting to get out onto the highway. Anyway, that's a subject I'd like to see on the agenda sometime. I'd like to have a nice, thorough discussion, and I'd like it to be open to public comment too, because you need to hear what we're all thinking out there. And we hope that it's going to happen fairly soon, because it's something that's coming to a head, and we know that. The last thing is just a quick one. Haven't heard much about the airport after changing the management on it and all of that, other than the Blue Angels are going to be up at Sparks in October. And we heard kind of a reason why that happened. But hope everything's moving well with the airport. Don't really know that much about what's going on because we haven't heard anything here. So that would be nice to hear something about that too. So thank you.
Hello, I'm Vaughn Hepner and I live off of East Valley. I'm addressing the strategic plan for Douglas County and how it includes the policies to use open space for flood control, number 13. We came here and we built out over there and we did our due diligence. And what we found was that the area near where we were going to live was protected space. This is the deed of restriction for Grandview Open Space Conservation, and it says all development activity, including construction of solid buildings and fences, construction of roads, grading, excavating, or filling with the easement is prohibited, limited to agriculture and animal uses as defined by the Douglas County Code. And so we thought, great. One of the things we love about this place is the open spaces, and so we built there, seeing that that was the law, and that that land could not be used for anything else according to the law. Then we went to a flood workshop, and we talked to the county engineer, and because we heard that that's going to be changed, and we said, well, look, here is the law, here's what it says, and he said to us, I don't see it that way. And I'm going to just read real quick from the Douglas County Strategic Plan, and what it was, it talks about some of the strengths that you have said of this place. Is the strengths of this county is the open space, the access to outdoor activity, and some of the weaknesses is a lack of community trust in county staff or programs. Well, when I heard this from the county engineer, it troubled me greatly because I thought, look, I have to obey the law, and I want to obey the law, but he said, we don't have to obey the law. And so that troubles me greatly, and that does not engender confidence. Then the gentleman also spoke about the need for gravel as he talked about that flood control situation there. And I thought, well, what does gravel have to do with it? And then it started to dawn on me, and I learned that there is a plan that this pit that they want to build in this open space is 62 acres. That's from Bank America to Minden Meat and Deli, 40 feet deep, 4 million cubic yards. That'll take 5 years at least, that we know, to truck that. And when it's all finished, after 5 years of this, it's going to be 30 feet from some people's yards. That does not seem scenic, beautiful. It'll have a great big concrete ugly hole with a chain link fence. And the last thing I'd like to say, we live in a law-abiding community, and that is a great appeal for me.
I'm sorry, sir, your time has expired.
All right, thank you.
Any further public comment?
Well, I'm changing my tune completely what I had to say today because I misunderstood some dates. Thanks to our county treasurer, she corrected me. But to Mr. Vaughn in front of me and Jim here, the law don't apply to our county. And I quote what was told to me by our county manager. I turned in 3 violators of our COVID stuff, and she said, we don't have to comply with state law. We don't have to comply with federal law. This is Douglas County, and we make our own laws. So I understand, Mr. Vaughn, that you're concerned about that, but that's how this works. We need to elect people on this board that are going to put the people in the right places. I turned another person in the other day for installing a generator without a permit. I think it was like 13 or 14 days after they were working on it, which is illegal by contractor standards, by county standards. And then Mr. Ritchie there, he tells me, oh, we changed our policies. We changed our policies because it was an ex-county official that was doing this. We don't change policies when you're caught. Again, the law states you need to do certain things. I've got absolute proof they didn't do this, they didn't pay for it. Now they're telling me we don't have to pay for things. So we need to get commissioners in that one of our commissioners hired or advertised and looked for a floodplain person, and we need the best possible person for the job. And they spent, I think it was $125,000. But when it came to our county manager, he decided who was the best person in the whole United States for the job, and that's who we got in there. That's wrong. That's wrong for us people. We deserve the best. Now we got a DA's office that changes documents, like Mr. Vaughn said, recorded, deeded documents. They record them in favor for certain officials, officers and officials. I've got proof of that. We've got a DA's office that don't want to give me the figures on the $300,000 that the county was running in the red because some of our employees were not following procedure. They had a procedure to do things. They didn't follow it. So through the utility company, $300,000 in the red. Now he's telling me client conflict. Well, who's the client here? We're the clients. It was our money that we were losing the $300,000. It was county employees that weren't following procedure. So I think some of you people need to start asking questions.
Let's get a good shot of that. Good morning, Douglas County. Awake, Jason Gibson here, American States Assembly, on behalf of the Nevada State Assembly, on behalf of the new state of Nevada. Got a story I want to share with you this morning, people, especially you, Coverly. Back in the day when we were kids, there was not a whole lot going on, so we supported our football games, played soccer and baseball. But the big deal was the football games. It was a lot of fun. Had parties. The only party you could go to was a football game party, sponsored by the bigwigs, the jocks we call them. Every party resulted in a fight, because when those yahoos ran out of character, they had nothing better to do but fight. And they were all together and picking on the Lone Ranger and the rockers and the stoners or the Mexican over there in the corner. But every party resulted in a fight. So we overgrew them. We took to the mountains. The mountain goats, with Ted Shred carving Marvin an open mic, with the likes of Troy Bellinghauser, Sean Palmer, Damian Saunders, who became Olympians, developed an industry, snowboarding them mountains, overgrowing those jocks who were always wanting to fight with us. 5 guys taking on 1 guy, based on a true story. So we thought we'd invite Coverly and his boys to the Insurrection Commemoration Challenge this weekend, the Zombie Nerf War. Leave your guns at home. Leave your criminal mentality at home. We don't want to scare the kids. But this is the Zombie Nerf War and the real-time role-playing adventure game of prophecy that could save the planet. See, back in the day, we took to Dungeons and Dragons because it was so boring in Whoville. It's not even Whoville. Now it's just a commercial wasteland. We took to this imagination role-playing game. And now it's a real-time role-playing game that could save the planet. And the stakes are high because the techno-sapiens who have lost their memory, many of them from Mars, are doing the same thing they did on Mars that they're doing on the planet. They're burning it up. They're tearing it up. They're programmed by artificial intelligence, which is anti-intelligent. They're totally programmed by fiction, no basis in science whatsoever. Everything they do, they organize and administrate by a 12-month legal fiction, color of law they call it, where 8 represents 10. So come on down on Saturday, it's going to be a good time. Good time.
Is there any further public comment? Thank you, sir. You've said enough. Is there any further public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back. We need a motion to approve the agenda. I understand that item A will be removed from the consent calendar.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I apologize. We have one other adjustment to the agenda. After consulting with Deputy District Attorney Doug Ritchie this morning, we learned of an issue with agenda item number 5. Specifically, that is an item related to the selection of an individual to fill a vacant seat on the Airport Advisory Committee. The way the agenda item is currently written, it specifies that this is a vacant seat for the business community. Those who are familiar with this section of county code know that there is a distinction within county code. It talks about seats related to the business community in general and seats specific to the airport business community. The vacancy that we have currently on the AAC is related to the airport business community, not the business community in general. And based on that, we are concerned about your ability to fill this seat until we get a better agenda item with clear language before the public so everyone understands what we're doing. I understand that we do have some candidates who have asked for their application to be considered in the audience today. I do apologize to you. I thank you for your interest in this position. Unfortunately, we left one word out of the agenda item, and we're concerned about the ability of the commission to properly discuss this consistent with the open meeting law requirements. Mr. Ritchie, do you have anything additionally to add?
Thank you. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. Yes, in the ordinance, it talks about the airport commercial community and then separately the business community. And just for transparency for the public, so that there's no question that everybody knew what the appointment was going to be, we recommend that this item be continued to clarify whether the appointment is for the airport commercial community or in fact the business community. And apparently the vacancy is related to the airport commercial community.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I'm prepared to make a motion if that's
Please do.
appropriate. Okay. I'm going to wait until we go into the consent calendar to have that, suggest that item be removed. So I will move for the approval at this time of the proposed agenda minus item number 5 on the administrative agenda.
And we need to remove A from the,
I said I'd wait until after the consent calendar. When we go into the approval of the consent calendar, we'll remove it then.
all right, thank you.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? And it's for possible action. Do we have any comments from the public? Seeing none?
I have one
Yes.
quick comment. This is a slight change, and so if the applicants have anything they want to address the board on, specific to representing the airport business community as opposed to the community at large, then I would welcome those comments when we do hear this agenda item. So I just thought I'd mention that.
But not today.
Correct. Not today. Not today.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. Is there any objection? Seeing none, it passes 5-0. Okay, moving on, we need approval of the prior minutes.
So moved.
Any addition or subtraction from the minutes? No. Any discussion? Any discussion from the public? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? 5-0.
Can we have the second on that? I'm sorry, we didn't catch the second.
Who was the second on that?
I was.
You got it? Okay, then we'll move on to the consent calendar. I need a motion to accept the consent calendar with the exception of item A.
Now, Mr. Chair, I will move that we approve the consent calendar as presented, items B through U, with the subtraction of item A.
Second.
Any discussion by the board? Any public discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, 5-0. Moving on. Phew. This is so much fun. I had no idea how much fun this was going to be. Okay, moving on to the administrative agenda, seeing that nothing was brought from the consent calendar, we will move to item number 1 for presentation only. This is for Carol Chaplin and Steve Teixeira. Welcome both.
Is this working? Yes, there we go. And commissioners, as well as staff, and the public that has attended this. There was some confusion last year between the Visitors Authority, the Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority. Sorry, Carol Chaplin for the record. Ha, you were going to get me, weren't you, Mr. Rice? Not too soon there. And the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority, and for good reason. The Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority has been a little bit quiet over the last few years. So I'm happy to be here to, at the invitation of the commissioners, to explain the difference between the two organizations. The LTVA is, oh, look, I've got my own clicker. The LTVA was established in 1986. And I remember when we were here last year, when you were approving the distribution of funds, that there was some concern about whether or not the LTVA was formed under the TDVA Act of 1997. And so you can clearly see that the LTVA has been in existence since 1986. And the mission is basically to market the South Shore of Lake Tahoe, to raise awareness, provide inspiration to potential guests, and really to drive overnight stays. Our programs and services that are in line with Douglas County's guidance of, you know, what we are providing for Douglas County. We have an advertising campaign, integrated marketing and website services. We have a creative and media buy every year with an always-on approach. And I think that's important because we know, as we all talk about over-tourism, under-tourism, capacity, distribution of visitors in our destinations, that it's important to note that we do not just advertise or market in the peak seasons in the South Lake Tahoe area. This always-on approach connects with our markets on a regular basis, and really we're very focused on the off-peak seasons, and of course the Event Center helps with that, and we can talk about that a little bit later.
Mr. Chairman, can we ask questions in between this?
I'm sorry? Sure.
I was just going to ask, because I've been reading this, do you do other marketing besides social media?
Do we do marketing besides social media?
Yeah, because the page you have just deals with social media.
Yeah, so the advertising, this particular, so for instance, Commissioner Tarkanian, this example is actually on our, served up to our different audiences when they're on the web. It's not necessarily social media. It's an advertisement, just like it would have been traditionally on a billboard or whatever.
Stated it, not then, I call social media everything on the internet. So how about, I mean, do you do radio, television, or any other type of advertising, billboards, I don't know, anything besides internet, or is it just the internet? Because that's what I'm reading.
No, we have done billboard in the past. We haven't done billboard recently. One of the reasons that we don't do it is you can't change it very quickly. So if one of your markets is responding, we have so much data, and that's one thing I want to emphasize, is that we have so much data now that we can we can change our messaging. If you, for instance, are looking for a new pair of, if you're looking for a destination on the web to take your family to, oh, bless you. I had this tickle earlier that drove me out of the room. But then you might be served up, hey, how about Lake Tahoe? If you weren't responding to that, we might change the message. And the billboards are much more static. We can't really change those very often. So we've kind of gotten away from that. Digital means that we're on the web and we are tracking you in some of your purchases, some of your preferences for destinations, what kind of messages that you respond to. We can change those on the fly. And so it's become very, very flexible, and we can kind of connect with a visitor in the way that we think that they will respond to most. So, and of course, you know, when you get on a website, you can now say, what kind of cookies do you want? So some of those options for us go away because we can't track you as closely as we used to. Your phone data is also a great source for us to understand what you spend money on, and where you go, and how often you go there, how much you spend there, those kind of things. And so a little bit scary, but it's all starting to become available. And so we're looking for the most, flexible programs that we can find. We can go into a little bit more of that if you like. We have our content creation and social media producing about 192 million paid media impressions. And of course, I mentioned that we make data-driven decisions. We're looking every month on how our different markets respond to our advertising. Did that answer your question, Commissioner?
I sort of a follow-up to that. Do you have ways to measure, I mean, you must, given what you just said, ways to measure the impact of the marketing dollars you spend?
Yes. Yes, and I'll give you a good example. I think it's not in this presentation. So we had decided that you'll hear a little bit more about, you know, the term sustainability is thrown around a lot, stewardship and destination marketing organizations like the LTVA going down that path. So we had identified the Northwest, Portland and Oregon and Washington, as destinations that respond to, they index high for places like Lake Tahoe. They like outdoor recreation. They like sustainable destinations that have environmental kind of practices in place. They have good air service. It's affordable. Those all are the kind of things that it indexes high. And so we go, okay, we'll go into the Northwest. In this particular market, these people do index high for sustainability, and also they shop local, and they like kind of the smaller business opportunities to spend their money. They're also very active. They're outdoor, they're skiers, they're hikers, and so we target those particular markets, and then we track how they're responding. And we're finding that we have data. I don't have that with me today, Commissioner Hales, but we do have data that says that this market is responding to our messages, and that they are spending more in our destination, and there is an increase in actual visitation. And a lot of that is coming off of phone data. We also have a company called Zartico that tracks where people go in the destination and how they respond to different opportunities to spend money. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, yes, that's helpful. I can look this up, but do you specifically have a small business representative on your board?
The LTVA board has 7 board members. 2 are representatives from the TDVA. 2 are from the Tourism Improvement District, which is the funding source the LTVA has on the California side. We have 1 city of South Lake Tahoe, well, actually, he's the mayor this year on the council, and we have Tahoe commissioner, Douglas County commissioner on our board, and we have 1 at-large seat on the board. It doesn't necessarily represent small business. Most of these people right now are in the big business kind of realm. But what we do have is we also have a marketing committee. We have a sales committee. We're forming an arts and culture committee, and we're also forming an outdoor recreation and sustainability committee. And this is where those small business people show up for us. And they're actually doing the work to present to the board. So our marketing committee right now, although we're going to change that, for instance, has we have somebody from Edgewood on there. We have somebody from Harvey's. We have the ski resort representative. We have We have a small digital agency that's represented. We're looking for marketing experts and specifically for that. We also have a restaurateur on that group. So we look for reaching into the community to find not only expertise, but representation in that segment. Is that, yeah, you bet. I'll also mention the fact that, you know, when we're talking about like the Northwest, Las Vegas started to index high. That was right after the pandemic when we saw that longer drives were something that people were willing to do as opposed to fly. Of course, flying wasn't available for a while, but there was one day there were 200 people that went through the Reno Tahoe International Airport. That's how much we didn't fly for a while. We're seeing Fresno show up, for instance, as a larger market. So these are the kind of things that we kind of keep looking at, and we can look at that on a very, very regular basis to see if, maybe we need to get in there and tell them how great the South Shore of Lake Tahoe is. And when I say South Shore, I'm very specifically meaning both the California and the Douglas County sides.
One more question, sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you have information about how much visitors spend from each of these markets that help you know how to tap into people who spend more?
Yes. And we also have and how they get here. For instance, you know, our fly markets, as you can imagine, stay longer and spend more. Dallas, for instance, is a winter market for us. Texas ranks very high in the ski, you know, segment. They tend to spend, you know, a couple of more days. Obviously, they're coming from a greater distance, and they are willing to spend more money on what the activities are that they're going to do. So we kind of blend those depending on the season. We're also looking at the, right now we are in conversations with our agency of record on those low season visitors. There's personas out there that say that someone like me, not that I'm old, but I would like to travel during a time when not everybody in the world is, you know, trying to look at Emerald Bay, for instance. So we are looking at those people that have disposable income and more time on their hands, and like those educational opportunities or like historical tourism or whatever. And those are starting to be of great interest, obviously, with kind of not the capacity issue, but trying to disperse people during certain times. We are starting to look at those markets and we want to talk to those people differently about how they can experience the region in a more, you know, a rich way for them specifically. Is that good for now? Okay. Keep asking questions. I might not have all of them, but I can get them. So we also do public relations. We have a public relations agency of record. They are a local group called Whitinger Public Relations. And we achieve great work with them, 22% of the top 150 desirable outlets. So Condé Nast Traveler, for instance, or Outdoor Magazine, or San Francisco Chronicle, New York Times. Those are the kind of people that we're looking for. And to help them write stories, we give them different ways to look at our destination. Maybe they're a culinary writer, or maybe they're interested in outdoor recreation, or maybe it's a family, a writer that works for families. And we have digital influencers whose content generated, excuse me, about 700,000 views this past year. So here's your social media. Commissioner Tarkanian, we reached 20% more people via now what's called Meta, Facebook and Instagram last year. We drove 91% more impressions to LinkedIn, and we grew our database of meeting professionals through this medium by 48%. We have an email marketing program, so we have a database of about 36,000. We hit them once a month. We have a great open rate, so they're interested in information. It's about 6% above the industry average. And we are starting to customize those messages. So those of you who like, you know, again, outdoor recreation, we're leading with those kinds of, we can segment those email subscribers and give them the information that they're looking for most, which drives that open rate. I just want to remind everyone that we're not just about an advertising campaign. We have layers and layers of different programs. We have participated in sales missions and travel industry trade shows, including 400 individual meetings with travel professionals. We have what we call offices. We pay for service from people that are in those countries to represent us in Australia, the United Kingdom, Ireland, India, Germany, France, and China. We often participate with Travel Nevada and Visit California in some of those sales missions that go to those places because we feel like we get a little more, we're with the right people in those settings and we can make more of an impact. And we're also attending annual conferences with meeting planner organizations. Obviously, with the Event Center, we're looking for those conferences, those incentive groups, and we need to meet them where they are. We've maintained separate meetings related to agency and marketing campaigns, and we also have an interesting wedding co-op. We have about 7 of our business partners who concentrate on weddings, and so they pay a little bit in. We match those dollars, and we go to market with how wonderful it is to come to South Shore and get married. I believe events are also in the interest of the Douglas County and the commissioners. We have an Operation Sierra Storm, which starts next week. This is a meteorologist conference. We provide education to them. They do live shots in the South Shore at some of our key locations. So nationally, these people come from all over the country. I don't know whether any of you are familiar with the name Jim Cantori. He is a celebrity in his own right on Weather Channel. I was with him one day. I was standing between Harvey's and Harrah's, and somebody from South Dakota came up to him and said, "Are you Jim Cantori?" So he has this celebrity following. He'll be with us again next week. So these folks all come to get an idea of what's going on in the South Shore. Again, they do live shots from all over the destination, and then they are live on camera for their weather reports and some of their specialty shots. Of course, you're familiar with American Century Championship. The LTVA actually manages 400 volunteers for that event. We are the destination sponsor for that event. We have a contract with NBC Sports. We also rent the golf course, Edgewood Golf Course, as you know, and there's other partners that are involved in that. All of our partners in the South, actually in the township, are involved. And then there's a Heavenly Holidays, which is a family event in the wintertime, and we've expanded that a little bit this year. So those are the events that we focus on. Ask a question.
I had a question, and I think I'm trying to find the right place to ask it. I think maybe here.
Just ask it, and I'll tell you where maybe it fits.
You tell me to hold off a little bit. Well, okay, the big issue, I guess, is room rates have gone down something like 70% to 40% in the casinos. It's my understanding most of that is in the off season. Why you wanted the event center, so we can create more activity and get more of those rooms rented there. So these activities up here all seem to be during, I would assume, the wintertime and the summer. There are busy seasons. What are we doing, or what are you guys doing to try to, besides the event center, to try to generate occupancy rates in these casinos to move back up to where they were before?
Great question. We are looking at other events in the fall and the spring. Now that we have the event center, what it does is it gives us an opportunity to perhaps have an anchor event with 3 or 4 other smaller events in the destination, that make it kind of an umbrella. For instance, we're looking at a wine and food event for 2025. Those would be there might be a grand tasting in the event center, but there will be, as I understand it, dinners in other locations, specializing with the wines and the food pairing, et cetera. There is also some interest in trying to find an October event. Well, that would be in October as well, but kind of a Halloween event. We think we're a perfect destination for Halloween, like the pumpkin patch and a family event, but also the haunted house. And well, I guess that's family, not me, but the haunted house event that could be in one of the casino parking lots, for instance, and those kind of things. So we are starting to develop a more robust event strategy, if you will. I can't point to anything right now that is in that shoulder season. Obviously, we have weather issues, and so when you get out of that, October can be good for, an event, but and maybe May, but we've got the mud season and we've got the November, what do you do in November? So we're working on that.
So just from my personal experience in putting together sports events, I know you guys are doing a basketball tournament or you've been trying to write a youth
Of course,
basketball.
we have to do basketball.
Well, you'd have so many families that come up to those events.
Yes.
Like we have them in Las Vegas in certain times of the year, and you can't get a room out there or a court. And you have 2 or 3 other places besides the event center you could put courts on. So I think if you did that in the fall
Yeah.
and early spring before the summertime, you might be able to get some stuff there.
So, personal little anecdote, I would have loved to go to the Nevada State Championship basketball tournament in South Lake Tahoe. And I don't know how many people here are from Las Vegas, but I would have loved to have spent 3 days in South Lake Tahoe, not Las Vegas. They always switch year after year, as you know, and that would have been great. I mean, Reno is not so bad, and Lawler was a great place for those kids to play. But we are talking to some of the teams right now to try to get on their schedule. I think 2025 will be for the high school sports, although we do have interest also in cheer, wrestling, esports. Of course, we had WWE at the event center, but those will also take place. I mean, we only have 1 court in the event center, so we need all of our various Kale Community Center. We need that. Wattel has 2 basketball courts. California has those, and so that's a great direction for us, and we have a lot of interest in it. There is interest next year for a pre-season college tournament. So we're talking to some groups there. And and we just had 40, is Kevin here yet? Kevin's here. I brought him along for support for the event center. So if you have specific questions later on, he can answer them. But we had 40 hockey teams, 38? 36. 36, okay, so I was a little high. 36 little hockey players, we just laid the ice. 36 teams for 3 to 4 days this last weekend. And of course, you know how many people are on those teams and how many parents and coaches travel with them. So we're very excited about that possibility of getting into that youth sports segment and college sports.
I have a question before you move on.
Yes.
One thing I'm interested in is kind of getting a feel for how do your organizations, what's in it for the average Carson Valley resident or Douglas County resident? I know maybe not super relevant to your mission, but it's something I'm interested in. And so you mentioned 400 volunteers.
Yeah.
Do you know where they come from?
All over the country. It is amazing. And they pay for the privilege. They actually pay for their uniform. They pay for their lodging. And they pay for their meals. And it is actually a very social kind of situation for some of these people. We have some volunteers for American Century that have been coming to this tournament for as long as we've had it. And I think we're in our 35th year this year.
So you don't have any feel for how many are Douglas County residents?
No, I could get that for you. I could
like
actually
that.
get you that for you.
Thanks.
Now with this last little, I'm gonna make it a note. Interestingly enough, we got this great testimonial after the little Grizzlies, the local Grizzlies played this weekend. They won, by the way, right? Yeah, our local team won. One of the women that commented on how much she liked it, she lives down here, she and her husband have a business down here. A lot of our hockey players, at least, we're finding, and hockey is going to be big, and I'll talk about that a little bit under the Event Center stuff, but we have a lot of Douglas County residents that are traveling for these kind of things. So as we start to book these things, we can get information, and Kevin has a whole survey, system going so that we can continue to get data on how many people are local and how many people are coming to visit and stay overnight and how many days and what they're spending when they're here. But yeah, we have a great testimonial just this weekend from somebody who lives down here for the hockey. Expensive sport. They're crazy about hockey. That's what we're finding. Northern Nevada is very passionate about their hockey. So anyway, we can start to get that information for you, Commissioner Hales. Okay, so we'll move on. We also operate a visitor information services location. We did used to have two. Pandemic kind of took one of them away. We operate out of Explore Tahoe building in the Heavenly Village. We're open year-round, even on the holidays. Last year, we saw 31,000 visitors in person, and we have more than 2,000 calls annually. There's still those people that want to talk to a real person about their vacation, and this is what that helps us do. We also know that visitor information services locations can actually convince people to stay an extra day for something that's going to start to go on. All right, here's the fun stuff. So the commissioners asked to understand the revenue and expenses. The LTVA had a total revenue of almost $8 million last year. You can see the breakdown in how we have spent the money, or excuse me, how we get our revenues. The South Lake Tahoe Tourism Improvement District is our California funding mechanism. That is the Tourism Improvement District is only lodging. So it's like a BID, but it's specific to the lodging properties in California. We get no TOT from the city of South Lake Tahoe, and haven't since 2009, I think, as I recall. Yes,
Well,
Commissioner?
that's an interesting question. Why would we be providing it in our South Lake Tahoe? I had another question too, though.
What was your first question? I'm sorry.
Why are we providing the TOT tax and South Lake Tahoe isn't when you guys are working both sides of the?
Well, the TID took that over. That's where the Tourism Improvement District comes in.
I'm sorry, but you still get TOT tax from us, right, or not?
You do. We do.
So, but you don't from South Lake Tahoe?
No, not
So
from the
why-
city.
But why are we doing, I don't understand the equity in that.
Well, the Tourism Improvement District thought it was important to generate more money. Actually, the city of South Lake Tahoe, that was phased out. We never got all of the TOT from South Lake Tahoe, but that was a recession action.
Yeah, I just want to point out, yeah, there you go.
All right. Okay, thank you. So
Are
let
you
me just
okay?
ask the other question I had. Thank you.
Yeah.
So I see that, and this is the same thing with the LT Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority. You have an expense for events, but of 18%, but the only revenue that I see for events is 11%. Are you losing money on the events?
Well, I mean, that's kind of an interesting question. I mean, American Century Championship, so I need to explain something on this. So you see the celebrity golf number? I'm going to answer your question, Commissioner Tarkanian, but I need to give you a little bit of background. So the celebrity golf revenue comes from the TDVA, part of it. The TDVA actually pays for the contract with NBC Sports, the contract with Edgewood Golf Course, and some of the related so there's pass-throughs that are happening here that
Just
makes
so I
it a
know-
little bit more complicated.
So the TDVA, you say pays for, they paid I get all these mixed up.
I know.
The Las Vegas, Las Vegas, Lake Tahoe Visitors.
I
Authority.
wish.
The Lake
Talk
Tahoe,
about a budget.
TDVA's paying the Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority, the TV money and other money that they get from the celebrity golf tournament.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and I am going to explain
answers that
the
question.
TDVA. So the TDVA has no staff except me, really. I mean, we are contracted to provide employee services, if you will. And the TDVA, when it was formed, and I'll get into this, actually had an executive director and staff and did their own marketing. And it was in around in 2004 when the staff was consolidated into this consulting kind of arrangement. And the messaging that was sent out by the TDVA and the LTVA, there was an aha moment that said gaming isn't as big anymore. Outdoor recreation is it. Let's put our marketing faith in the LTVA. So there's pass-through dollars from the TDVA to the LTVA to perform those services. That's the confusing part. That's what I'm trying to unconfuse today for you. But you'll probably have more questions about that. Are you okay with, okay.
I did have a question, Ms. Chaplin. For many years, I was involved, when I lived in Hawaii, I was involved with the Sony golf tournament there.
Yes.
They contribute a tremendous amount of their revenue to philanthropic ideas, volunteer organizations, charitable organizations. A lot of that income does not stay in the community. Well, it stays in the community, but it goes to those types of organizations. And I didn't see anything here. I know you generate a lot of revenue from that. But I think you also make substantial contributions to nonprofit organizations within our community.
Yes.
Unless I'm mistaken.
You are not mistaken, and
Okay,
I didn't
and I didn't
pay
see
you
that
for that
number in here.
question.
I didn't see that number in here.
Well,
so
it was
I think
a
it's important
pass-through,
for
and
us.
I guess that was my discretion not to confuse it, but so the American Century is the title sponsor of the tournament. They actually generate part of the philanthropic dollars from that tournament, and they pass those to, in some cases, there's an institute Cancer Research Institute that they give money to separately. We don't have any control over that. But American Century, every year, you're very correct. Last year, we had $125,000 that was left in the community for us to give to local charities. Many of those were Douglas County. And I have a committee that works on that every year, and we reach out to the nonprofit community to consider their inquiries. But $125,000, it's over $6 million total that has been generated and given out over the years. And in addition to that, that's just the grant funding that stays behind, but there's also things that go on the golf course. There was a hole-in-one competition that goes on, and the minimum grant funding is $5,000 to the local charity of choice. That was Corbell. They're one of the sponsors of that event. And if there's a hole-in-one, then it goes up to something like $200,000. The hole-in-one happened last year, but not during that particular competition. That was Mr. Curry's hole-in-one. So, but that was just during his tournament. So yes, so we do give away money every year.
You know, the only reason I bring that up is I think it's important, while your presentation is to us, I think it's important for, the public who's watching online and here in attendance to understand that there are residual or other benefits to our community that, the golf tournament itself gets a tremendous amount of exposure around the
Right.
world, which is good for our community
Right.
and attracts tourism to our community.
Yes.
But the other benefits to our community that we don't necessarily see. And I think that's
Yeah,
important
thank
for their.
you, thank you for bringing that up. I didn't put that in, like I said, it's money in, money out, so it just, I don't know, I didn't put it in, but it is a really wonderful element of, the tournament keeps on giving, really, and there's other ways that, that the tournament gives back. They also use services from our South Lake Tahoe businesses. They have, for the tournament staff, there's breakfast every morning, for instance, that they use a local vendor for. I would have to say that Charles Barkley, of course, is one of our favorite players. He is so generous to our community, and you might remember that during the fire that took out 270 houses a few years ago in the South Lake Tahoe area, he actually donated twice to that fund to help those people, and continues to be kind of a favorite there. And if there's a special need, sometimes those players come up separately and deal with those. We gave money to the fire district last year. I believe Sheriff Coverly and I had a conversation, and there was some money that came to his new dive program. I think they're starting a dive program up at the lake. So those are all possibilities. Thank you for that question. Okay, so are you good with the revenues and expenses with the LTVA? You can see the Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority passes through a significant amount of money in the form of things like the celebrity golf money, also helping us with Operation Sierra Storm, the Heavenly Holidays, and other administrative expenses. The TDVA gives the LTVA so that I could be here. Anything else I can?
I don't know if this is the right time to ask this, and I apologize that I don't already know this, but I think it's good. Why have TDVA and LTVA?
I'll go into it more, but the TDVA was formed, the LTVA was doing marketing for the South Shore, as I mentioned, since 1986. The TDVA was legislatively formed, AB 616, that I think Ms. Waller had referred to, in 1997. And that action was really to address the gaming decline during that era, when we saw tribal gaming in California start to compete. The casino properties, the Tahoe Township properties, felt it important that they have their own messages to attract, to kind of combat that other casino, the tribal casino gaming that was prolific during that time period. We went from 10,000 jobs in the casino core during that. I mean, it was a long decline, but 10,000 to 3,000 jobs, for instance. So the TDVA had their own messages, and I can still remember, a message that had the lake, and there was some dice being thrown across them and things like that. And they were going out to market separately or the TDVA was, to combat this new, this evolution of gaming, and even in other states. So it was a conversation. So I have two boards. I have the 7 in LTVA, and I have an oversight board of 5 on the TDVA side. The TDVA obviously gets money from specifically Douglas County and other event center restricted funds. The LTVA gets money very specifically from the Tourism Improvement District in California, and then also the TDVA. The TDVA and the LTVA eventually had an MOU that recognized the LTVA as the marketing arm, and the TDVA started its path down the event center. Is that helpful?
So right now, LTVA is marketing, TDVA is event center.
Pretty much. It wasn't always that way, but that's the way it is. And the TDVA, passing through a lot of money to the LTVA, it wasn't very, it didn't fly above the radar. That's why you asked the question last year. Because all of a sudden the TDVA's got something to talk about, which is the event center. That's in the TDVA Act that we could plan, build, and manage an event center, and that's become its primary purpose. The LTVA helps to market that event center.
So if you could construct the ideal world, would it be one agency?
Well, you're talking about 2 counties and 2 states. It's just, I mean, sure, but
Well, the property for the event centers in Douglas County, we're the ones in the bond, right? Not the South Lake Tahoe, isn't that correct?
I'm sorry?
The event center is property that is in Nevada and is being funded by Nevada bonds.
Correct.
You can't give half that to California unless they're
No,
going to pay the bond.
yeah. It's, I mean, I think from a standpoint of, there's just territorial issues when you start to, you know, mush those things together.
And there's also transparency issues and understanding what's going on issues.
Yeah, well, I mean,
So-
our meetings are public. Anybody can come. I'm inviting you all.
Right, but I should say access to the information for the average person to understand, it gets complex with these two.
It is very
I guess
complex.
my appeal is, even though you say it's open, anybody can come, that doesn't mean it's easy to understand and figure out.
It's not easy to understand because you know what I mean, I hate to say this. I knew this would come up, Commissioner Hales, but I represent both organizations. That's a tough one for people to understand. We have a brand, Visit Lake Tahoe over here, and then we have the TDVA over here. And we do some things that are you know, kind of parallel. But there's also very specific things that the LTVA does for the community that the TDVA does not mess with anymore. And so in that sense, it's very clear, but you have to be looking at those activities, which is what we're doing today. It would be a lot easier, but I can tell you right now, there's 4 destination marketing organizations at the lake. There's the LTVA, well, there's the TDVA, there's Incline Village, there's North Lake Tahoe, and there's Tahoe Truckee. And they get funded differently, and their boards think differently about how that funding should be, you know, used, and whether or not they're getting their fair share. So that's where we get into that money thing is like, is Douglas County getting what it needs out of the LTVA, for instance? Or if, you know, North Lake Tahoe, if Placer County is getting as much as Washoe County, because Washoe County is at the lake as well. So, you know, there's those things. So it seems to be working right now, especially with the TDVA wrapped up in the event center. But yeah, it's not easy. I'm in the middle of it, and it's not easy.
Just to be clear, everybody knows that TDVA stands for Tahoe Douglas Visitors Authority.
Correct.
Douglas.
Never forget that.
I just want to make one thing clear. When you say it's Nevada bonds, I need to make sure that everybody understands that the TDVA is totally responsible for the payment of those bonds and not Douglas County.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we just received a letter from the attorney for the LTDVA that says if we cut their TOT tax, violating that bond agreement.
That's correct.
Well, that means that we're responsible for those bonds.
No, it does not.
Well, I'll get into that for you. Stay on. But let me get into that a little bit for you, Mr. Commissioner. I think I can help you with that. So anyway, we've just been talking about this. I don't think I need to go into this, but this is what the act, the TDVA Act, talks about.
Can we go back to that one slide just a second? The first one. Okay. When it says there, TDVA, by the legislature in 1997, granting a portion of the occupancy tax revenues for, okay, and it talks about that. The word granting and mandating is pretty much synonymous. Am I right? I mean, we don't have any choice in that.
Yeah,
it's
you're right.
not necessarily a grant of you can do this. It's you must do this, right?
It's
so
very
those
specific.
revenues are locked in at a percentage regardless.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that
Yeah,
we
thank you
understood
for
that
that
and the public
clarification.
understands
That's-
as well.
that's correct.
Sometimes these words have different meanings. So.
Yes, thank you. I mentioned that in 2004, the LTVA assumed a lot of the marketing responsibilities on behalf of the TDVA. That was a more efficient way to do it. There aren't two of me, there's not two accounting managers, there's not two admins. The TDVA, the LTVA staff serves the TDVA as well. So we're not redundant in terms of our management. The Tourism Improvement District that I mentioned is also part of an MOU between the LTVA and the TDVA, recognizing the LTVA as the marketing body for the whole of South Shore, Tahoe Douglas, and also the California side of the destination. Okay, so the TDVA, as I mentioned, funds American Century Championship. I know that some of you enjoy the 4th of July lights on the lake. It's one of the top 10 fireworks shows in the country usually. It's not an easy thing these days, fireworks, and it's not an inexpensive thing. This year it will be $325,000 for that 22-minute show. Operation Sierra Storm, we talked about the meteorologist. Harvey's Concert Series, the TDVA separately funds that from the LTVA. We feel that the Harvey's Concert Series, actually, most of our properties know that that moves the needle for their overnight stays. Heavenly Holidays, and then we also have the Tahoe Blue Event Center. And the Regional Air Service Corporation is something that we also fund. I'm chair of that group this year. It promotes air service through the Reno Tahoe International Airport. And I guess I missed a meeting for that.
So, Ms. Chaplain, before we go into this next slide, I had a question earlier, but I waited until this slide to ask this question. Regarding the Tahoe Blue Event Center, I know that we talked about earlier when you were talking about marketing TDVA or LTVA, is the need. I think it was recognized when this event center was even conceived that the need to perhaps look at greater use of our shoulder seasons.
Correct.
Okay, in the spring and in the fall, and because certainly we probably have more than enough activities in the winter and in the summer, so I think it's important for the public to understand also. You have certain restrictions in regards to the operation of the Tahoe Blue Event Center
Don't get me
imposed, I
started
believe,
on that.
by TRPA, right?
That's correct.
Another
That's our
alphabet.
another A, TR, four-letter word.
Another confusing organization.
Close your ears, Mr. Rice.
Okay, so you're restricted, the Tahoe Blue Event Center is restricted on a number of events a year.
130?
130? I thought it was
130
160.
events, 220 event days.
Oh, I thought it was 160 events. Okay, it's 130, but 220 days.
Mm-hmm.
And pretty much focused on the shoulder seasons, is that?
Well, that's correct, because we are also limited to 2,500 capacity during June, July, August, So we're not allowed to do 4,000 people in the arena or anything else, and we are definitely not allowed to go to head with the Harvey's Concert Series. It all has to do with vehicle miles traveled, and trying to stay net zero to that. So yes, we are restricted in that. And then the shoulder seasons, that's when we can do those big conventions, and that's when they want to come here, so it's working out pretty well. And some of the concerts that we've had, like Pitbull, Adam Sandler, those kind of folks, those are happening in the off-season where we can go to capacity with our seating.
Okay, so you just
tricky.
answered an important question for me. I've always been curious about this Harvey's Concert Series and competing with the Tahoe Blue Event Center. So you don't operate at the same time.
No, we don't, do we, Kevin? We have a very close relationship with the Caesars staff there, and during that, it's really, we know we're restricted, so before we get the restrictions of the summer, we have a little bit of room to move, but if Harvey's Concert Series decided to book or had an opportunity to book in early June, we would have to be talking to them because we can't have those programs competing at all. And we probably wouldn't want to. I mean, our market is well known, but Harvey's at full seating capacity is at about 7,000, 7,500. GA is about 10,000, and then we have about 5,400 seats or so. So could we fill both of those venues at the same time? Probably not. I think we would not be doing, we wouldn't realize the benefit, the economic impact that we can where we stagger this kind of stuff.
Well, I don't know that you have the parking facilities to accommodate.
We have no
both
parking facilities.
At both times either, so.
We have, yeah.
Yeah. Also, I know that there was in meeting with your folks several months ago, I know it was, when we talk about these 130 events, I know that there was a question about local entities using the event center and on a one-night, several-hour process, and whether or not that would count against your 130. Have you guys worked that situation out? You have not.
No.
Okay, so that creates another conundrum for you, right?
Yeah, that is a conversation that's going on, and we want that to be a community building. We are restricted right now, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the permit cannot be modified for 3 years because TRPA wants to see it work and see what the issues are. We're challenging that a little bit because there are some events. A great example was the Seroptimus wine tasting that took place last year. They outgrew the other locations, so they came to the event center for their 50th anniversary, and of course, we're the shiny object, so they wanted to come there. But that event would have happened at the event center, or it would have happened someplace else, across the street perhaps. Now, the difference between us is that every time we have an event, we collect $4 per attendee that goes to microtransit. This year, it'll be $350,000 in a stub year, basically, 9 months of operation. And if they'd had it at Bally's or Caesars, there would have been no contribution. So we feel that there's actually a benefit for us having community events because we're going to continue to generate that money. And it's a beautiful facility. We want people to enjoy it, and the meeting rooms are state of the art, and so it is definitely a conversation that continues to go on. We just have to work through that process, as you know how that goes.
Yeah, I mean, as I expressed to you before, in that regard, I can see where that is a real conundrum because we want local groups to be able to use the event center. It's a beautiful center, but if the event is not really large, to take full advantage of the event center, yet it counts against your 130 events a year, you're going to be more inclined to send that event somewhere else. That event's going to happen up in that, up there,
Right.
regardless of whether or not it happens at the Tahoe Blue Center or at Bally's or Harvey's or Harrah's or, in one of their other rooms. So I think that's something that really needs to be taken a look at. and
We're
maybe-
actively having conversations, and I think that I think we can overcome it in year two. I think they'll be more open to talking about that in year two. We have a great relationship with TRPA. We just have to show them the data that says that this is, we didn't know what we didn't know when we built that facility and what we would come into. We also didn't know that we were going to have a tenant hockey team coming next year. There will be 36 home games with that hockey team between October and April. And there will be 2,000, 3,000 attendees at all those games. Those games all are events that stack up against us. Yeah, and each one of those games will be $10,000 towards microtransit, by the way. So,
Can we deduct that from our 600 we're paying?
no,
No.
no,
Okay. I have a-
Commissioner Tarkanian, very generous, sir.
I have a quick question.
Keep it coming. Yes, sir.
Quick question. I'm looking at the LTVA revenue and expenses. You spent about a little over $7 million and earned $7.8 million. The delta is about 10% of what the revenue is. What do we do with the other 10%?
Well, it
profit.
depends on,
The
so.
profit.
So this was a year ended, so this is the audited year ended. So we did have a better revenue year than we had expected. So that is sitting on the balance sheet right now. This year, FY '24, we are actually overspending in some areas we don't carry over, but it's on the balance sheet. So that's what happens, is that we look for whether or not there's programs that need to be funded. The other thing that happens is that I think you'll all remember the Caldor fire, and it wiped us out for weeks, month, and so often when there's those kind of things, or the year last year with all the snow, we sometimes take some of that money, overspend, to counteract what's going on in the real world. And we'll do more public relations, or we'll bring people to see that we're okay and that, things are back to normal or whatever. So this particular year, yeah, we didn't have a zero net budget. And if I think my board chair for LTVA is lurking online, he might tell you that he has directed us to look for, to build out the strategy for that. The special events that was mentioned by Commissioner Tarkanian is something that we're looking at, that now we think that we should be undertaking that shoulder season event strategy. So,
Getting back to what I asked.
I'm sorry?
Getting back to what I had asked.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I thought that's what you...
This is a business up there right now.
There's
And
what?
it shows that's a business. You make certain amount of money through the expenses you paid. So if it's about 10%, the question is, what do you do with that money? Is there any benefit to any other organizations or charities or anything like that?
Well, I mean, we're funding microtransit now on an annual basis. That's one of the things that we're doing. We don't have a nonprofit organizational, we don't give that away to nonprofit organizations, but we do sometimes help fund other business pursuits, depending on if it benefits the entire, the entire community. We have to be a little careful of that. These are also tax dollars, so we can't. There are certain things that we can't spend money on. This money, especially with the Tourism Improvement District money and the TDVA as well, is specifically for the promotion of the destination. So, there are North Lake Tahoe Resort Association has developed a business improvement district where they are funding, extra bathrooms at locations and trash cans and things like that. And we may look at some of that in the future as long as it is still in line with the mission and the purpose, and it benefits the community. So, good question. I think there's more to come on that. But we are a 501c6. We are a not-for-profit organization. So,
So in your future deliberations, I would like you to remember one word, pickleball.
thank you. All right, so this is where we're at, right? So I had submitted a chart beforehand that everybody had, many people had commented on. So this is not the new one, but that's okay. I can explain it. So in '23, we had $16 million in revenue to the TDVA. Some of that is restricted for the event center. Our expenses were $10,693,000. What did we do with that $5 million? Kind of what you're talking about, Commissioner Noasad. The additional money that we did not spend was construction money. We anticipated opening in January of 2023, and we did not because of so many wonderful things that were going on in the world. Supply chain, fires, too much snow, labor, et cetera. We opened in September. So there was, there we go. Wait. No, that's LTVA.
It's on the supplemental page.
There's a supplemental page, but it just explains.
It's on the supplement, Ms. Chaplin, it's on the supplemental page 118.
Yeah.
And on it, it says that there was $7,280,000.
Yeah.
That was budgeted for construction, but was unspent due to the delays.
Yeah, so that money was not built, so it was basically being deferred to 2024, because we're still working with our construction company.
But I guess I got a question that follows up with that. I don't know what percentage, oh God, I can't see. Okay, so you're saying that of the revenue that's coming in, 7.2 million or 7.3 million is gonna go to the construction. In addition, 62% of that 10 million went to pay for the events cost. Was that also a lot of the construction cost, because it wasn't open yet?
Correct.
Okay, so
We had a lot of vendors.
so you had construction costs of 13 million from before the event opened, but then you bonded.
We bonded 110 million.
Okay, well, how much was the cost of the construction, and did it go up? Why are we spending 13?
Oh, it went up.
Why are we spending 13 million?
Sorry, I'd like to say it differently. It went up. We had some change orders.
No, we understand that, because we've had that same issue now with the
Judicial
Jail
Center, yeah.
So, but what I'm trying to get is, so you bonded 110 million, and then you had to spend another 13 million before it opened? That's a really large amount of, before the cost of maintaining the facility, right?
Well, no, the 110 is the project, budget. We haven't spent that down completely yet. So
I'm sorry, what do you mean by that?
well, we still have money in the project fund that we haven't spent.
What for, though?
Well, I mean,
we're still
we're still working through the punch list right now. I mean, there's,
But isn't that what the 13 million was spent for? Am I missing something, what you're saying?
the 13 million, what are you talking about?
Well, you have 62% MIs are bad, 61% 0.7 out of 10 million, so that's got to be 6.2 million. And then you said there was another 7.3 million that was budgeted but not spent yet, but which is.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, costs were escalated for sure.
Was that, but then you still have more punch list that you're holding on more money for? The only reason I'm asking this is it's going to get to my next question is, we're paying a lot for the bond. Or, I don't know, you probably got a pretty good interest rate compared to what you get now, I would assume. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, we did really well on that one.
But if you're putting so much of your annual budget into the construction cost, now let's say this next year when the revenue comes in for the event center, that should offset some of this construction cost.
Yes.
So can't you pay down this construction loan quicker? I mean, it's going to be the permanent loan quicker than
The
what
bond?
you have. Yeah, the bond, which was the permanent loan. for, if you're still getting all the TOT money for it, that's paying for a lot of this event center?
Well, I mean, I guess I can't answer that today, Commissioner Tarkanian. I think that the bond payment right now is 6.6 million a year. That's interest only. In 2025, that goes up another 1.1 million, so we'll be paying 7.67 million a year
Is
on
that
the
still-
bond.
Still interest only?
If our revenues continue to come in strong like they did this last year, we were very conservative in budgeting. We budgeted for revenues coming in based on 22 actuals through March, and then a 2% increase. So
So let me give you an example. So you said $6.1 million or $6.2 million?
6.6,
$6.6 million is your interest-only payment right now.
right.
In this budget, you just spent 6.2 million plus another 7.2, so you spent 13 point some million dollars, and you have no revenue from the event center.
We have some revenue.
Well, it's not reflected in your revenue.
No,
sheet.
I mean, we do now. This was 2023.
That's my point. So when you get,
My budget, my fiscal is July 1st. This was ended in June.
our astute county manager explained that to me in our meeting, so I understand that, which led me to the next question. So when you do get revenue,
Yep.
shouldn't that revenue be over and above with the 6.6 million what you're spending if you had 13 million in this budget? There's $13 million in the budget before the event center was built that you spent this past season with no revenue.
Correct.
Now you're going to get revenue, but you only have to pay 6.6 million, the debt service.
Well, I mean, so the other thing that we have to take into consideration is the expenses that have to do with things like you were talking about. Do we want to do sports? You need a basketball court. You need nets. You need mats. You need, what else do you want, Kevin?
Well,
I know there's
that
a
was
big
getting
list.
back to my question. I would hope that the event center is generating more revenue than its operating costs and cost of that equipment. If
We would
it's
hope
not,
that too, but probably not in year one.
It's a little scary then.
It's, I mean, the pro forma for year one was not necessarily to make money.
Well, when you say make money, we're talking about paying down the debt services.
The debt service
You know,
gets paid first no matter what we do. So, I knew that might be a question, but that is a requirement. So anything that happens over here, American Century Championship, Harvey's Concert Series, whatever that is, that gets paid after the debt gets paid. We don't have a choice. So if it gets to the point where we're not making money to do everything that we need to do, those programs go away first.
If you can't make more money than your operating expenses, you should never run a business.
I'm right there with you. We're not planning on doing it, but I'm just telling you, year one, I don't think we're intending to make money.
Can I follow up?
Yeah, I'm
I
done.
appreciate those questions.
I do too.
I think going forward, it might be really useful to have updates for this board on how the event center is doing.
We can certainly provide that. You do have a representative on that TDVA board that is with us every month.
He probably doesn't want to write
He's so hard
it
to
up.
get an answer out of, gosh.
The financials happen to be a strong point for him. And we do look at our financials every month with our board. Obviously, we've just gone through an audit process. We use the same auditor as you do, Ide Bailey. They do a great job for us. But absolutely, we can do that. I could do that on I think quarterly might even be too soon. I mean, too often, because twice a year, yeah, we can do that. We can submit it. I don't know whether you want to see us that often. I mean, most people don't want to see my face that often. That'd be great. I can do that. Okay, I've taken a lot of time, so I think I want to, that's, okay. So if we could just play this video, you will see what the LTVA does. I wasn't going to show this to you, but I think it's fun, and I was encouraged to have you check it out just so that you could see exactly what, as we're going back and talking about what Douglas County gets from the LTVA and the TDVA This will help you understand, I think. I hope you enjoy it.
Pine fresh air, powdery peaks, bluer than blue water, old school charm. That's Lake Tahoe. It's the outdoor adventure, the lakeview dining, the entertainment and nightlife, and so much more. It's awe and then some. What is the Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority? We share the wonder of Lake Tahoe with the world. Our mission is to be passionate stewards of responsible economic growth on Lake Tahoe's South Shore through overnight visitation and tourism revenue. There were a few huge highlights last year on top of the economic impact. Over the past year, we focused on a few key areas. With a rebrand in place, we set our sights on attracting visitors to experience the awe and then some of the South Shore of Lake Tahoe. With the help of all our owned, earned, and paid efforts, we made some new friends, a few million actually, and invited them to visit. Overall, we drove more than 127,000 lodging partner referrals and 3,700 new email newsletter signups with an open rate that goes above and beyond the industry standard. This year, we invested paid dollars year-round to ensure we support our local economy in shoulder seasons as well as peak travel times. Our always-on approach began in July 2021 and continued through 2022 and 23. With our paid media budget, we reached travelers in drive and fly markets with interests in all the and then some that we offer. We also began to target a sustainable traveler audience with an interest in taking care of the destinations they visit. We showed off the lake's best sides and drove partner referrals to hotels, restaurants, and attractions. 2023 was a banner year for LTVA, both domestically and internationally. A stellar celebrity golf tournament raised our profile before a worldwide audience. LTVA also expanded its own reach across the globe, translating to a cohort of travelers who stayed longer and spent more. And we got ready to welcome a new venue to the shores of Lake Tahoe, the Tahoe Blue Event Center. We also financially supported annual celebrations and iconic Lake Tahoe events all year long. We promoted local events and entertainment to 36,000 newsletter subscribers, and in 2022 and 23, we reached billions through the American Century Championship. And of course, we showed off our cultural cachet with fun events like our summer concert series. In addition to paid media, our public relations team helped us share the wonder of Lake Tahoe. We had over 1 billion impressions telling our story, including critical information about historic snowstorms, road closures, when it was safe to travel, and of course, stories of the best ways to experience our destination. And then, we started to look ahead. We will continue to promote the awe and then some aspects of a visit to the South Shore of Lake Tahoe. We'll shift into full-time promotion mode for the Tahoe Blue Event Center as a premier destination for conferences, conventions, family and sporting events, and entertainment and concerts. We're excited to welcome an ECHL Lake Tahoe hockey team to the Tahoe Blue Event Center in 2024. And we'll continue sustainability initiatives with our community partners to ensure Lake Tahoe is full of awe and then some for years to come. Let's continue sharing the things that make Lake Tahoe awe and then some.
Thank you for that. I did want to go back real quickly and talk a little bit about the event center because Kevin did give me some information that I think you'll find helpful and maybe reassuring for FY24, and then I'll stop. We have 74 events, 124 event days from September 1, 23 through the 30th of June. Our projected attendance is 88,000. We have actual nights already realized of 2984. We're projecting room nights at 8510 from conferences and meetings. And ticketed events is another 4,000. That's kind of on the conservative side. So over 12,000 incremental room nights because of the event center. We've supported local, regional, and state events. We've hosted the National Association of State Park Directors, Nevada Hospital Association, and the Douglas County Business Council Critical Issues Conference. We also have the Nevada Recreation and Park Society Conference, Nevada League of Cities, the Travel Nevada Rural Roundup. And we are supporting the expansion of regional and state youth sports, including a recent local youth ice hockey event that I talked about, cheer fundraiser and competitions, basketball, volleyball, and boxing. And as I mentioned, Lake Tahoe's first professional sports team, the Tahoe Night Monsters, dropping the puck in October 2024 with 36 home games. So hopefully that will help you feel a little bit better. 124 event days, and we are maxed out at, or events, and we're maxed out at 130. So, oh, those are event days, sorry. We got a ways to go, but we're still working on it. Any other questions before I let Mr. Teixeira come and talk about the chamber? I'm sorry it took so much time, but I know that it was confusing. I appreciate the invitation, Vice Chair Hales, to come back and do this, and I hope it's a little more clear. If it isn't, give me a call. You guys know where to find me, I think.
Mr. Chair, thank you. So just an observation and a question, I suppose. My observation is I certainly don't envy the conundrum that you face in regards to how much is too much and how much is too little, okay?
Thank you for that observation.
When you have an organization, and I believe it's maybe I'm wrong on the pronunciation of this, but is it Fodor or
Fedor?
Fedor? Okay.
Yeah, one of our favorite.
Puts you on the do not visit list, puts us on the do not visit list. Yet I hear both on our side of the border and on the California side of the border, the failure of a lot of businesses in that because of the lack of tourism. So, and you always hear, we're loving Lake Tahoe to death, and we're over tourism. But who determines that? That seems to be a very subjective number to me. So, anyways, I guess that's not really a question, but an observation. And
yeah, I appreciate that.
So, once again, I don't envy your conundrum there.
It is definitely a dance.
It is a dance.
And
it is a dance.
specifically, let's look at today. I mean, our snow is not great this year, right? So right now, we need tourism more than ever. And then last year,
there was too much snow, and you couldn't get up there and enjoy it.
And we have those
right?
peak days.
Yeah.
We don't build to, for July 4th
Yeah.
necessarily. But anyway,
so thank you for your tremendous. I really appreciate this. It's really a great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sitting here, a lot of this is rehashed for me because I sit on both the LTVA, the TDVA, the TRPA, the Tahoe Royal Pain.
That's 3 of the 4-letter words so far that you.
Indeed. So thank you so much for your presentation. We look forward to maybe a 6-month update.
I made a note, and I have another note to get you your volunteer information. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your constant participation in both of those boards. It's really helpful to us.
Thank you. And Mr. Teixeira.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the County Commission, staff, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Steve Teixeira, and I'm here today on behalf of Tahoe Chamber. We have a couple of slides. I think they got the clicker right, Marcia? Go this way. Yeah. So I'll just cover this briefly. I know the lunch bell will go off soon, but the Chamber, as was pointed out earlier, gets $75,000 from the LTVA funds that come from Douglas County. And as we look at what we do relative to tourism, We are a proactive membership organization dedicated to developing, promoting, and representing the South Shore business community. We're the in-market promoter of tourism. So once the LTVA and the TDVA have brought people to the market, we help to advertise, promote the businesses that serve the tourists, as well as locals, of course. So that's our tourism focus. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. But we are a chamber of commerce, so we have other duties and other responsibilities and other parts of our mission statement that we work on. However, it's also true to say that tourism is the largest part of our economy, so that's why we're largely tourism focused. And we promote the restaurants and the shops and the resorts and the other properties that really host the tourists, as well as are enjoyed by the local folks. So, as Commissioner Gardner just mentioned, it's a tough year for business. And we have businesses that are closing, businesses that are suffering. We also have businesses that are succeeding and investing. We'll see a major investment in the resort core this year with properties updating their rooms, redoing their infrastructure. So there's a lot of investment. But the businesses that are suffering are typically the small businesses, family-owned, people that have been in business a long time. Just two recent examples in the Round Hill area, two restaurants closed. One was a sub shop, so Sierra Subs, and then Capiche, which has been a restaurant in Round Hill for many, many years. And, there's different reasons that these things happen, but it's part of our responsibility as the chamber to help identify issues that businesses are facing to help them survive. Certainly, the ability to get staff is huge. There's housing issues, but we're also, as part of our responsibility, we have two members from the chamber, actually Ms. Chaplin and myself, who sit on the board of the South Shore Transportation Management Association. And as some of you know, we're about to launch a van pool program so that we can bring workers from the Carson Valley up to the lake and get them home after work. Lots of different shifts, lots of different times. It's easier to serve folks with a van pool than it is with regular transit system. So we're launching that as a way to help businesses get their employees to work and get them home safely. So those are the kinds of things that we do that serve tourism, but as well as watch out for businesses and help them. We do a lot of educational programs. We have had our annual State of the South Shore program where Douglas County representative has participated in past years. We're going to do another one of those this year because we want to make sure people understand what Douglas County's role in the region is, what the commission does, what the staff does, what are the issues at play in the county. So there's a lot of information that we provide to our membership and broader community about what's going on in Douglas County. And it's really important for people on each side of the line to understand what the other jurisdiction next door is doing. So whether it's the city of South Lake Tahoe, El Dorado County, or Douglas County, those are all things that all of us on the South Shore need to understand. So basically, was brought forward earlier today about what's going on with the chamber. So here's just a snapshot of our current revenue. It's we get $75,000 from Douglas County, we get $78,950 from El Dorado County. We have a membership program, and we have events. The chamber right now is suffering some of the same woes that businesses are suffering. So we're in an organizational transition with leadership at the staff level, and that's why if you look at our website right now, you're not going to see a lot of updated information because nobody's minding the website store, just to be perfectly honest with you. But that's being addressed by our very active board and executive committee. They are going to bring in some people to help the chamber update all of its information, and that'll be happening here in the next couple of months. So that's why I'm here today. I'm happy to answer any questions. My role with the chamber, and I've been affiliated with the chamber since 2010. I'm a professional services provider under contract to the Chamber Board of Directors as their Director of Government Relations. So happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board?
Yes, sir. So the total revenue is $300,987. Where do we spend that money? Do you have any detailed reports on how you spend that money?
Not with me today. But the way that the membership program works, so people join the chamber at various membership levels, and they get different benefit levels based on their level of membership. So that money from membership goes to help support the organization, the staff, and all the programs that we provide. We do special events, we provide, like I say, educational programs, and so that's where the money goes. It's the same with the money from the government entities that we get. Those are for specific programs. In the case of Douglas County, it's tourism focused. In the case of El Dorado County, it's some tourism focused, but also business education focused, like a free to the business business coaching program that we do with the Sierra Small Business Development Center. And so there are ways that businesses can benefit from the programs that we offer. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, just to be clear, I'm quoting from the presentation. We are the in-market promoter of all businesses, with an emphasis on those that serve visitors as well as local residents and customers in our bi-state region. You said Douglas County promotes, you promote tourism for Douglas County.
We promote
to the
the
exclusion of
businesses that
business.
are engaged in tourism. For instance, our members include all of the properties in State Line, the small businesses up and down Kingsbury and Round Hill and elsewhere in Douglas County. We also, promote some of the attractions that exist elsewhere in Douglas County, such as in the Carson Valley. Carson Valley is a great place. So we help promote the Carson Valley as well as Lake Tahoe. So those are the kinds of things that we do, and we're in the process of upgrading all of our, for instance, we used to do a very large event up until a couple of years ago. The pandemic kind of pulled the plug on it, but it was called Sample the Sierra, where we had restaurants and spirit providers and wineries and breweries that would showcase their wares on an afternoon in the fall season. We had to suspend that because a lot of the restaurants, for example, who were participating, they don't have the staff to run their restaurant and do an event outside at another location. So we're going to be bringing that back. One of the slide pictures there you saw was we did our annual business expo at the event center this year, and that's where we have businesses come in and they show their wares to people that come in and see what kind of businesses are here in Douglas County, what kind of businesses are on the South Shore. So those are the kinds of things that we do, and again, the educational programs, we do videos of businesses. We do a little bit of what Commissioner Tarkanian is doing with his Small Business Saturday. So those are the kinds of things that we do.
Thank you, Mr. Charo.
Thank you.
For coming.
Thank you for the opportunity.
So,
Do we need a short break before we get to Amy? Yes?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would suggest we take a 5-minute break and then come back. And I know that Ms. Bergens is very busy with the election process, so I would like to suggest that we take a short break, come back, and have her do her presentation so that after that she can get back to work.
I'm not sure we can do what we need to do in 5 minutes, so let's go
Okay.
with 10.
Okay, 10 is fine.
We're in recess. Okay, according to my computer, we're at 10 minutes, so if we could. Okay. If we could bring the meeting back to order. I don't want to use my gamble my first full day. Okay, I want to apologize for all those that are here for the appointments for our boards and commissions, items 4 through 8. I had no idea that item number 1 was going to take the whole morning, but I guess we had questions that needed to be asked and answers that needed to be given. So we're going to let Amy Bergens give her presentation, and then we're going to break for lunch. So all of you that were here to be interviewed and hopefully seated on the different boards and commissions, enjoy a long lunch, and we will be back at 1:30. Would that be enough time? Okay, so we will do that. So if you want to go ahead and take your lunch break, other than Amy's presentation, we'll be back at 1:30. So Amy, you're on. Thank you. And this is for presentation only, presentation on the upcoming 2024 election cycle. Amy Bergens.
Thank you, Chairman Rice. So I am probably going to try and keep this concise, but I know that there will be questions at the end because it is Commissioner Hales that asked me to bring this forward. So I'll just start going through my slides, and if there's any questions that come up, feel free to interrupt. So what to expect? 2024 is a unique year. This is the first year that we will be doing a presidential preference primary. We're in the middle of it right now as far as the election planning. Mail ballots have gone out. They went out January 8th. We are already collecting them, and they are coming back in the mail. So signature verification has started, and then on Monday, our live stream goes live, and we will start actually deconstructing them per NRS. So we're in the middle of that right now. The primary election will be Tuesday, June 11th, 2024, and the general election is Tuesday, November 5th, 2024. So unique year, having 3 elections this election cycle. The primary, I'm going to give you the difference between the primary and the caucus. I'm going to keep it pretty concise. This is probably the number 1 question that we get downstairs. Number 1, where is Trump? Why is he not on my ballot? And we've been called some very fun and nasty names because people think that it's our fault that he's not on there. So we are, to make this year even more unique, we have a primary, a presidential preference primary, but we also have a caucus. The primary is run by the state. It is set by legislature that we have to have a state-run primary for the president on the first Tuesday in February. The candidates filed back in October of 2023 with the Secretary of State's office. So anyone that you see on your presidential preference ballot, whether Republican or Democrat, they filed back in October 2023. That is why you see candidates on your ballot that have suspended their campaigns, but they're still on your presidential preference primary ballot. It was too late for us to remove the names per state law. The results are not binding. By that, I mean that The results will be canvassed, as are all other elections. I will bring that before this Board of Commissioners on February 15th at the end of that meeting. And then I will take those results and send them to the Secretary of State's office, who will then certify them and provide them to the Republican Party. However, let's move on to what a caucus is. A caucus is a meeting of the Republican Party or the Democrat Party. The Republicans have chosen to continue with their caucus even though the legislature said we're doing a primary. That is their right. The Republican Party is a private organization, and the last thing we want is the government telling a private organization how they are to do business. So the Republican Party will be continuing to have their caucus. The primary is on February 6th. That's a Tuesday. We have early voting, we have mail ballots, and we have Election Day on Tuesday, February 6th, like every other election. The caucus is on Thursday, February 8th at 5 p.m. to 7:30. You must show up in person, you must have ID, and you must find out where your location is. Because my office is not in charge of that, I don't have a slide that says where the precincts are, precinct locations are, that kind of thing. But you can call the Republican Party headquarters and they will give you that information. We have been directing people to the Nevada GOP website and handing out the phone number for those that are interested in voting for their candidate who is not on our primary but is instead on the caucus. I will also say, the caucus is not a state-run election, therefore, you can vote in both. It is not double voting, which is also incredibly confusing to people. We have been hounding them. You can't send in your ballot and go vote in person. And now we're saying, oh, but this is different because the caucus is not run by the state. So the only election that is going to give you vote credit is the presidential preference primary. The caucus is run strictly by the party. They do not submit any results to the state. They do not tell us who was there. It is absolutely their thing, for lack of a better word. So just hopefully that clears things up. But I just wanted to make sure I put that in here so that I could get that information out. The presidential preference primary is a closed election. It includes only the major parties, which is Democrat and Republican. So if anyone in the is a registered voter that is not a Democrat or a Republican, they will not be receiving a ballot at all. Sample ballots were sent out on December 28th. It's also posted on our website, govotedouglas.com. Mail ballots were mailed on January 8th. And then the difference with the presidential preference primary and the other elections is it is written into the state law that there's only 1 week of early voting. So a little reprieve for my office. So early voting is January 27th through February 2nd. The primary election is June 11th, 2024. It's always the second Tuesday in June. It is also a closed election. Which means there's a Democrat ballot, a Republican ballot, and a nonpartisan. So anyone that is filed Independent, Libertarian, Green Party, any of those nonpartisan, they will receive a nonpartisan ballot. It will include the local races for any type of runoff that we have, if there are multiple Republicans or multiple Democrats that file for office. It includes state, county, and local races. And many county offices are determined in this election. So the majority of people that file in Douglas County are Republicans as far as commissioner, assessor, clerk, treasurer. So typically in this, this is the race that determines which one will go forward to the general ballot. And typically there's only one come the general ballot.
One thing before you go on.
Yes, sir.
The June 11th, is that the come to the voting machine and vote that way? Or is that the second mailing out you do?
All three of these elections are run per NRS 293. NRS 293 is what oversees how elections are run. All three of them are mail ballots to all active registered voters that have not opted out of receiving one. They also include early voting. The difference is the presidential preference primary has 1 week of early voting. The other two, the June primary and the general election in November, have 2 weeks of early voting, and they include an election day that is 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
Thank you.
Ms. Bergens, question here. You said on a closed election, Republican, Democrat, and nonpartisan races. It was my understanding that nonpartisan races, unless there are more than two candidates, if there are more than two candidates in a nonpartisan race, then you whittle it down to the two top vote getters will go forward to the general election in November. Is that right?
That is correct.
But if there's only two people that are on a ballot for a particular nonpartisan race, that won't be on this closed election process, will it?
Correct, and I'll talk about that a little bit further in because I'm going to talk about the GIDs, but you are absolutely correct. So the way that the nonpartisan races work, which is, the school board, the general improvement districts, those races are all nonpartisan races. And the way that that works is unless more than two people file for each vacant seat in that district, it does not go forward on the primary, but goes straight to the general. For example, if we have a general improvement district that has 3 vacant seats and 5 people file, it will go straight to the general election. If 7 people file for 3 vacant seats, it will be whittled down to the top 6 in the primary, and then the top 6 will go on the general ballot. Is that clear as mud? Okay, so that's the way that the nonpartisan races work. And additionally, which I'm going to talk about this further, but if there are 3 seats and 3 people file, they are declared elected and do not have to be on the ballot for certain races. But certain races, they have to go on the general ballot and receive at least 1 vote. So, the last election this year will be November 5th, 2024. This is the ballot that everyone will receive the same ballot as far as the state and federal races. The only difference on each ballot will be the districts that you receive on your ballot, dependent upon what district you live in, precinct-based. I do want to mention, which I might have already done, the live stream will be in effect again this year. We live stream our election rooms and the board chambers effective as soon as you guys vacate today. I take over the chambers until after we are done canvass and bring it forward, bring the presidential preference primary forward to canvass the election on February 15th. We will be live streaming all of our rooms, the deconstruction, ballot deconstruction, signature verification, all of those rooms will be live streamed. It's on the Douglas County YouTube channel is where you can find it. The link does reset every 24 hours. It's just something that they have to do with YouTube, so a lot of people will keep the link open and then the next day it's not working. Just go back to the Douglas County YouTube page and you'll be able to find it. And that starts on Monday. Candidate filing. We already did judicial candidates. That was January 2nd through 12th. We have 2 seats that are open, the Justice of the Peace for East Fork Township and Justice of the Peace for Tahoe Township. Those are, that candidate filing is closed. The non-judicial candidates will be March 4th through 15th, 2024. It includes state, county, and local races. And I did include an attachment for the offices that are up for election in the agenda item. It's also posted on our website at govotedouglas.com. GID offices, and this is really what started the conversation with Commissioner Hills and myself when we were talking about Elk Point Sanitation District coming before you guys. We were really talking about the GID offices and filing for candidacy and what their responsibility is. So I wanted to make sure that I put a couple slides in here to hopefully give information to not only you, but also to those that are on those boards. I'm not sure that they're even clear on the necessity of them to file for candidacy and be on the ballot and give the people the right to choose who represents them in those districts. So GID offices, which are General Improvement District offices, are overseen by NRS, Nevada Revised Statute 318. It clearly identifies a qualified elector as an active registered voter in that district. Because of that definition, it means that anyone that applies for or sits on that board or is appointed to that board has to be a Douglas County active registered voter that is registered to vote in the district which they are applying for. The district also pays for their portion of the election. I think that this is also something that most people don't know. It's written into state law, Nevada Revised Statute. At the end of the election, we categorize how much the election cost for, in total, to include election workers, the ballots, all of the things that go into each election. And then we portion it out to the amount of people that are in that district. And if they are on the ballot, so I'll just take Gardnerville Rancho's GID. If they have people that are actually on the ballot, then they will have to pay their portion of the county running the election for that district, because we are doing it for that district, so they do pay that portion. Currently, there are 24 GIDs with 75 offices up for election in 2024. If only the number of candidates file, as there are open seats, the candidates will be declared elected, which I already kind of talked about. 9 of the 24 districts continue to appoint and circumvent the election process. So the reason that we have 24 GIDs and 75 offices up for election is because when these GIDs continue to appoint someone, they're appointing for a 2-year to fill in the gap until that next election. So that means that the GIDs that continue to appoint every single time, all 5 of their board members are up for election because they just appoint them every 2 years. And we do keep a comprehensive spreadsheet, and it goes back, I want to say, to the early 90s. It's something that was in place prior to me taking office, and we've continued to use. Every time someone is appointed to a board, elected to a board, we keep that spreadsheet. So I do have a list of the GIDs that continue to do it over and over in front of me, if you guys are interested in hearing which ones they are. Yes. Yes? Okay. Cave Rock GID has 2 that they continue to appoint. Lake Ridge GID has 2. Logan Creek has 3. Sierra Estates continues to appoint all 5. Oliver Park continues to appoint all 5. Skyland, 4. Tahoe Douglas Sewer has 2, and Zephyr Knolls continues to appoint all 5. And of course, we already, the Elk Point Sanitation District was one of those that continued to appoint over and over. They obviously, that situation has been rectified, so I took them off the list.
So it would be good to get these districts more tuned into filing and being elected. So have you brainstormed what could be done to make that happen?
I am in communication with all of these. They do have to reach out to me for certain things. Last year, after the election, after the 2022 election, I sent them all a letter advising them that they needed to have their bonds and oaths filed, and there was a little bit of a stink about needing their bonds and not knowing that they ever had to file bonds, but it's very clear in NRS. So I am continuing to reach out to them regularly with what NRS does state that they need to be doing, but it is not my position to compel them to comply.
Sure, maybe you could request to have them put this language in your newsletter that talks about These are elected positions, and
Understood.
you need to file and blah, blah, blah. I mean, I don't want to incur a bunch of postage, but we got to get the word out that this is not the system that was intended.
Understood, and I think that there is just misinformation out there, even with the people that are actively on these boards. As you saw from the feedback that you received from Elk Point Sanitation District, they had no idea. Most of these boards are very small. They don't necessarily have legal counsel. They don't necessarily have the people in place to give them the information about the law, and so it's just passed down from appointed person to appointed person without having correct information.
Do you have their emails?
I have a point of contact for every single board.
But not every single elected or appointed person.
I would have to check my
emailing-
spreadsheet because I know I have information from them, but I can't say yes every single one, but I have a good amount.
So emailing each one of them and explaining the system and inviting them to use the system, to file and to spread that word, maybe that would make a difference.
Agreed. I will tell you that there are certain people on these boards that know, and they're good with the process that they have used.
There's a lot of steps involved if you do file, and you have to comply with election norms.
Even if you're appointed, they still have to follow all of those. So even if they are appointed to an elected position, when I was appointed as clerk treasurer in 2020, I had to comply with all of the filings, the C&E reports. Every single one of these members has to follow the law in compliance because they are appointed to an elected office. So they're not exempt just because they're appointed. So I don't believe that is necessarily what is hindering them from filing. I know some of them have stated, well, I'm not in Nevada or I'm not at my home during candidate filing. There is a process by which they can take the forms and have them notarized and sent to us during candidate filing, and they still are eligible. Information has been given out, and I have received feedback. So,
Ms. Bergens, as you know, this has been a pet peeve of mine for a number of years because we get complaints by these GID, by residents, registered voters in these GIDs, that we have non-elected individuals, self-appointed individuals in these GIDs who are making decisions without representation. Okay, without the voters having a say on who fills these seats. So I salute you in really bringing this forward and trying to clean this mess up. Okay, because that's one of the basic tenets of our country. As a matter of fact, that's one of the reasons we went to war with Britain and withdrew, and became the United States of America, is because of taxation without representation. And that's basically what this is a form of. It's just a basic right of individuals that are being governed to elect those who are governing them. And so I appreciate you bringing this forward. And I hope that these GID members are getting the message. It's not a large filing fee, and yes, there is a cost in being on the ballot. But at the same point in time, these are critical to basically our basic tenets of our country, and so I really appreciate you doing this. Okay, I don't know how we get the word out, and the other concern, of course, is if we have less than the amount of if we have 5 up for election and only 3 file, then we're giving it to those 3 people to be able to appoint the other 2, which is troubling to me as well. But I don't know how we can get around, mandate that. So, but thank you. Appreciate it.
absolutely, and I have tried, Chairman, Commissioner Gardner. It's going to take a while for me not to call you Chairman. My apologies, Commissioner Gardner. It has been, we've had this conversation. It has been something that the previous administration prior to me was also passionate about and was encouraging them, the GIDs and the districts, to really clean up. There were a lot of conversations and there were a lot of encouragement of, let us help you. If they don't want help though, if they want to continue to do it the way that they're doing it, my letters, my emails, they don't mean much. So I think that the information really needs, like Commissioner Hales said, it needs to come from within those districts, the people that live there. They're the ones that have to go, I'm gonna file. Then that's one more seat that you can't appoint. They need to take charge of the district that they are living in if they want to ensure that the representation really does represent them. I think that that's really where it's going to come from, and getting the word to them is, very important.
Okay, is there anything in NRS 318 that says the appointment to an elected position is valid?
So, I've looked into NRS 318, and it's always, and I am not the legal expert here. That is definitely Mr. Ritchie's. And, the conversation has been had with my district attorney too. There is NRS in 318 that does say when there is a vacancy in the board, the existing members will appoint. And if they don't do so within 30 days, then it comes before this commission. I've always wondered how the board is able, if all 5 of them expire at the same time, how they can continue to appoint themselves. But I'm not the legal wizard.
If we budgeted postage for the residents in all those districts, would you send a letter explaining these should be elected, not appointed?
I'd be more than happy to.
Doug, I'm sorry, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Doug Ritchie with the Douglas County District Attorney's Office. It's like deja vu all over again. The board has, to answer the question, NRS 318.090, subsection 5 talks about the Board of Trustees for the GID filling a vacancy, and then if they don't, within 30 days, the board can do that. However, the next section 6 says that the successor's term of the office commences then or sooner thereafter as the successor qualifies as provided in NRS, subject to the provisions of this chapter for initial appointments to a board, for the appointments to fill vacancies of unexpired terms. Thereafter, they have to run for re-election like anybody else. In other words, what's been happening is the appointment is made and then they deem that as good forever. But they're only appointed until the next election. And I looked up, because again, it is deja vu. On September 24th, 2014, I drafted for the county manager's office a letter to all the GID managers and their boards to outline some of the requirements of NRS and to ask information like we want to confirm who the current manager is and who the board membership is, because we don't often know that. Information regarding their bond, when they were elected, all of these issues that keep coming up. And as Ms. Bergens indicated, some of them said, basically stay out of our business. And so then I did a public records request, which they have to respond to. But it's very difficult. The county has assisted in the past. I drafted an affidavit of residency on June 29th, 2015, to help them ensure that the people who are running actually resided within the district. In other words, the county has in the past tried to help these districts. As Ms. Bergens indicated, some of them are very small. Some of them are resistant to any outside influence. I don't know. I just want to make the record clear that this isn't a problem that the county isn't aware of and hasn't tried to help address. But again, the GIDs are political subdivisions of the state, just like the county is. And the board's authority is limited, as you know. It's basically you replace the trustees, dissolve them, merge them. I mean, there's pretty drastic actions that the board can take, but it's hard to kind of gently help them along unless they want to, do that. Again, the reason I bring this up is this isn't the first time the board has had this discussion, and it was ironic that it's been almost exactly a decade ago that we had these same discussions.
The wheels of progress run very slow. Question, if we have is there ever an occasion where the appointment of a GID, member to a GID, has to get the okay of the BOCC?
No, that
All
is
right.
done by their board.
All right, is there anything that we can do with respect to putting something in our code that says you must do that?
Chairman, if I may, to answer Commissioner Novosad's question, no, the board cannot by county ordinance impose any additional requirement. Those are set by NRS, the state legislature.
Okay, we're well into the lunch hour.
Okay,
Can we move on?
I'm gonna keep going. Why file for candidacy? We kind of already went through this. It's a vetting process. When you file for candidacy, my office is going to ensure that you are a qualified elector in the district. It's a permanent record for the future of the county and the districts because we do record those oaths with the county recorder. Appointments are deemed necessary per NRS to fill vacancies, not to elect representation for the people, and it provides a voice for the people. Look at that. I hurried just for you, Chairman Rice. So anyway, any other additional questions?
Doesn't look like it. Okay, this was for presentation only. We don't normally open for questions, but can you stick around in case anybody has questions for you?
Absolutely, until we close the doors for lunch.
Thank you. Okay, we are well into the lunch period. Mr. Ritchie, can we modify that so that we can have a full hour?
Doug Ritchie, yes, you may. They may show up at 1:30 and wonder what's going on, but you can resume the meeting when you see fit.
All right, I'm going to recess for our lunch break until 1:45. We're in recess. Okay, the computer says that it's time for us to get started again. I hope everybody had a lovely lunch. And we are going to go right into item number 3 for presentation only, introduction of ordinance 2023-1629, an ordinance amending Douglas County Code 10.12.050 related to regulations for parking within the town of Minden. And this will be the first reading. JD.
Thank you, Chair. So I'd hoped to do this along with the ordinance I just brought forward last month to you guys. But after the board approved this, we worked with your staff to kind of soften some of the language, for lack of a better word, and make sure that we were able to get it so that everybody was happy. But at the end of the day, we're looking for a revision on the county code 10.12.050 as far as regulations for parking. And a lot of this stems from just giving the towns a little more ability to kind of oversee areas in which we feel there's a problem or a need, especially as it comes to safety. An example of this is for a long time at the elementary, after those townhomes were built there at Minden, the corner there, people were parking there. We went ahead and painted it red, even though we didn't get it revised within the ordinance. We had no way to enforce it. So people knew that it was red, but if somebody was to park there, we wouldn't be able to enforce it. So we're just trying to add some language here that gives us an ability to not only determine spots like that we foresee as an issue, but also give us an ability to enforce it with Douglas County Sheriff's Department. So that's the gist. If you look through your packet and the edits that we made, they're very minimal. Just wanted to give us some flexibility, so for every corner that I painted red, I didn't have to come to you guys and ask permission for that. So with that said, it is a first reading, so I'm here for any questions, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll see you when we pass the ordinance.
We'll see you in a month. Thank you very much.
Okay, now for the fun part. For possible action, discussion on one appointment to the Douglas County Advisory Board to manage wildlife. No, I'm not going to make any jokes about that, but for one member to serve the remaining unexpired term of a member who has resigned. And this will be from January the 18th, 2024 through December 31st, 2024, in adherence with NRS 501.260. Ms. Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. Pursuant to board direction, we did advertise this vacancy and solicit applications for this position for 2 weeks. We did have 5 individuals who applied, 3 of which are in attendance here today. An additional third person had to leave at noon today, Mr. Ethan Gray, and Mr. Glenner indicated he would be unable to attend. The others, I believe, are available and able to answer any questions the County Commission may have. Mr. Gray wanted to express his apologies for having to leave. He had a time commitment at noon. He did provide a written statement, which is an excerpt from a journal that he keeps regarding his most recent hunting trip with his son. He has a passion that he wanted to make sure you knew a little bit about him and why he has interest in this position. So I'm going to share this written statement with you now. Copies of this document are also available for the public if individuals are interested out at the table outside. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it back over to the commission for your pleasure. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Gray did not ask that I read that into the record. He just did ask me to provide a copy to you in case you had any questions.
Thank you. Okay, we have 5 people who have applied for this, and I think we'll go in numerical order or alphabetical order. Sorry about that. And the first up would be I assume Mr. Garrett Buma. Is Mr. Buma here? He said he would be here. Okay, Colin Burrows. Welcome, sir.
Oh, thank you. Sign in. Colin Burrows, for the record. I printed out what I'm going to say so I don't babble on and make your meeting last till 7. Thank you, Chairman Rice and Commissioners. I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to express my interest in the position that aligns so well with my passion. Living in Douglas County has been a source of immense joy for me, especially with the countless outdoor experiences I've enjoyed since the 90s. I know it's making me look older than I surely look. And for hunting, fishing, backpacking, camping in the Tahoe Sierras and the Great Basin. As a father to my 9-year-old son, I've cherished the moment spent introducing him to the wonders of fishing, hiking, and camping. His growing interest in hunting has sparked a new chapter, and I eagerly anticipate expanding our experience in the years to come. My aim in seeking a role on the Wildlife Advisory Board is to contribute my extensive background and expertise towards enhancing hunting and wildlife fishing opportunities in Douglas County and the surrounding areas. While there are indeed great opportunities here, recent challenges in securing tags have been a shared experience among my family and friends. Rather than merely expressing dissatisfaction, I am motivated to proactively address or better understand the issue. With over 4 decades of experience as a dedicated rifle and archery hunter, along with seasoned background in fishing, I bring a Bachelor of Science degree in biology to the table. My past roles as a fishery and biology technician with the U.S. Forest Service at Lake Tahoe underscores my commitment to the field. Moreover, my proven track record as an interpretive naturalist, leading hikes, conducting programs, and serving as an information specialist at the Taylor Creek Visitor in Lake Tahoe speaks to my passion for education and outreach. In addition, I bring managerial experience from roles as a food and beverage director at Kirkwood and at Heavenly Ski Resorts. Basically, I feel there needs to be a balance of wildlife habitat, recreation use, whether it is hunting, fishing, bird watching, hiking, camping, or just enjoying the wildflowers. There needs to be someone who understands the carrying capacity of the range, fawn recruitment rates, drought impacts, and other environmental issues. The Wildlife Society, the WTA, regards science as the framework necessary to understand the natural world and support its uses of science to develop rational and effective methods of wildlife and habitat management and conservation. Decisions depend on science and not be made based on feelings or politics. You have some highly qualified applicants with wildlife degrees and extensive experiences in the pool. I'm happy to be one of those people, and I'm eager to contribute my unique perspective to the board. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Any questions from the board? No, thank you very much,
thank you.
sir. One thing I forgot to announce is that each candidate will be given 3 minutes, and it will be timed. And I apologize for that, and I believe that you were within the 3 minutes, so thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Ethan Gray is not here, and we have received his comments, and I need to make a disclosure. Thank you very much. I'm getting tongue-tied. I have known the next candidate for several years, and I want to let you know that my association with her and knowledge of her will have no impact on my decision. So, Virginia, you're up.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I wish to make the same disclosure. As a matter of fact, when this appointment was vacant as of a month ago, and we were lacking a number of the necessary candidates to fill this board, I reached out to another number of people to see if they would be interested in applying, and Ms. Neese is one of those individuals, and so she subsequently applied. But once again, that won't play into my decision on this.
Thank you. You're on.
Thank you, esteemed Chair and Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity. Virginia Neese, for the record. I have no official degree like the gentleman prior to me, but I am one of those gals that has a lot of practical experience over the years. My last job working backwards was a registered nurse in many different specialties. Prior to that, I was a weapons tester, so I have quite a diverse background in more so in male-dominated employment opportunities, a weapons tester with a secret security clearance for Department of Defense. And then prior to that, probably the most satisfying job that I ever had was working with the U.S. Forest Service as well, in visitor information, in recreation, in working in the office, typing special use permits, going out on the fire line and suppressing wildland fires on 4 different national forests in the U.S., with that knowledge, I gained a lot of experience in natural resource management, in the animal wildlife kingdom, and then also as a young woman, I participated in several different projects pertaining to wildlife guzzler building in the lower end of this state by Four Corners, as well as participating in a master's program of my friend who was doing rehabilitation of the California black bear, where we got to torture the bears and get them to stay away from humankind, beehives, campgrounds, et cetera. It was tracking collars and very interesting work. I have always wanted to come back to my roots, which were Forest Service outdoors. I've hiked, camped, fished, canoed, and flown over in helicopters all over the Sierras when I worked on the El Dorado National Forest and did fire suppression. So I have a vast background, practical experience, not book learned, but more practical experience. And I've always wanted to get back to those roots. I've always wanted to do that. I welcome any questions that you have. I've worked in alpine forests on the Coronado National Forest and the Sonoran Desert there. I've worked in coastal woodlands and all the animal populations that exist there, the special needs species, endangered species. I've worked with game wardens. I learned to hip shoot with a shotgun by going out on poaching stakeouts with them. I've got quite a vast, different experience than maybe some of the other candidates, but I ask you to consider me because this is something that I would really enjoy doing. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And next up would be Tim Glenner. Okay. So we've heard from sort of heard from two candidates, and any questions from the board? Further questions? Since this is for possible action, is there any comments from the folks sitting in our audience? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Do we have a motion?
So, Mr. Chair, you know, it's interesting. Last month we were shy a candidate, and this month we have one position that's just a one-year position, and we have 5. What I've looked at all the resumes, 5 people that could easily fill this role. As a matter of fact, if we had 5 vacancies, all 5 of them would be appropriate for this role. So that's the conundrum we're in. However, when I look at, and Ms. Neese is the only one of these 5 that I personally know. However, you know, we have designated positions on this board that have to be assigned strictly to or from the Tahoe Township. But that's the only area of our county that's identified as required to have members of this board on. And for years, I've advocated for an individual on this board, and other boards for that matter, from South County. And we have an individual that lives in South County and to me is very, very qualified and happens to be, and so I do have some bias. I'll tell you that. I have bias that they live in South County, and I have bias that the individual is also a fellow Eagle Scout. So my inclination is to go with Mr. Garrett Buma on this, even though I don't know him, I haven't talked to him, but I've looked at his resume and there was some things that really stuck out for me on that. So that's kind of where I'm leaning in this direction at this time. I'll listen to the other commissioners.
You're saying that they don't have to be in Lake Tahoe?
No, yes. No, they're not on this particular one, but there are.
Well, echoing what Commissioner down the road there says, I looked at the application and all of the pluses and minuses, and I came up with more pluses than minuses for Mr. Buma, Garrett.
Jump through me, so I don't know the candidates. I read their applications. They all look great. I know Virginia, and I would support her.
I really enjoyed reading all of these, and I really appreciate the detailed talking points from Mr. Burrows. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Thank you. I really appreciated those. I thought they were thoughtful and effective. And you know, probably on the basis of those, you would be my front runner for that. To reach a majority. I also like Garrett Buma. I mean, such wealth of experience specifically tailored to this work, so I would support him. And I thought that that Tim Glenner's former position as a Fish and Game Commissioner was incredibly impressive. Wow.
Yeah, I concur. When I read through all of the information provided by the candidates, I was blown away by two, and that would be Mr. Buma and Mr. Glenner. Both stood out to me. But at this point, I could go with either one. Virginia, I know how much you would like this, and I would know how much I would like to give it to you. But it's going to be a decision of the board. So do I have a motion from any of the commissioners?
So yes, and I have that same conundrum. I know that I did reach out to Ms. Neese and suggest that if she was interested that she apply, but after all these applicants, I have to. I'll so move that we award the appointment to Mr. Garrett Buma for the remaining term of January 18th of 2024 to December 31st of 2024.
Do we have a second? It's been moved and seconded. Any more discussion from the board? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That'll be a 5-0 vote. Virginia, thank you for applying, and Mr. Burrows, thank you also. And don't walk away from the county feeling bad, because you were all very qualified. And please keep us in mind for other positions. Thank you very much. All right, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, for possible action discussion in one appointment to the Douglas County Airport Advisory Committee in accordance with Douglas County Code, Chapter 2.5.
Mr. Chair, I believe we pulled that item.
I'm sorry?
I believe we pulled that item.
You're right, we did. In that case, we will go to the Audit Committee. We still good for that? All right. Okay, for possible action, discussion to appoint one appointment to the Audit Committee for one member to serve the remaining unexpired term of a member who has resigned as of January the 18th. And this will be from January the 18th through the 31st of 2025. Ms. Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Jennifer Davidson for the record. Similar to, instead of having to repeat myself for all of the committee appointments, I should just say all of these positions, all of these vacancies were advertised, and we did solicit for 2 weeks. As a result of that solicitation, we had 3 individuals indicate their interest in this appointment to the Audit Committee. One individual indicated she would be in attendance today. Mr. Kirby Mays indicated he was not available to attend, and I had a conversation with former Commissioner Nancy McDermott this morning. She advised that unfortunately she would not be able to attend because she had a scheduling conflict, but she did wish me to convey to you that she threw her name in the hat because she wished to be of further service to our organization and our community, and we thank her for her interest in the position. I do also want to say she did advise me that if we were hearing this item this afternoon, she could possibly make it down here in time if I were to text her. I attempted to text her, and I'm not sure if it's the signal in this building or what is going on, but I just wanted to let you know, please don't judge her application by her absence today. I think she's made every attempt to try to be here. So, and I think that's the same of all the individuals. We appreciate everyone's interest in this. In these positions, and we appreciate them being engaged in the public process. With that, Mr. Chairman, I turn this back to the board for your discussion.
Thank you. It looks like we have one person available or was going to be available, Allison Baumann. And thank you for coming, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is Allison Baumann for the record, and I thank the board for their time and consideration. I'd like to use this time to expand upon my character. In my free time, I enjoy recreating on Topaz Lake. Professionally, I act as the Director of Compensation, Benefits, and HRIS for a private mortgage lender that scaled to 500 plus employees during my 14 years of employment. Most do not understand my title, so I'll break it down. I develop, implement, and revise various HR and accounting narratives, policies, and procedures to comply with needs of our highly regulated industry. I compute complex commission incentives. I evaluate existing benefit plans to ensure they remain competitive and meet the needs of our employees. I do this by effectively and efficiently implementing and maintaining useful technology. While acting as a senior accountant, I provided quality assurance by reviewing, reconciling loan closing disclosures to ensure accuracy at the borrower NGL level and rectified any discrepancies. These are just a few of the transferable skills I can offer to Douglas County. If I am appointed to the Audit Committee, I will provide fresh eyes and will act as a true citizen servant. I will entertain any questions that you may have at this time.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Seeing none.
Okay.
This is for possible action, and I guess you're the only one that showed up. And is there any public comment?
Chairman, Commissioners, Maureen Casey for the record. I served on the Audit Committee when it was first formed 4 years ago, 5 years ago. And with all the systems Terry Willoughby put into place, it is a lot more complex and a lot more educated than it was back then. I support Allison for this position because she brings skills that the Audit Committee needs now. It's a lot more complex than just people who read books. It's people who understand them and how they're put together. And I believe she brings these skills because she works in an industry that relies on audits every year, not just for the state of Nevada, but for other states as well. She works in the industry, and I know when I speak to her, because she is a neighbor, she overwhelms me with the figures she can regurgitate. And the way that she has explained to me financial matters when I read something or I hear something, with the way the economy has been going up and down over the years, the past few years, she explains things that a normal individual like myself can understand. And I think she would be a good asset to the Audit Committee and to Douglas County as a whole, because she brings talents that I don't see in the Audit Committee right now in its makeup. We have a good, strong board with a lot of different talents, and she's bringing one more asset. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see that Ms. McDermott has joined us. And if you would like to come up, we're on your item right now.
Good afternoon. Did you have a question?
We're going to afford you 3 minutes to tell us why you would be the best candidate. So go for it.
Thank you. I think my 12 years on the Board of Commissioners gives me the understanding of the purpose of the Audit Committee as well as the work that they do. I think this is one way that I can serve for the county, and that's why I put my name in. So that's what I think. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I guess not. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
If there's no more public comment, I'll bring it back to the board.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. The Audit Committee, as I mentioned this morning, plays a invaluable role, and I'm hoping that whoever you select today, just like you did with the Planning Commission, is looking at people that want to serve, that may or may not have as much institutional knowledge or too much institutional knowledge as you guys brought forward last time. So when you are having your discussions, please take that in consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Do I have any discussion or nomination from the board?
I have a disclosure to make. So,
yes, sir.
I know two of the three candidates. I know, actually, as it turns out, once again, when we had a vacancy on this board a month ago, I'm a fellow Elk with Mr. Mays, Kirby Mays, and I know that he had previously served on this audit committee. And so when we were out at Reefs Across America at Eastside, I approached him to see if, not knowing that we would have other candidates, I approached him to see if he might be interested in resuming his role on this board, and he indicated he was, and so he submitted his resume as well on this. And I know also previous Commissioner McDermott, but so anyways, with those two disclosures, they will not direct me in where I feel, but I really like the youthful. I didn't realize, I've never met Ms. Bauman previously, and I hope I'm pronouncing that right, but really impressed with her resume, extremely impressed with her resume. And so it'd be nice to perhaps have a fresh set of eyes and a more youthful individual on this. No disparaging of our senior citizens, please, okay? I happen to be one too, okay? So anyways, but that's kind of where my inclination to go is Ms. Bauman, so.
Thank you. Commissioner Hale.
I also was impressed with Ms. Bauman. This was the part that impressed me most. Have you read the 2017-18 grand jury report? And if so, do you believe the findings and recommendations of the grand jury have been adequately met? And her answer was, yes, I have read the grand jury report. I feel the findings and recommendations were relevant and useful. However, so when I was reading, I got to the however, and I'm like, how are you going to argue with that? However, I believe it is a continuous process, she said. And I really like this idea of we're good, but we will have continued improvement. And so I likewise support Ms. Bauman.
So I think Ms. Bauman did a very good presentation, and you have a really great background. Having Ms. Casey come out and support you means a lot too, and you got two commissioners that seem to love you also. I don't see anything wrong with you at all, but I know Ms. McDermott. I've had probably half dozen people that have sent me emails, texts, or calls asking to support her, people that I have a high regard for that were here when she was on the board, and I'm going to support her.
All right, I'll bring it back to the board. Do we have a nomination?
Sure, Mr. Chair. I move that we appoint Allison Bauman, I almost mispronounced that again, Ms. Bauman to the Audit Committee for the unexpired term of January 18, 2024 to December 31st, 2025.
Second. We have a nomination and a second. Any further discussion from the board? All those in favor say aye.
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 One negative, no.
Any opposed? No? Are you saying no, or are you saying you have no opposition?
I would love to see Allison do a great job, but I'm sticking with my support for Ms. McDermott.
All right, so it's a 4-1 vote. Congratulations and thank you. And Nancy, thanks for stepping up. Okay, now for number 7, possible action. Discussion on one appointment to the Planning Commission by the Board of County Commissioners for a 4-year term beginning January the 18th, 2024 through December 31st, 2027. Ms. Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the Commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record. For the appointment to the Planning Commission, we have 1 vacancy to fill, and we received 4 applications in time for your consideration. 3 of those individuals have indicated they are available to speak with you today. With that, Mr. Chairman, I turn it back over to you.
Thank you. We have 4 people who have applied, Mr. Hollerman, Lori Lyle, Daniel St. John, and Jim Valentine. And which one is not here?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if she's here or not, but Ms. Lyle did indicate she would not be available today. And I'm getting confirmation from Ms. Johnson that she is not here.
All right, thank you. Okay, let me say on this one, when I read the backgrounds and the submitted information, I can see that every one of these candidates, each one of these applications are from highly qualified people, and I think we're going to have a difficult decision to make here. So we will go alphabetically again. And Clinton Holloman, please step forward. It's your turn in the barrel.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for the opportunity. I appreciate it. My name, for the record, is Clinton Holman. Pardon me. I graduated from the Naval Academy and then immediately went to flight training and served 2 tours in Vietnam. I came back and have done a number of things, and most recently was a lobbyist to the state of Nevada for Veterans Affairs. I used to work in Washington, D.C., doing base closure work, where I worked with local communities all over the country through the BRAC, which is the Base Relocation and Program. And we worked in places in Maine, Texas, California, none in Nevada, though, surprisingly, and with the U.S. Corps of Engineers and Air Force Center for Environmental Excellence. During that time, we worked with every level of government. And so I sort of became grounded in how a team works. And I've noticed that the Planning Commission is a pretty good team. And I think I would bring to it a real rural flavor, because I live in rural Nevada and I live down in I live on the other side of Simi Dima. So that's an important thing for the Planning Commission, I believe. And I also believe that I bring a sense of perspective and reality on what works and what doesn't work. So again, I would like to serve the people. That's a biggie. So if you have any questions, feel free to.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions from the board?
My question would be, how has your career prepared you for land use planning?
For land use planning? Well, during the base relocation and closure process, it was all land use planning. I mean, and over thousands of acres, hundreds of acres in rural areas and in areas very close to municipalities. And so, I mean, it was all about land use planning. That's how you got from where we were as an Air Force, Army, or Navy base into, we used all kinds of enterprise zones, all kinds of vehicles to let us move from where it was to where the community wanted it to be. Did that answer your question?
Thank you. Any more questions from the board? All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
I understand Lori Lyle could not be here, and so we'll go to Daniel St. John.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners, Madam Manager, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dan St. John, and I am also an applicant for this position, as you know. I love this county. I was reflecting on what I would say, and it struck me that it was almost exactly 50 years ago this month that I first visited Douglas County. Now, I was fresh out of college and certainly looking for a start of a career, and it wasn't for 15 years later that I was actually able to move back to northern Nevada and locate very close to Douglas County. Next county up, Washoe County at Lake Tahoe. And so when I retired 4 years ago from a career mostly in public service, there was no question where my wife and I were going to relocate with our donkeys and our mule and our chickens, and we've got an orchard and all the great things this county has to offer. So as I said, I spent a good deal of my career in local government where I really learned to appreciate the challenges and opportunities available to you as county commissioners, city council, special district boards, the things that you can get done. In my mind, local government is the best form of open democracy. I've seen it where the voice of a single person or a few people have made changes in their community when they've been able to persuade the local governing boards to do great things for the people. So I believe that my 30 plus years in local government, most of it in northern Nevada, and a career in civil engineering, public works, utilities, water resources, and some of the related government functions, does give me a broad perspective that's necessary for the job of planning commissioner. And I think it would be an asset. A lot of my past experience actually overflowed into Douglas County. I was 21 years as a elected board member for the Nevada Tahoe Conservation District. Director Teixeira reminded me of the years I spent on the Tahoe Transportation Management Board, again serving up there, and also my years in Carson City when I had the opportunity to have a friendly rivalry with Douglas County back when Costco was coming to town, when Walmart was coming to town. It really gave me an appreciation. So I could go on and on about my resume, but I think I'm in my last 30 seconds. But again, I think my experience as a deputy city manager, assistant district manager, directors of public works, utilities, and so forth have certainly helped qualify me for this job. I know you got a lot of good applicants. You're not going to make a bad decision. I think my love of this county and my background may set me apart. Thank you again for your service to the county, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Valentine, are you here?
Questions?
Oh, I'm sorry. Any questions from the board?
Yes, a question.
Don't sit down, sir. She has a question.
All right. I had another, the question I asked the other applicant was, how has your career prepared you for land use planning? But I think you answered it in your remarks. So I would like to ask, I know you were involved a little in the strategic plan process because you went to a meeting.
Yes.
I don't know if you've read the draft strategic plan, so you don't have to say, but is there anything in that strategic plan process that would, that you found or saw or would take away that would help you as a planning commissioner?
I would, in my experience in local government, especially in public works and public services, the biggest challenge is funding to get things done. And so one of the areas that I focused on when I met in one of the workshops was how do we pay for this? How do we make sure our roads don't just go to potholes? How do we make sure our buildings don't leak and so forth? And I think it's that awareness. Development has to happen. There's going to be some growth. There's roads that need to be built. There's buildings that need to be built. There's a judiciary center that needs to be built. But I think my background is not going to let us forget that to build it is one thing, to maintain it for the next 40, 50 years is quite the different thing. And I think that spills over into land planning. Development tries to pay its own way in terms of the cost of growth. But I think we need to be very mindful that there are hidden costs of development that often fall back on the citizens and get us in a situation where we just don't have the funding to do what we would do for our own house, our own driveway, and so forth. So I think it's that connection between, the bright and shiny, what's going to happen, and then, oh my goodness, how are we going to maintain this for the next 100 years? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any more questions from the board before he sits down? Okay, nope. Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Valentine.
Hello, my name is Jim Valentine. I've been a real estate agent here in April. It'll be 44 years in Douglas County. When I came to the county, I was raised an Air Force brat. I lived all over the world. I got to Douglas County in 1977, and I haven't left. It is a great place to live, and that's what's driving my interest in offering my services to the Planning Commission. I was asked if I would put my name in once Mimi was not nominated. I worked with Mimi, loved her dearly. Yes, I was asked yesterday, why are you doing this? And the answer is pretty simple, because I can. I have the experience, I have the ability, and I have the discretionary use of my time to volunteer to do the job right. I also have 7 grandchildren that are going to be future leaders in the community. Good Lord willing, and the creek don't rise. We all know how that works out. But I've served the community over 35 years as the president of Douglas Pop Warner. Before that, I was 12 years in Rotary. I come from a service mindset. I'm now the regional director for Pop Warner. There's 8 regions in the nation. So I give, but I reached a stage now when I was asked, I was on a trip when I was asked if I would put my name in, and I had to think about it, and I realized it's time to give to the rest of the community, not just the youth. And I will continue to give to the youth, but with my background, I've done subdivisions. I was a project manager for Bramwell Homestead out in Johnson Lane. I've done a land division map, 1,200 acres for the Banner Bosler Estate down in East Side Lane, right when you come across the border into Douglas County. I've done parcel maps, I've done easements, I've worked in Indian allotment country. I've gotten easements as well as taken properties out of trust. I've worked for the Washoe tribe and negotiated things for them and given them feasibility studies. I started my first business up at Lake Tahoe. I had the pictures on the MS Dixie. I took it to color in 1977, which before that was black and white for your younger set. But in any event, then I had the gift shop on the beach and on the boat, and I had the snack bar at Zephyr Cove with an on-sale, off-sale liquor license. I moved to the Valley in 1979, got licensed in 1980. I own property down in the East Side Lane area, down in the South County. Topaz Ranch Estates. I own 2 houses in Old Minden, one at Minden Park. And I live on 10 acres, the corner of Centerville and Waterloo. You've probably seen my donkeys, the white one with black spots. Her name is Tina. Lots of llamas now, and they got away from us. We've got them all fixed, so that's not going to happen anymore. But anyway, so I know water right at acreage. I know this county from top to bottom, inside out. I worked it. I love it. It's been, it's just the focus of my daily attention. And I want to continue working to maintain the quality of life that we all enjoy and that we all want to maintain. It's very important that we maintain it, in my opinion, and planning is the way to do it. I've seen no growth commissions and pro-growth commissions. That ebb and flow happens, but I don't believe it should happen on a planning commission. I think planning needs to look at the master plan and look at Title 20 and how they interact. And I work with them weekly. I'm working with them all the time and how they interact. And I was there when 1996, when we had the first master plan. And I've seen all the changes since. It's a wonderful document now, and it is the guiding light, and it is going to maintain the quality of life that we enjoy. Be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from the board? Seeing none. Any public comment?
I was all thinking about the timer.
Go ahead, sir.
Jim Jackson. The development of the county is one of my pet peeves. Listening to the three gentlemen that spoke, I was listening for what their thoughts were on keeping the county as rural as possible. The county will grow, it will develop, but we can do it at a pace that keeps it within reason. Sounded like the three of them kind of went that way. I would just like everybody to keep that in mind as they choose the individual to go on the planning commission, because I think it's a very important body and will help direct where the county goes. I just think it's important that we control the growth in the county. We don't let it just go rampant. There's a lot of problems that come with it. The one gentleman that mentioned you got to pay for the roads 50 years from now, that's extremely important. We've got a couple roads up in our area. They're going to get pretty beat up, and they need some help right now, and they're only going to get worse. But I think if that's the type of thought process that goes into the planning development, I think it's an important way to go. Everything. So that would be my recommendation, is to look at it from that point of view, to keep the county as rural as possible, but still allow growth, but pay for the things that we need 50 years from now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. Even though Ms. Lyle is not here today, I support that recommendation. She has the most well-rounded resume background, in my opinion. I believe she has unique qualifications, and her resume displays her well-balanced approach to community members and the best interest of Douglas County's prosperity. As was stated by the board at previous meetings, you're looking for somebody in the community that has no potential conflicts with a past job but has a good resume. Her resume did state she has 24 years experience in local government, concentrating on community planning and development, and she stated she understands all aspects of local government, how it is affected either through positive impacts of well-planned, thoughtful development, or through countless problems caused by ill-conceived designs. Also from her resume, which I agree with, is the land use and historic preservation element in the master plan drives many of the policies and goals that are set forth that the Planning Commission, as well as yourselves, address. Being the president of the Carson Valley Quilt Guild, this organization provided charity quilts to community members in the need of support and provides scholarships annually to local students pursuing art education. That says to me that she also supports community interest. She previously applied for this appointment as a planning commissioner, but was not selected, but returned for this appointment, hopefully. She stated she was encouraged to follow local government activity more closely. I sit in many of your meetings and have seen her here. She was also a participant at the strategic plan, and through those meetings heard the thoughts and concerns from many of her residents, as stated in her resume. She has an extensive background in local government, understanding planning process and how it can function for the benefit of all residents and businesses. I hope many of you reached out to her, asked questions so you had a better feel, and I do support Ms. Lyle.
Thank you. Next.
Jason Gibson, exceptional candidates, good people are hard to find. My question to the board, it's been the same question for 3 years. Why can't you find a way to deploy the collective genius of these people? Why do you gotta choose one person to be the boss of everything? Why can't you find a way to get them to work together? You talk about planning, you know, we're without a strategic plan for the county. We're in such dire need of whole systems professionalism that takes into account the dynamics of such an incredibly busy geography. Why not hire all of them? Have a point man. He spearheads the group for 3 months, the next guy spearheads for the next 3 months, the next guy, and they all are all part of the same team. You can't lose people like that in these times. That's the best representation of our strategic plan, these candidates today. Finally, you know, people that match the scenery. I don't see how you can lose one of them. Anyhow, I want to use this moment to bring up the last time the strategic planning presented, or the strategic planning council was here.
I'm sorry, sir, you're off topic.
With regard to the strategic plan, with regards to the people who are behind this election process, we heard a half a dozen times, Chairman, from those people in our community developed strategic planning council, how chaotic everything is, how crazy everything is, how unmanageable
Sir, you're
everything
off topic.
is.
We're talking about an appointment here.
You're talking about appointing people for the process of strategically planning the future of our county, right? No?
No, it
No,
has
sir.
nothing to do with
Have a seat,
the
please.
agenda item.
Okay, I must be out to lunch or something. I must totally miss something then.
Any further public comment? I'll bring it back to the board. Go ahead.
I'll jump in. I really appreciate all four and really grateful for your willingness to serve on what can be a very demanding commission. For me, 2 rows to the top, I really liked Mr. St. John's response to my question and bringing up the concern about development and making sure I don't know if he said pay its own way, but be cognizant that it will need money over the long haul and planning for that. And I liked his good humor because he made us laugh, which is always an asset on a board. And his love for this county is apparent. For me, Lori Lyle probably would be the top choice. Last time we looked at appointment to Planning Commission, I told one applicant that she had too much experience, and I told another one that she didn't have enough experience. And to me, Lori Lyle is just in that right sweet spot, and she doesn't come with the complication of having heard and made decisions on many, many, many things in this county already. So I appreciate all the applicants. Those 2 rise to the top, and I would probably put Lori Lyle first.
Gosh, I was going to jump in and say, wow, me and Commissioner Hales agree. I thought Daniel St. John made a great presentation. You got great background. I like the answers he had for you. I don't remember Lori as well as you do when she interviewed the last time, but I don't know. I think it would be hard to beat the background that Mr. St. John had and the presentation, and I think also the way you answered the questions, I thought were really impressive. I agreed with what Commissioner Hales said at the beginning.
Any further comments from the board?
Mr. Chair, once again, in full disclosure, I do know Mr. Holman as a member of South County. I've discovered today in looking at the resume that Mr. Valentine has property in South County. And Miss Lyle, Lori Lyle, has come before us previously, and I thought she was very impressive at that time. However, I thought at that time when she came before us that we had others that were perhaps even more qualified than her. So I went in that other direction. And of course, Mr. St. John has been involved also and come before us before as well. So I'm kind of perplexed here or in a conundrum, but I concur with Commissioner Hales that perhaps Lori Lyle does raise to the top at this point in time. I don't know why these people didn't apply a month ago. We could have made that decision, and then the board could have operated in January at a full capacity. But I'm glad that these four folks have come forward, so I thank them for that. But once again, I think I'd have to lean to Miss Lyle at this point in time.
Thank you. Commissioner.
Given the vast background that Mr. St. John has, I definitely would pick him out of the good crew that applied for this position. In fact, in my analysis, I put stars next to each name. And Mr. Holman and Mr. Valentine, and Miss Lyle, all had 4 stars. But I think from the resume of Mr. St. John, I got to vote for him.
Thank you. I also used a star system. We have so many good quality applicants for every one of our boards today. It's been a very difficult decision. I hope that a certain somebody sitting in the audience doesn't fall off of her chair, but I concur. Lori Lyle, to me, went to the very top. Every candidate, Mr. Holman, Mr. St. John, Mr. Valentine, and Miss Lyle, all have impeccable qualities, and every one of them would do it. I can't say that. Every one of them would do a doggone good job on this board. And for me, the one that I gave the nod to was Miss Lyle. So having said that, is there a motion from the board?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I make a motion that we appoint Mr. St. John to the Planning Commission for a 4-year term beginning January 18th, 2024 through December 31st, 2027.
So you just want us to get a... All right, seconded.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to go with Mr. St. John. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. Is there another nomination?
I move we appoint Lori Lyle.
Is there a second?
I will second that.
Been moved and seconded that we go with Lori Lyle. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
No.
I believe that was a 4-1.
3-2.
A 3-2? All right, 3-2. Ms. Lyle, congratulations, and you're not here.
Congratulations. We're talking about planning, right? Planning Commission?
Yep. All right, we have one more to go, and I believe that we only have one person that applied. And that's Senior Services and Public Transportation Advisory Board. And Andrea, I am going to skew this, Rajeski,
Rajeski. You got to be Polish.
No, I never got there. So that will be an automatic appointment since she's the only? That'll be the automatic appointment since she's the only one that applied. Is that correct?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager, for the record. It does still require formal board action, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for doing my job for me, though, with that introduction. The applicant who wished to be considered today indicated on her application and in a conversation with staff that she was not available afternoon. We appreciate her interest in the position and her continued involvement with our Community Services Department. I don't know if you noted in her application, she had a lot of involvement with our Community Services Division. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I turn it back over to you.
So we still need to have a vote.
Well, so Mr. Chairman?
Public comment.
Yes. Yeah.
Jason Gibson, let me make sure I'm perfectly clear here. We're on point number 8, right, for possible action. This is the Community at Large appointment to the Senior Services and Public Transit Advisory Board. Is that correct? Okay. Yeah, I was correct about the last point as well. So this is a situation, I'm talking, Mrs. Hales, thank you.
I just wanted, you might want to know that last time you were talking about strategic planning, but the agenda item was for the Planning Commission, and they're two very different processes.
That's funny because in the last 4 weeks ago, you mixed it up with the Community Development Strategic Plan. We have a strategic plan being presented today. And the fact of the matter is Douglas County doesn't have any planning skills as a collective, okay? We can see what the fruits are of your plan, okay? Point number 8 here is you've sunk about 900 grand to 1.5 million into transportation throughout this county. We've made a number of proposals to help increase the efficiency of that transportation. We've tried to encourage dialogue with folks, and we have with the drivers, with the folks who work at the transit centers, to try to help them with their challenge. We've got a lot of sick drivers this time of year. Schedules aren't consistent. I'm talking about this point right here, point number 8. Why do you have to have one person? Why can't you have the norms and procedures working on this particular topic?
Mr. Chairman, if I may answer.
Commissioner?
In order to have another name on that, we have to go through redoing the minutes, put it out to public view, and then have the meeting on it. We can't simply add another one here, so we only have one. So that's all we need to talk about. We don't talk about the moon or anything else.
Okay. Well, we've got one volunteer for something that takes at least a half a dozen people.
So, Mr. Gibson, I want to correct you on this. We have 7 members on that board. We just have one vacancy at this time. 6 other members are already present on that board.
Oh,
It's a
thank you.
7-member board. All we're doing is putting one person in.
Oh,
Thank you.
okay. Well, thank you. I wasn't aware of that. Well, anyhow, I don't know what the 6 people are doing, but we got a transit system that's just like a cash cow. Nobody's on the buses. It ain't working for us, and we aren't getting the money out of it that we deserve. So anyhow, back to your planning commission.
Any further public comment? Do I hear a motion from the board?
Yes, sir.
Commissioner?
I would move at this time that we appoint Andrea Rajeski to the Community at Large appointment to the Senior Services and Public Transportation Advisory Board to serve an unexpired term of January 18, 2024 through December 31st of 2024.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion from the board? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It's a 5-0 vote. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, can we take a break until 3 o'clock?
Yes, sir. We're in recess till 3 o'clock.
Thank you.
Okay, if we can come back to order again.
Excuse me, folks, we're calling the meeting back to order. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, the next item on the agenda is presentation only. Presentation on activities, projects, and programs underway with the V&T trails, including the history, progress, and future of the historic Virginia and Truckee Trail. I don't suppose that includes the railroad, but one can only hope. So if you would be so kind.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairman and members of the Commission. Nikki Rudelbach for the record. My first one.
Is that the first time you've said that? I mean, I don't think you've been before us since your appointment, right?
I've been just like waiting
Anyways,
for that.
yeah. Welcome. What's your title, by the way?
Economic Vitality Manager. That was going to be the tongue tie. Well, I am just here to introduce our speaker, and this is Donna Inverson, and she is going to be the brains behind the operation and give us a little presentation on the V&T Trail.
And where's the clicker?
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair and the Commissioners, for letting me present on the Historic Virginia and Truckee Trail. I am president of the nonprofit, the Historic Virginia and Truckee Trail, and I'll speak very quickly on this. About our dream. Our dream is to find those remaining routes, sections of the bed and stitch them together to build a rail trail to echo the Virginia and Truckee Railroad for the benefit and enjoyment of the citizens and visitors of northern Nevada. So what does that exactly mean? We want to create a 10 to 12 foot wide, mostly paved trail system that will connect together the 5 counties of northwestern Nevada: Washoe, Carson, Douglas, Lyon, and Story counties, and the cities of Reno, Carson City, Minden, and because of the connection that we will make down here in Minden to the Martin Slough, we'll be able to include Gardnerville and then Virginia City. This will be able to help us promote alternative commuting. With the decrease in the price of e-bikes, people will be able to commute from Reno to South Reno to Carson City to Minden, and with a connection to the Martin Slough to Gardnerville, and for the really strong ones up to Virginia City. So think about it, how much better it would be to decompress after work with a nice bike ride rather than to be on the roads behind a wheel in an automobile. Also, because this multi-use path will connect, and it already does in Carson City and in Truckee Meadows, to the soft trails, the single-track trails, to open space land. It would allow for more recreation to the open space and public lands. This also will attract a lot of tourism. Bike-packing touring companies will be able to meet their tour groups at the Reno airport from all over the world for 5 to 10 night bike-packing trips. That means that they will take their groups all the way up to the lake, and from Reno to Gardnerville and up to Virginia City to spend nights in hotels, at restaurants. They'll be able to reach all of the museums along the entire route, art galleries, shops, spending a lot of tourism dollars. Also, end-to-end. All you need is a van. You meet your tourism group at the airport, take them up to the lake at the dam in Tahoe City, drop them off. They would then hike to one hotel or bed and breakfast after another, from the dam at Lake Tahoe to Virginia City or to Gardnerville. again, spending money at hotels and bed and breakfasts, restaurants, the museums, shops, art galleries, all along the way. We also will be, all along our route, we will be putting up large interpretive panels that will talk about the history of the railroad and our extensive cultural history. We'll be working with the Washoe tribe to include their history and the mining and ranching history. And we will include the environment of the beautiful natural environment for our area. Have we made any progress? You betcha. We were part of the Rivers Trails Conservation Assistance Program with the National Park Services from 2017 until we became a nonprofit in 2021. The National Parks Design Team helped us with our lovely logo. This shows the railroad passing off to us the trail. The little swoop at the bottom represents the two rivers will cross. The Carson Area Metropolitan Planning Organization adopted the trail into their alternative transportation plan. Carson City's Redevelopment Authority Citizens Committee funded wayfinding signs throughout Carson City. They're up north to south, east to west. You can follow the trail following these signs. Nevada Energy has signed a commitment letter for us to use their easement from South Carson City to Minden as the trail. We have a signed memorandum of understanding with the City of Sparks to use their sections of Veterans Parkway and Tahoe Pyramid Trail to co-sign and put up these wayfinding signs and map panels. We have our own Facebook page. We held our first annual Virginian Truckee bicycle ride last September. We had 22 riders from South Carson City to City Plaza in Reno. We had one rider who did the full 86 miles. These are what the interpretive panels will look like. The Ansari Foundation funded 4 interpretive signs along the Lakeview grade between Carson City and Washoe Valley. So this is what they'll look like, and they'll be different for every section of the trail. What's currently underway? We're working on a website. That's been a little difficult finding somebody to do that for us for free. We think we have somebody now. We hope to have that in the next 2 months. We've worked here with Douglas County as stakeholders on the development of the new trails plan, which we'll be voting on. Right after this, we hope you'll pass that. And our trail is a part of that plan. We just applied for a Conserve Nevada grant for a Phase 1 feasibility study to continue the trail from South Carson City over the Carson River. That's just the first phase study to do that bridge, but eventually we hope to have that bridge to get us from Carson City down here to Minden. We're completing our maps. I just finished editing all of the maps for the entire trail, both what's completed and what's proposed, and that's with our GIS guy right now. I hope to have that finished in the next month at the very least. We're working with treadlightly.org for more wayfinding signs and map panels for the 43 miles we consider completed from South Carson City to City Plaza in Reno. We're working with Reno Parks and Recreation to obtain a memorandum of understanding for their section of the trail signage, partnering with cities, counties, state, and the BLM, and developing partnerships with various citizens advisory boards, other nonprofits, and the Washoe tribe, and doing presentations like this. One of the things about our trail is right now, currently, we share a section of our trail with the Pony Express Trail. We cross the American Discovery Trail. We share portions of the Veterans Parkway in Washoe County, the Tahoe Pyramid Trail, and then in Carson City and Veterans Parkway through this connections with the single-track trails, we connect to the Tahoe Rim Trail and the Pacific Crest Trail. So if you know of anybody that would like a presentation, I do like an hour-long trail that talks about the history of the railroad and what we've been doing, just send them my way. I'm ready and available all the time. I just did one Tuesday night. I have one next Monday. I'm available. And what's happening in the future? Well, this is what it looked like when the train crossed the Carson River. This is where it crossed, and you can see that little white bar there. That is a part of the old abutments for crossing the river. And the old railroad bed is still there. It's covered in sagebush right now, but it's there. The old trail is there. And that's where we would like to cross it again. And we want to build the bridge over the Carson River and complete the trail from Carson City to Minden. That's like our highest priority right now. We want to attain the route approvals and easements for the Lakeview segment to widen and pave it between Carson City and Washoe Valley. That's only a mile. But we have literally a few feet from 2 private property owners that we need to obtain the easements. We want to work with Washoe County to create multi-use paths through Washoe and Pleasant Valleys. Right now, it's share the road of Old 395. We want to, that's going to be a major work, but we want to create multi-use paths to get bicyclists and walkers off of the Old 395. Build a multi-use path from Deer Run Road to Virginia City. That's going to be a major undertaking. That means we have to build all new trail from Deer Run Road in Carson City through Carson River Canyon, up through Mound House and American Flats to get to Virginia City. We want to build an engaged membership base because actually, believe it or not, it's easier to get funding to build a new trail. Well, maybe this won't be a surprise for you, than it is to maintain it once it's built. And we want to build a large, engaged membership base to help you and all the other cities and counties that we'll be dealing with to keep and maintain that trail once it's built. So we want to be a part of this from now until forever. Also, we want to continue the annual Virginia and Truckee bicycle ride, which will get bigger and bigger, especially as we get it built all the way down here and up to Virginia City. And also, we want to have an engaged membership group that will participate in annual events all year round, walks, maybe getting school kids out on the trail so that they become involved, learn the history of this wonderful area. How's that going to happen? A lot of public support and participation. You should have these brochures. I left some on the table outside for the public. So, are there any questions?
Yes, ma'am. Regarding the bridge, I live in Indian Hills on the east side, up on the part of the mountain that stretches to the east. So I got a clear view of that area in the valley. I can see where the bridge used to be. Now, is that the bridge we're talking about here?
On the east side, I'm sorry, I'm not really clear.
Okay, as I look to the south from my vantage point, I'm above the valley floor, about 300 feet. So I can see where the old right-of-way for the V&T was. Is that the same right-of-way we plan on using for this? So we're going to cross the river.
Along Hayborn Ditch Road.
And then where do they go? The trail, I can still see the line where V&T used to be by the telegraph poles. Are we going to take that same route?
Pretty much. That's the goal.
That area that floods about once every 10 years?
Pardon?
We've had major floods there 10 years apart in the valley.
Along Hayborn Ditch Road is basically what we're talking about.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
Mr. Chair.
Commissioner.
This is the third time I've listened to this presentation in one nature or another. You gave a very nice presentation to the Visitors Authority several months ago, and then I encourage you also to approach the Good Governance Group because they're always looking for guest speakers as well. And I know you'd so I've seen your abbreviated one, and I've seen your longer one at GGG, the Good Governance Group, and then this one is more of your abbreviated one. I really appreciate your passion for this program and what you've taken on here. You've written, I mean, you've bitten off a really big project, you know, and I know that you're trying to build your membership, but I can say that Witness isn't now the third time. You've become very adept at your presentation, so I appreciate that. I'm hopeful that at some point in time, this is an important aspect of our county and our area. So I'm hopeful and praying that you're able to pull this off. So,
Yeah, thank you. You see it another time and you'll be able to give it.
you know, so anyways.
Thank you. This is exciting, and it's an impressive undertaking. I just kept wanting a map.
Pardon?
As I read about this and as I listened to you, I just kept wanting a map. So I'm pleased that is, I understand, nearly done, so.
Yeah, in the brochure, there's a rough map, but there's going to be a much better map. Once we get our website, you'll be able to go to that map and enlarge it. And once we get the map panels, which I have a sample of what they'll look like, once they're up, in fact, I'm trying to get an appointment with Minden to actually, would like to put a map panel up soon at Seaman Ranch Park that will show the proposed trail and the connection to the Martin Slough. And the map panels will show the overall whole proposed trail and then the next 5 to 10 detailed miles. So, yeah, I would love to put that up in right here in Minden soon as we can, so that people can say, oh, this is coming, this is coming. So.
Maybe once you have a map, you could send us a link if
Once we get the web
online.
page, yes, you will get a link and you'll be able to look at it and dream about it. And
All right, not to belabor the point, but when I look at a map this big, I got to have some real imagination going. So I'm requesting that if you do get us a map on paper, you have a plotter out there big enough to print them, 36 inches wide by 36 inches long, maybe 42 inches long, and give that to each of the commissioners.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else from the commissioners? All right, this was for presentation only, and thank you for your presentation,
thank you.
and good luck in your endeavor.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Are we taking comments, public comments?
No public comment.
Oh, okay, no public comments.
All right, we will move on. For possible action, we will have public comment on this one. Discussion to approve the 2023 Douglas County Comprehensive Trails Plan. Brooke Aid. Oh, you're not Brooke. Go ahead,
Thank
sir.
you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board. Scott Morgan, formerly the interim acting temporary assistant county manager, now officially as announced today, the assistant county manager. Brooke is out sick today, so I will be filling in her capacity. We do have a presentation. I'd like to introduce Derek Kirkland and Katie Moses from Wood Rogers, who are going to give you a presentation. After that, I will be available for questions.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Was that a 14-year contract that we signed with you?
There's no contract.
There is. Then we need to.
Not today.
Thank
Okay, due to a technical difficulty, we've been asked to take a 5-minute break, so we are now on a 5-minute break. Okay, I've been informed that the technical difficulty has been corrected. So if the commissioners would take their seats. Commissioner Gardner, if you would be so kind. Okay, we're going to be late enough as it is. Let's try to get things going again. And for possible action, discussion to approve the 2023 Douglas County Comprehensive Trails Plan. Go for it.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. Derek Kirkland with Wood Rogers. We were the consultant team that was hired to help Douglas County with the Trails Plan update. And with me today, I have Katie Moses, who was the planner on our team who did the majority of the work on this plan. So a little bit of history on the plan. The last Trails Plan was done in 2003. There was actually a bike and ped plan that was done by NDOT in 2014. And then the county did the master plan update, the land use master plan update in 2020. And part of that was to kind of update the Trails Plan and look at some other things. And so we just finished that plan at the end of last year. So here we are with kind of the finished product to present to you today. And so some of the things that have changed that we wanted to look at that might have impacted trails and some of the different things going on in the county. We looked at changes and opportunities from 2003, and so some of the major ones were obviously technology is come a long ways. People are using cell phones and all kinds of different things to find trails, and people are posting stuff, and All Trails is a good example. And so we wanted to look at how technology kind of impacts the Trails Plan going forward. The other piece of technology, and you heard a little bit about it today, was electric bikes and how electric bikes can impact trail use and how we accommodate them going forward in the future. Obviously, with electric bikes, people are able to ride a lot further distances. So I think that was one of the things that came out in the plan is just the overall connectivity, which we'll touch on. But obviously, a lot of change in land patterns with the new master plan and just shifting demographics and just looking at all those different moving pieces. Is what basically got us to where the plan is today. We took about a year to get the plan done. We started about a year ago, just collecting data. There was a lot of different agencies with different data and different maps and trails in different places that didn't line up. And so we spent a lot of time, and I'll touch on a little bit here in a minute, just going through a lot of the data. We kind of moved in some of the concept mapping, and then we had several months of outreach, which ultimately brought us to where we're at. Speaking of public outreach, so we had probably over 20 meetings between public stakeholders, agencies, Parks and Rec Advisory Board. We attended over 8 GID and town board meetings. We held 4 public workshops, and we also did an online survey, which we got over 460 comments on. We heard a lot of common themes through there, and that's kind of what we looked for, is what people were saying, kind of what the themes were. We looked at where people were getting their information, and of course, back to the technology piece, is a lot of people are looking to websites and apps on their phone to find where to access trails in Douglas County. And so we were able to work with, especially the Carson Valley Trails Association was a huge piece of this, helping us kind of work through some of that and where people are getting their information and how that information is viewed in terms of our database. Some of the things we heard from the public were improved trail connectivity. There are some really great trails in Douglas County, but not all of them connect well. And so that was one of the big focus areas of this plan. Obviously, people wanted to see new recreation trails. They love the trails now and they want to see more. And then a lot of the comments we heard were, the single track trails are great, but there's a need for more transportation type, the multi-use trails, more trails that connect people to more places. And so those were one of the things. We also looked at barriers, just gaps in trail network. A lot of people talked about parking and just trailhead amenities and just having better access to some of those things. And so this is just a highlight of all the public outreach that we did. Ultimately, that public outreach led us to the vision. And so that's where you see the connected trails, collaborate with our partners. That was one big focus we had, and we had a lot of agencies involved in this project, which was really great. But that collaborating with our partners was really important. We wanted to look at improving the quality of life. A lot of people really love the trails here and get outdoors, and we've heard a lot about that. But also looking at economic development opportunities, and I think you heard the V&T Trail mention a little bit about that as well. A lot of historic trails in Douglas County, and so we put a lot of emphasis in some of those throughout the document. And then also coming up with an implementation plan and kind of design guidelines, how we prioritize it, and really looking at how we use the public outreach to help us kind of come up with some of those prioritizations. Part of that too is also there's a lot of goals and different policies in the old plan, and so what we really want to do is along the lines of that implementation is really focus on consolidating those goals, something that's easy, someone can pick up and easily understand what the goals are moving forward. The other elements of the plan that we came out with was just looking at the different communities, how we connect those communities together. Obviously, operations and maintenance is an important one. Economic was an important one, and just collaboration amongst all the different stakeholders. There's a lot of different, between local, federal, state, nonprofits, just a lot of different groups that are all important to the trail network in Douglas County. So making sure we continue that collaboration beyond just this process. And then obviously improving our amenities and looking at prioritizing trails and access. And then obviously the other one that came up was preventing user conflicts and looking at how we sign trails and looking at ways to have a more positive message and look at how we can bring all the trail users together and continue to kind of work together. The other big piece to this plan, probably the most important piece of this plan, was the trails map. As I mentioned a little bit earlier, when we first started this process, there was probably 10 different agencies that had their own database of trails, and there wasn't a single one of them that we could overlay and show the same trail in the same place. And so we spent probably 2 to 3 months working with all these different agencies, probably over 10 plus agencies, gathering all this data, weeding through the trails that weren't there. Forest Service, NDOT, Douglas County had their own database, or you guys had your own database, and then Carson Valley Trails had a really great database. And those are just to mention a few, but I think one of the most important things with this was not only looking at proposed trail connections and filling in those gaps, but getting the existing trail network correct. And so we have, as part of this process, a really good GIS database that Douglas County now owns that has a kind of an inventory of all the existing trails. And then we also added kind of this layer of the new trails, really with the public outreach and going to the GIDs and the town boards and the public workshops. We got a lot of great feedback from a lot of the communities about where they needed trails, where they wanted trails. And then we had kind of a prioritization piece that came out of that we looked at kind of how are we going to do that. And part of that was partnerships with agencies, kind of aligning where their priorities were, working with Carson Valley Trails and working with just some of the different funding partners. Nevada Outdoor Recreation was part of this, Nevada State Parks, and so just a lot of different, when we look at Douglas County and the amount of public lands and state lands and open space, so there's just a lot of different agencies that came together to really look at this action plan. There's an element of design and how that works. Obviously, with the master plan, we're essentially showing, sort of this is how you theoretically could connect point A to point B, but there's still a whole design process, a whole environmental process that has to go through on these trails. And so we talk a lot about the process of how a trail gets started from this master plan and how you carry it forward to the end, and how that's funded. And even beyond the design process and construction process, we talk a lot about easement opportunities, operations and maintenance, how we market and educate on these trails and how they can become an economic development, and obviously continuing to involve the public through all these processes. And so that's a little bit about the action plan. And then to kind of wrap this up, basically what we did, kind of the last piece with the public outreach was really looking at, from all the feedback, we kind of put together a map of prioritization and how the community viewed where they felt the gaps and the connectivity were most important. And so there's a whole section in there about the trail prioritization. And then we worked with Scott and Brooke and really kind of came up with not only just the prioritization, but how, the partners that are involved in each of those prioritizations, how we're going to fund some of those projects, what the some high-level costs are, and really focused on that implementation piece. And so that was a great result of all that stakeholder agency and community engagement that we did. So with that, both Scott and I are happy to answer any questions that you have on the plan. Thank you.
Bravo, thank you. Fantastic. That's real leadership.
Any comments from the board?
Bravo, fantastic. It was really well put together.
Go ahead.
So, I'm sorry, go ahead. You had your light on first.
Anybody.
All right. Thank you very much. Exciting to have this. A couple questions. A comment, I guess. I yearn for more trail on the river. I am told that's not a practical aspiration at this point in time, but I want the record to reflect that it's an aspiration. And I would like this. I liked that this plan said it is intended to be revised. It's a living document. So I would like to calendar and have an annual update, although it can be brief, and the opportunity to add things like that as we can down the line. I noticed that, am I right that the top, 5 or 6 priorities are all at the lake?
We put them in alphabetical, or gave them, rather than give them numbers, we gave them letters. And so they are not in a specific priority order because they are lumped into, these are our priority pathways. However, if we had to pick a top priority pathway, it would be the trail from the Gardnerville Ranchos into the middle of town. The others are based on what I call opportunities, either a funding opportunity or a partnership opportunity comes available. And so to put trails one ahead of another is difficult for us to do because Douglas County itself doesn't put a lot of taxpayer cash or fund balance cash towards the construction of trails. We wait for opportunities for funding. One-time sources, grant funding, or partnership opportunities. So just because you see a lake trail listed as A doesn't necessarily mean it is our top trail. It certainly is not. They are priority, all of them, and lumped in together.
I'm glad I asked that question.
Yes.
I didn't understand. That makes sense. Thank you.
One quick one. Are you at the point yet where you've made a project plan? In other words, how many steps are you going to have in the development of this product? Probably 7. Have you done that yet?
Scott Morgan, Assistant County Manager, we have not, Commissioner Nostat, we have not done that. Every trail is unique. And so when a trail gets driven, and for example, we are working on the Gardnerville Ranchos Trail to Gardnerville path. That one has been phased out. We are punching that one out with easements, construction drawings, plan documents, permitting, addressing the bridge. And so the trails, when we go to that level of effort, it has to get put in the queue as a actual project before we go to that level of detail. Right now, they are literally lines on a map. And some of the lines are intentionally big because the alignments, particularly we talk about the Lake Tahoe state line to state line bike path. That is adopting the 2011 alignment analysis. And that line, if you were to blow it up, is about 2 miles big. Because the exact alignment is not determined because it is by piece, have so many complications, and every decision costs millions, potentially an additional dollar. So until those pieces come forward, we really don't put together a full action plan to get the project from the line on the map to construction.
So in my experience as project manager, the first stage is customer requirements. You're in the pre-document stage right now, right?
Scott Morgan, Assistant County Manager, that is correct. We are just identifying need with the community. If you were to look at the old plan, we're proud of the plan, very much so, because of the collaborative effort and the number of people that were involved. But we actually reduced the number of lines on the map significantly from the old plan, which was every road had a trail on it. So we really focused on what the community wants, desires, and needs. And so this is a need and want analysis in our community. And to Commissioner Hale's point, it's a living document, because as we all know, needs change. Derek pointed out that electric bikes changed how we look at bike paths and recreational use of trails. Everybody now, for the most part, a greater population now can access the trails and ride them longer. For just that one technological change in a recreational use. So this document is a living, breathing document and a needs and wants list only. And we threw some dollars on there, but if we would have did those dollars 2 years ago, there'd be millions less. Our economy has changed. Construction cost has changed. It'll probably change next year too. So the reason for a living document is really important.
Okay. Thank you. I know this has been in the works for some time, and I know that there's been a lot of collaborative efforts in putting this together. Public safety has obviously got to be a chief concern when we take a look at pedestrian and also bicycles, whatever type of mode that is, whether it be electric bicycles or just pedal bicycles. But and I know that Commissioner Tarkanian identified this need a couple of years ago, brand new on the board, and identified the need where 20% of our population in this county lives in the Gardnerville Ranchos, and there's no direct connection between the Gardnerville Ranchos to get all of that youth and other avid bike riders from the Ranchos safely to the community center, other than through normal means of transportation, whether that be DART or a personal vehicle. And we certainly don't want them traveling on 276, I believe it is, trying to navigate that process. Trying to keep those bicycles and pedestrians off of that is obviously paramount. So, and I concur that needs to be a priority in moving forward, certainly here on the Valley floor. And as I've participated with Parks and Recreations Commission and Senior Services boards, we've looked at these multimodal transportation corridors or needs throughout our county. I know that every time we get into this area where we start talking about this, my email list, my computer just blows up on emails from the public in regards to the concerns about public safety and the potentiality of road diets on Highway 50 to make this plan work to accommodate bicycles. And I think this board has been very vocal in recognizing the fact that to have a road diet, reduce lanes at the expense of automobiles to accommodate bicycles is really not an acceptable plan by, I don't believe that is from our board that we've articulated before, and certainly I want to reassure the community in this process that I'm certainly, not that we have a whole lot of control of that, we have a lot of other jurisdictions and agencies that we have to work through, but certainly we're not endorsing. So I guess my question is, we're not endorsing that process or concept in this plan. I'm hoping the answer is no, we're not. But I'll let you address that.
Commissioner Gardner, Scott Morgan, Assistant County Manager. We specifically addressed this in the plan in 2 locations on the plan, one on a map and one under the prioritization and description of the trails, that it is not the intent of Douglas County to reduce lanes as a result of the bike path. And I rely on...
I don't know that you said that loud enough, but
It is not the intent to reduce
I would ask you
lanes.
to raise your voice and make sure that
Reduce
that is very
lanes.
well articulated to the public.
On Highway 50 as a result of the bike path. We refer specifically to the alignment analysis done and feasibility in 2011. I've been working on the state line to state line bike path since 2005 and the passage of State Question 1 in 2008 where we got funding to kick that plan off. And the plan has always been a premier world-class bike path to be as close to Lake Tahoe as possible. Never is it envisioned in that alignment or with the working group to have this world-class trail be on Highway 50 behind K-Rail to get around Lake Tahoe. There will be and may be opportunities where there'll be an at-grade crossing on Highway 50 at some point, which would be a signalized area, or it may be in the right-of-way out of necessity on Highway 50, but it is not the intent of this plan to take a lane or reduce a lane on Highway 50. I
Thank
just
you
want
very
to be
much
very,
for
very
that
clear in
explanation.
this plan.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I have no further comments.
We may be done with comments. I just have one more quick one. I can't say enough good about Carson Valley Trails Association. And I know there are other entities doing good things, but I use the trails, I use the website, I use the maps. I know the people are incredibly dedicated and effective. I don't know of any other organization that has set out to do something so big with just a dedicated group of volunteers and have done such successful work for so many years. And I just can't thank them enough.
Are we done? Okay, now we will open this to public comment and I'm sorry? Okay.
Of Douglas County, is it not?
Hi.
Anyway, I didn't even come for this, but when I see that, I would like to take this opportunity. Oh, Dana Meyer, I thought I said that. Anyway, taking this opportunity, we're kind of behind a lot of the European countries when it comes to having trails. And the idea that Nicole has is connecting all these schools. I've hiked the Rob Roy Way in Scotland. I've hiked the Dingle Way in Ireland and hiked into Machu Picchu. And a lot of those companies, the ones that you do with like in Scotland and Ireland, the company books your bed and breakfast and you hike from one thing to go. So all the trails are interconnected. So you get to see, so much more than just, flying in and flying out or driving around in a car. And it's an experience. I'm dying to go back to Scotland, and I'd love to do it again. And it's, TRPA would be happy because you would take the cars off of the roads when you have the people walking the rim trail. And as Nicole had said before, there are a lot of people in Europe who'd love to do a trail through like around Lake Tahoe. And companies would come in and make it a destination that they would come in and go and then have them provide it. And it's an absolute opportunity to expose. Look at all the historic things we have in the area. And I just really think that it's very important, not only locally, but which we appreciate. I used to be Poop Patrol chairperson of the Job's Peak Ranch Trail. And I always said I never was ousted because nobody ever ran in opposition. So thank you.
Jason Gibson with the House of Gibson, 40-year resident, been coming to these meetings for 3 years. This is the most progressive facet of governance that we've seen. Some of the key points, well, before I get into that, I would hope you guys would keep a blog on your process and put it up there for people to reflect upon what you're doing here. I don't know why we aren't doing it with our strategic planning crew, why we can't seem to integrate these organizational principles and this kind of leadership. These guys were involved in open agency collaborations involving over 20 other state, local organizations. Sounds very progressive and open to me. Involving local, federal, and state elements, you know, asking what's going on with other people. How's it working for you? Took a whole year, these guys. That's real planning, Mrs. Davidson. 10 agencies, 2 to 3 months of public input, reaching out, interagency collaborations, public workshops involving the GID's action plan partnerships. Wow, imagine that. What a bright idea. Here we're going to squeeze our strategic plan into a 3-month process, and we're going to push it through today. Had 3 whole meetings for a 5-year plan that's going to have a 20-year impact on this valley. And this board is just out to lunch when it comes to this kind of planning. It just behooves me that you folks are making the kind of money you're making and not learning from other people around you. Mind-boggling. Last 2 presentations will change the quality in this valley and in this state for good. I grew up here having this kind of trail network, having this kind of outdoor activity, as opposed to the gambling scene and everything else you've given us. This is the most positive, progressive thing happening. But it ain't on your YouTube for your general public. General public won't know anything about it because whoever's running the show backstage in the most progressive meeting we've had in 3 years is out to lunch. Ms. Davidson, you're fired, and you can take Richie Rich with you.
Elizabeth Learnhardt, for the record, Chairman, Board. I had my wins taken out of the sale by Scott Morgan because he presented the first part of my presentation. And this is the Lake Highway 50 part that you know have given comment here before. Because of the most recent preposition by NDOT of the East Shore CMP plan. And as I was watching this evolve in December when it was first on the agenda, and I saw the same consultant with the same plans and the bike lanes next to the highway, it naturally raised our concern, and it made us worry that this was just a new version of the same plan. And I was reassured since then that the county has no indication of repurposing any lanes. I was also reassured when Scott was willing to put this in writing, because it needs to be in writing, because in the future we might have a change of intent, and when Scott and you guys are not here anymore, a future board might change that. So I would really appreciate that it is this part of the plan be permanent, not a work in progress, because the situation on that highway is not going to improve in the sense of less capacity. So I'm really pleased that this is the way it's envisioned, and I'm pleased that it will be hopefully a beneficial addition to our community, including the bike lane that's supposed to be going from Spooner Summit to a state line. That said, I really think it is time to be more transparent from this agency, because we were not included in the outreach. Chairman, if I might address Wood Rogers, you did not include anybody north of state line in your outreach. And I know there was a state line presentation. I wasn't invited. My neighbor wasn't invited. None of the group was invited to that event. We would like to have a town hall that is conducted by Chairman Rice and maybe Scott Morgan to talk to us about this and other concerns we have up at the lake. And that is my humble request at this point, and I hope the rest of the plan goes according to the way you envisioned it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ellie Waller. A general explanation of TRPA's participation, documentation, as well as the Tahoe Transportation District in Tahoe is necessary. How do all these alphabet agencies like NDOT, U.S. Forest Service, and others influence this separately? Needs some clarity, in my opinion. In addition to supporting our partners, Douglas County would like to be involved in any closures, decommissioning of the proposed trails within the county. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you for Douglas County's participation. Douglas County will not promote or support any alignment, as Ms. Learnhardt brought forward. Thank you for the clarification. My interpretation is no lane reduction is acceptable. As to Mr. Morgan's comment on funding, the Tahoe Transportation District met on January 8th for a plan of a 250 parking lot adjoined to the invasive species boat check. It's item G, South Park and Ride Lot, AIS Boat Inspection Station, 250 spaces, shared use path to Spooner Lake Park entry. The project is fully funded and is in design with construction slated for 2025. There may need to be some additional environmental analysis, so on and so forth. We need a presentation to understand how Douglas County is affected. This needs to be scrutinized in the realm of public health and safety for residents, commuters, and tourists alike. The next item would be the water trails access. There's always some consternation of people's understanding of what high water mark is when it comes to private residents. That also should be part of the TRPA explanation to the valley, as well as when these things go out for marketing. My next comment would be on the partnership and marketing due to this morning's presentation. More ironclad agreements are necessary for collaboration on marketing efforts as well as the operations and management. The contextual partnerships laid out need to be ironclad, in my opinion. Thank you. I don't think that was mine. This is somebody else's.
Janine Nair for the record. Just a couple of comments. Number one, great job on the trails in terms of figuring out which trails are the right trails and how to link them. That's been needed for a long time, so kudos on that. And also just restating what some of the others have stated, that the statement of coordination in the graphics that Wood Rogers put together is a little bit overstated, and maybe a lot overstated for some of the portions. So Ms. Hales, you'll be happy to know that the Carson Valley is definitely the priority because the lake people haven't been coordinated with. So the other thing is, from a public safety perspective, there's in the plan, it shows the U.S. Forest Service and TRPA and Aramark at Zephyr Cove Resort putting in another 150 or 200 parking spaces. And while that's fine, and there'll be the map notionally shows the bike path going, or bike and pedestrian path going close to the lake, one of the concerns is that Aramark has mismanaged Zephyr Cove Resort from a public safety perspective. If you talk to the sheriff, if you talk to Chief Lundgren, the amount of resources they have to apply to respond to issues at that resort are pretty tremendous, and that affects the county. So that's one thing I think that as part of this plan, to make sure from a public safety perspective, those issues are dealt with before we start exporting those problems to other neighborhoods or other parts of the lake. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Juan Guzman, and I was hoping that my lack of voice will help with my accent, but I guess that's not going to happen tonight, so I apologize. And if there's something of my presentation that you do not understand, please don't hesitate to ask me in person. I won't be offended at all. I'll be more than happy to talk to you personally. I wear three hats in my private life. I am a board member of Carson Valley Trails. Thank you so much, Charla, for your words. I will convey your your appreciation to the board, to our board of directors. I also a board member of the Historic VNT Trail Association with Donna. She corralled me a few years back to help her with that effort. And I'm also a member of the board of Moser Powered, which is a trails organization in Carson City. So I will talk less about that one. But just to touch on them, the connection in between Douglas County and Carson City regarding trails of the kind that CVTA builds, which are about that wide bill of dirt up in the hills. It's not a paved trail like Scott Morgan Public Works or the Transportation Department builds. It's really important. Right now, there are two connections to the TRT in Douglas County. Carson City just got one. As a matter of fact, they got a big award, Muscle Power, for that connection. That will come in the press just from here on. But what I wanted to say is it's really important to connect in between the counties if you're a trail user, particularly if you are an equestrian or if you ride on bikes, because then you tend to cover much more longer distances, much faster. The historic VNT, if you approve this plan, will be part of your Douglas County Trails Plan and Trails Map and future projects, provides for one of those vital connections north-south. And it does it in a way that is, like Mr. Noswell said, unfortunately, a large portion of it on the flood zone, because there's no other way to go. That portion of the valley is flood zone. And it also provides the ability to be off the highway into an environment that is much more safety to walk, to meditate, to sing your song, to do whatever it is that you do when you hike, to ride your horse away from the highway, to ride your bicycle away from the highway. The other connection that we have talked about is through CVTA, Carson Valley Trails Association, and Powered, and it involves, is that me? What do I need to do?
That means your 3 minutes are up, sir.
Okay, so I'll wrap up really fast. The other connection is on Highway 50, and it will take the trails on the Jacks Valley area and Clear Creek into Carson City. I wanted to summarize or finalize.
No,
you have heard all the official reasons as to why this trail plan should be approved. The economic ones is a blueprint for the future development of trails, but you haven't heard this.
Sir, thank you very much. Your time is up.
Okay, I will. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm back again. Donna Inverson. I do not live in Douglas County, sorry, I live in Carson City. But I wanted to talk about the benefits of trails just in general. And prior to being such a trails advocate, I spent 40 years as a registered nurse. And so that's what I want to talk about, the benefits of trails, just generally speaking, how they improve the health of a community. And you mentioned, I believe, Commissioner Tarkanian, about getting youth safely from one area to another. Trails are so beneficial for that, and especially the paved trails, to get kids to school instead of being taken by car. To me, that is just so vitally important. And that's one of the reasons for the Historic Virginia and Truckee Trail. And I believe that this plan includes a multi-use path along Jacks Valley Road that will actually connect to Carson City. And that's another important connection that will be made. And in the Ranchos, that's another important connection. But even just a single track trail to get kids out, away from their screens, that is so important. They are better, they do better in school if they have those outdoor activities. And just generally, the health of the community is improved. But also there is an economic improvement. Homeowners have better, their homes are worth more. But there's another thing is there's people that today may not be able to afford a car to get a job, but they can afford an electric bike that then they can get a full-time job. Little things like that make a big difference, and these trails can make a big difference in your community. So passing this trails plan is vital to the community. And that's just one of the things I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Deborah Lang, champion economic vitality, tremendous trails. I had an opportunity to participate in this process because as a hotelier, I saw the economic value of trails. Everyone that came in, they wanted a trails map. They were bringing us like little stacks like this, CVTA, and we finally went to them and said, we being the visitors authority, and said, let us pay for these trails maps and let's print them in this big instead of these little tiny stacks. And we blew through those as well. Everybody wanted to go on the trails. So there's an economic value. They stayed in our hotels. They wanted the second list they wanted was our restaurants. We gave them a list of restaurants. They spend money. So there's an economic value to trails. There's no doubt about that. In addition to that, I would be remiss if I did not say that when they pulled all these agencies together, when Wood Rogers had everybody in that room, TRPA, TAMBA, Alpine Trails, it went on and on and on. I know Carl O'Leary was smiling from heaven because that was one of his objectives, was to get this trail plan done. So I thank you for funding it, and I'm really looking forward to you approving it. Finally, I want to say on behalf of Commissioner Hales that river access is so important and we don't have any. And so whether we can get that trail along the river, which trust me, I wanted that just as bad as you do now, let's at least get them to the river. And this plan calls out multiple locations for that river access. So all the proposed trails. The last thing I want to say is, yes, the Gardnerville Ranchos down to the community center and all the other things is seriously important. But our North Valley kids, our Johnson Lane and our Stephanie kids, they don't have any way to get down here unless they get in a car. And so we got to get them down too, and the V&T Trail is just exactly what we need to get the kids down from North Valley. Thank you again for every consideration you've given to us.
Thank you so much for that. Is there any further public comment? Bring it back to the board. I believe this is for possible action.
I move approval of the trails plan as presented.
Second.
Been moved and seconded to approve the plan as presented. Any comment? I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Sounds like 5-0 to me. All right, let's move on with the agenda. I'd like to get us out of here by 5 o'clock if at all possible. And it may or may not be possible. Let's do it. Oh, yeah. All right, we'll go into item number 11. All right. This for possible action discussion regarding possible amendments to the Lake Tahoe Vacation Home Rental BHR Chapter 20.622 of the Douglas County Code related to the number or density of VHR permits allowed within residential communities in the Tahoe Township, and related restrictions including A, identifying residential communities where VHR-related issues continue to exist, B, creating or revising limitations for those residential communities related to density, occupancy, parking, and/or other related factors, and C, establishing methods to achieve compliance with any new or revised limitations. Commissioner Danny Tarkanian and Ernie Strelo.
I got to jump in, sorry. I've been informed that a petition for judicial review has been filed against Douglas County related to the county's VHR regulations by the law firm of Alling and Gilson. After consulting with Douglas County District Attorney's Office, I would like to disclose that my husband is an attorney and formerly worked with the firm of Alling and Gilson as an independent contractor. His work with that firm ended December 15th, 2022. He was never a shareholder of the firm, and he has no financial interest in the pending litigation. Therefore, I do not believe that my independent judgment will be materially affected regarding my consideration of any VHR-related matter, and I provide this disclosure under NRS 281A.420 out of an abundance of caution and for transparency to the public and my fellow commissioners.
Thank you. Mr. Strelo.
Ernie Strelo for the record, Program Manager, Code Enforcement for the Valley. Fun with density today. So I have a real brief presentation. I'm not going to go over too much for my part, unless there's a lot of questions. But I just wanted to explain some of the information that's in the packet up front. And then there's a lot of backup information that you can look at that gives more detail about each of the neighborhoods that I focus on in here. I do have a QR code here. I think from a distance you can get the whole packet up there. That's kind of why my thinking on that. But the areas that I kind of specifically focused on related to any kind of density that's different than today, and that I use to renew permits and look at parking and stuff is in the box along the lake, along the Lincoln Highway. And I'll be referring to the packet pages, or you can look to the packet pages for this area based on the different categories that are up there. So this was accurate as of yesterday, so I don't think it changed. So, and then this focuses on the measure you just talked about, so I'm not going to reread this, but I did want to focus on a picture from Marla Bay, and so might as well have some fun. So I took a picture up there last week of it, so I thought it would be neat. So a little background on this. On December 21st, there were several proposals related to density in VHRs that we reviewed, as well as in, sorry, I don't know what happened there. Yeah, we're done. No. So as you recall, in December, we talked about Lincoln Park and we have a resolution that should start funneling through next month with the Planning Commission and the first and the second readings over the next following 4 to 6 weeks from that. So you guys have already talked about that. And then previously, we had amended the ordinance that included the Cave Rock Park North. So this particular, so I wanted to bring up the Lincoln Park because that really worked well with having the VHR board take a look at the different areas and so forth. So I just wanted to kind of focus on that. So I think we talked about that enough. And then at that same meeting on the 21st of December, Commissioner Tarkanian asked to review and consider action on any past county recommendations regarding density, which is on that little spreadsheet that's in there. And I'll note that I'm less than 30 days. I'm 27 days, I think, so a little faster.
It's been 15 months, but that's okay.
All right. And so, as I mentioned earlier, the focus is along the Lincoln Highway, and I've already talked about the third bullet, I think. So past considerations that the board that I've taken and the VHR board has looked at when they look at different density issues that come up, and that they looked at metrics on are listed on here in bullet form. And then lastly, this spreadsheet is specifically what we're focused on. And I'm sorry about it's busy, but it was the actual thing you wanted to review. So I kept it mostly the same. I put in red the items that we've already talked about in the past that are being changed. And I did want to explain a little bit about the constitution of this document, what I use it for. So over the past 18 months, or almost 2 years now that I've been here, one of the things that I've tried hard to do is to provide data to the VHR board, specifically to help prompt them to think about ways to look at density or look at, any kind of improvements to the county code. And some of that came before you last April, May, and June, that were in effect on June 15th when there was a fairly major overhaul of the code. I also use a lot of the information that's on here for permitting, right? And so the code allows me to make decisions about the amount of cars I can issue, that I can give parking spots for when they do renewals, or as well as other things, noise monitors and such. And so, and it's outlined in the code that you approved. So basically, in this specific issue, when it comes to like going in and out of neighborhoods, where in the backup I have some measurements of neighborhoods. That's usually I use that for myself too, when I look at permit renewals. So I can reduce in Pine Wild, or I can reduce in Lakeview or other areas if there's only 2 parking spots or 1.5 parking spots. I can use that data to kind of assign less parking spots than what they asked for, right? So that's what I use some of this data for. So lastly, everybody thought I was putting soup stuff out there, but kind of the way that I looked at the whole spreadsheet and the previous recommendations that I've looked at in the past and shared with the VHR board to consider as part of their process of deliberations is it's more of a soup starter. It's the spices that we put together, and we're creating a soup. And then the VHR board specifically was created to create the ingredients that go into the soup to create the outcome. So I just wanted to kind of make sure that people understand what the purpose of this is when it was created. So with that, back to you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make this so brief that you guys are going to be thrilled to death, because I'm sure you guys are very tired of going back and forth. I think everybody has put on their record their opinions on VHRs. But let me just go back and get real quickly how we got here, what we've done, and so forth. When Mr. Strelo was appointed to his position, I asked him if he would take a look at neighborhoods and see which ones he thought were the most appropriate for VHRs, or where there were ones that were not, and to look at a variety of factors. He came up with that list of factors himself. He went out to the different neighborhoods himself, and he came up with an analysis himself. I had no input into it. But it was something I figured somebody who has gone out there and personally had the knowledge. I mean, actually, what Commissioner Hale says we should all be following is what our advisory boards and county staff has done, who's investigated, who's had firsthand knowledge of it, as opposed to us 5 sitting up here. So I've always been in favor of Mr. Strelo's proposal because he has the best knowledge of what's necessary. I also believe that there isn't anything more important. I would hope that all 5 of us would agree that there's nothing more important than the life safety and fire safety of our residents in Douglas County. I would think that's paramount over any type of financial interest that would be there. And these are some of the things that Mr. Strelo had looked at. So I had asked him to come up with this analysis. He did. And back in October, I tried to get this put on the agenda. This is October 2022, not December of 2023. We didn't get it on the agenda then. Chairman Garner wanted it to go back to the advisory board to take a look at it and have them give us their opinion. It went back to the advisory board, and they declined to get into it. The advisory board has made it very clear that they want to keep a same amount of ratio in each neighborhood. So for 15 months, we've been waiting for the advisory board to come back with an analysis, and they haven't done it. So there's no sense in going back to them and asking for this to be rehashed. A vote needs to be taken today, and if this commission does not want to vote this way, that's fine. But I think they should be on the record that they're going to vote one way or the other based upon these fire safety and life safety issues that Mr. Strelo had put together. So we know that the International Fire Code has created certain type of codes that must be followed in today's development. As Mr. Haynes, right? All right. A.J. Haynes has told us that if these neighborhoods were built beforehand, they're grandfathered in, so they aren't forced to have those same requirements. Although common sense tells you if they don't have those requirements, it's more risky for the people that live there based upon the getting in and out of neighborhoods, parking in the neighborhoods. But we can't tell people they got to move out of the home and not live there anymore. They're grandfathered in. So I guess the question would be is, if that's the case, who here would think that it's wise to increase the population of those neighborhoods by 50% or more, which is what the analysis that Nancy Gilbert did in Elks Point for the VHRs in that neighborhood? Who in their right mind thinks it's wise, safe, in the public's best interest to increase the population in these areas that don't follow the International Fire Code by 50% or more? The Elks Point hired an expert named Rory Montgomery. He was a wilderness urban interface expert, and she provided this report to everybody on this board. And he looked at a number of factors to determine if the safety of adding additional VHRs or having VHRs in the neighborhood in Elks Point. And a number of the things that stuck out to me was the lack of parking, the overflow of people that actually trees have grown over into areas that were parking, and a bunch of different violations. The board's seen this, and I don't want to go on any longer with it, but he came to the conclusion that it would be very dangerous to the life, safety, and fire prevention of that neighborhood to have those VHRs there. Now, just last meeting, we discussed Lincoln Point, and our distinguished chairman stated that he felt it was a death trap, Lincoln Park, because of the way the roads were and the ingress and egress. Who in their right mind would think it's okay to increase the population 50% or more in that neighborhood if it's already a death trap? Now, everybody's going to have a vote here today. I just want to vote. That's all I care about. I don't want this kicked down the table anymore, the road anymore. Let's have a vote and see who wants to vote this way and who doesn't. I will close with this. Commissioner Hales spent a lot of time last meeting when we discussed the other part of my proposal about the county spending money on a lawsuit. What kind of a lawsuit would the county face if, with all this public record being disclosed to these commissioners here, that this is a risky and dangerous situation to allow an increase in the population in these neighborhoods? That lawsuit is 1,000 times more dangerous than the frivolous one that was just filed by Ricky Ray, the guy the California resident who made up a bunch of stuff that was proven not true. This one is going to be documented. The risks, the dangers to everybody. So I just implore this board. Okay, so this is what I asked, and when we get to the point we make a motion, I asked my neighbor, and you didn't do it, to come up with what do you actually think is the right number, because he has a percentage. Because I know this board is not going to agree to whatever percentages, if they agree at all. So when we make our proposal, I'm going to make a proposal for your highest percentage. I mean, I would prefer your lower percentage, but I'm going to make it for your higher percentage. But before we do, I want to get 2 corrections made. Mr. Strelo, in your first analysis of this, you had Elks Point as a 1. You marked 1 as least amount, and that was 0 to 5%, and 2 and 3. Now you have Elks Point at 10 to 15%. I talked with you about that at your house, and you want to explain what you said to me?
Yeah, the reason that I kept it at 10 to 15, or I put it at 10 to 15%, because it's the entrance to the community is about a half a mile off of Highway 50, and so some of the lower the ones that I had at a lower number were the ones where had egress and ingress problems coming off of Highway 50, you don't have that same problem in that area.
That's a good answer, but at your house, that's not what you told me. But that's okay. If that's your belief here, at the house, you told me you stuck with your first analysis. But okay, we'll go with 10 to 15%. And with Lincoln Park, we already discussed that. In Lincoln Park, you also had that at 0 to 5%. Is that correct?
Yeah, the reason I left it at 15 on
Yeah.
here is that's what you guys voted on.
Yeah, no, I
So
understand.
That was 5%.
But I'm going to make a motion that we're going to go to your proposal. And I just want that all on the record. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Mr. Hales.
I'll be quick. The VHR Advisory Board moved quickly and efficiently to bring us recommendations on Lincoln Park when we asked for them. I believe they will follow our direction if we ask for similar thorough considerations on specific neighborhood refinements to the ordinance. I believe that's where this work is best done. It's what their job is. They are closer to the work and they have more time to spend on it. A quick rebuttal to a few things. VHRs don't necessarily increase the population by 50%. Many months of the year, they decrease the population. I also want to point out that the fire safety expert, if we went with what they said, we would totally abandon the Tahoe Basin. The reality is it's built as it was, and we're trying to do the best in balancing all the interests involved. I want to point out that the advisory board is perfectly capable of grappling with traffic safety, fire safety, life safety, and managing those considerations along with all the other considerations. And with all due respect to Mr. Strelo, who I think is doing an amazing job in a difficult position, he is not a traffic safety expert or a fire safety expert. All of that said, my preference today, and I have a very detailed and lengthy motion drafted that would move
Could
this
do that one after my
back
motion.
to the advisory board, giving them specific direction for them to work on in the coming months.
Any further comment from the board?
Chairman, thank you. We just tackled the issue of last month about the restricting vacation home rentals above Cave Rock State Park. In addition to that, we also addressed the issue of the Lincoln Park area, and we asked staff to bring back to us a change in the ordinance that would institute several recommendations in regards to that. Number one, the clustering aspect of it and the amount, and we have a number of things that are going to play out in that process. And that ordinance is going to come back to us. I guess it's going to the Planning Commission in February, and then after they get a consensus on their board, we'll bring it back to us. I suppose the second meeting in February, is that the plan? Okay. We also chose at that time, if I'm not mistaken, to leave the density at 15%. We did not change the density because I think this board, or at least the individuals that voted for that, indicated that we wanted to see how this plays out, give it time to play out. And the fact that we have a number of occurrences taking place. Number one, the ordinance is going to take place. I anticipate that we will reduce the clustering effect in that neighborhood. We also have, as I understand it, a couple of dual permittees in that area that will have to vacate one of their, we have two of them, that will have to vacate one of their vacation home rentals based on our agreement and the settlement of the lawsuit by October of this year, okay? So that, believe it or not, that 2.5 years is playing itself out already, right? Okay, so I think we wanted to see all of this play itself out before we went and did anything in addition to density levels in these other neighborhoods. I think we want to use that as a model for taking a look at other communities. But until that plays out, I don't know how we could possibly do that. So I'm not inclined to really make any different changes in regards to density. Now, I know that there's several homeowners associations, Elks Point being one, Tahoe Beach Club being another, that have indicated that they're trying to use the Lincoln Park model as a reason to enact additional restrictions on those two particular areas. But I would recommend or notice and make an observation that we have taken, this board has taken a hands-off approach on HOAs. We don't regulate the HOAs. If the HOAs themselves do not permit vacation home rentals in their area, we respect that. We also don't enforce HOA rules. We don't go anywhere in the county besides the Tahoe Basin. We do not interfere with the HOA rules. So my suggestion would be that if there is a concern of the residents in Elks Point, or if there's a concern of overabundance of vacation home rentals in the Tahoe Beach Club, that those HOAs and those boards take it upon themselves to take a look at the Lincoln Park model and perhaps institute that model in their in their areas prior to as the Lincoln Park issue plays itself out. So these are going to be some significant changes, and we don't know what the unintended consequences of those significant changes are going to be yet. But we have a lot in play here, and so to continue on a monthly basis or even quarterly basis to take a look at this ordinance and try to make changes to it and tweak it, to me is not the answer. We need to let these things play out and see what their impacts are. I'm always concerned about what is the unintended consequences of our actions, and we don't know what those unintended consequences are going to be at this time. So I agree with Commissioner Hales, and I'm sorry, Mr. Tarkanian, but I agree with the fact that just because we have vacation home rentals in a neighborhood, a planned development neighborhood, doesn't increase automatically the occupancy or the population in that community. The houses are the houses are the houses. They've been there for decades. There is no new construction taking place in these neighborhoods in the Tahoe Township, so we're not seeing an increase in population in those areas. As a matter of fact, a vacation home rental versus a full-time living resident in that neighborhood, vacation home rentals actually have less density than more density. And so that would be my observation. Anyways, once again, I would encourage, and we need to hear public comment, of course, on this, but I just feel like to continue to do this on a month-to-month basis and try to, enforcement is absolutely a critical issue in this whole thing. There is a feeling within the community that enforcement still is not up to standards, up to critical standards. And if that's the case, we need to address that as a board. And I know I've talked with our county manager, Ms. Davidson, about whether or not, our code enforcement officers are not licensed officers. They have no ability. They have no arrest ability. They're not badge carriers. They're not sworn officers of our county. And every time that we have a complaint that's filed, and our code enforcement officer has to go out to that area, first of all, we've somehow gotten past and forgotten about the fact that our property manager is the first point of contact when there's an issue, right? That's the first point of contact. And if the property manager can't resolve that issue, then it needs to go to our code enforcement and then eventually to our sworn officers, deputies, to stop the problem. But whether or not, and so that's why I've encouraged that we insist upon licensed property managers that live within a certain amount of distance to be, on almost, and I think, on maybe tier 2s and tier 3s. I think we require them on tier 3s. I'm not sure we still require them. I haven't looked at it real closely, but I don't know if we require them on. And of course, we've given you the authority, Mr. Strelo, to require noise monitors. I think you're doing that now on almost every tier 2, if I'm not mistaken. And how many of the dual permittees do we have that are going to have to vacate one of their 2 or multiples as of October? We have 5, okay? So, and we've never reached the 600 limit, right? We've never reached, okay. So whether or not we need a more robust rent-a-cop, if that's what it takes, maybe we need to take a look at that. But there's just so much in play here that to continue and to I don't see enough definitive in your proposal to go that way right at this time. So anyways, those are my feelings.
I just got a few follow-up statements. Obviously, the vote is already done, and there's no sense in belaboring the point. I'm not going to, but I am going to make a few things on the record. Person closest to what's going on is not the advisory board, it's Ernie Strelo, so you're incorrect. To say that you don't want to come back month to month and vote on this, we're not going to come back month to month. Very well, next agenda item, which was proposed by Commissioner Hales, is going to prevent any other vote on this for a year. Furthermore, very well, Commissioner Gardner, oh, absolutely, it's going to pass. It's going to, for sure, you 3. Then Commissioner Gardner knows very well that the advisory, his excuse not to take a vote on this 15 months ago was to give it to the advisory board. So now he's going to vote again to give it to the advisory board. What's happened here, and it's very clear, is that these commissioners don't want to take a vote on this because this is a dangerous vote to say no on. You say no and there's a fire, there's an accident, there's something that happens in those neighborhoods, and you guys not only have the liability of the county, but you have that on your shoulders for the rest of your life. So if you don't take a vote on it, though, and you kick it to the advisory board, then you try to clear yourself from that. I don't think that's good. When you say that the VHR advisory board, I'm sorry, when you say that VHRs don't increase density, first of all, this was a study that was done, hired by an expert with Nancy Gilbert. Second of all, common sense will tell you otherwise. 1.5 people reside in a home in Douglas County, 1.5%. How many VHRs, Mr. Strelo, do one person rent out a home in? It's rhetorical. None of them do. Of course not. They're fighting. Commissioner Harrell's fought to get 2 more people in there so we can have 6 to 8. Of course there's many more people that are in those homes. You can say what you want, but this is public record, and if something happens, you'll be responsible for that. That being said, I'm all done for this topic for over a year now.
Commissioner, may I offer some rebuttal there?
I may not be
Please do. And,
okay.
Then I would like to go to the public so that we can get out of here at some point.
I guess my question is, Elks Point was always designed as a vacation area, a vacation, not a primary residence area. It was a vacation area. How many homes do we have in the Elks? Because you're concentrating on Elks Point. How many homes? How many homes do we have? How many homes do we have in the Elks Point neighborhood? I think it's in the neighborhood of 80 or 90.
Ernie Strelo, for the record, I have 75 in here.
75, yes. Okay. Do we have any knowledge of how many permanent, full-time residents are in that area, in that neighborhood? Because that would add significantly to this. If we have 10 vacation home rentals and out of 75, even if those were used at a 50% ratio, and we only have 50 and I don't know what the number is. I'd like to know what the full-time residents are in the Elks Point area, because I believe that probably 50% or more are not even full-time residents. They're not there on a permanent basis, on a day-by-day, 365 basis. And that adds to that does not increase, or that actually reduces the concerns that I think, and once again, I think that if the Elk Point residents feel like they have an issue, they should go and propose. I would suggest they take a look at the Lincoln Park concept and perhaps institute it in their own HOA, and we won't have anything to say about it. None.
Okay. Thing I'm going to end it on this. I promise that you guys are tired. I'm tired. He's giving me that dirty look that I only get when we're talking VHRs. Not you, Charlotte. I was talking to him. Okay, I just want to say and again, I'm listening. He voted for me in my last deal. I'm not taking a shot at him, but I just want to show you how ridiculous this argument is that he just made. Think about this now. Commissioner Hales and Commissioner Gardner says VHRs do not bring more people into the neighborhood. It actually may bring less. But now you make an argument that these homes are vacation homes and people don't live there full time. So if they rent them out to other people to come and stay, there aren't going to be more there?
That's not what I said.
Okay, well,
that's not what I said. I said that I'm saying the homes that are not vacation home rentals are not vacation home rentals. How many of those homes? And so if we have 75 homes and 10 of them are vacation home rentals, there are 65. How many of those 65 are full-time residents? I would venture to say probably about 50%.
That's not the argument. If they're not.
Gentlemen, we do not have a crystal ball. This argument is. Can we go to public comment? Thank you. Public comment, please.
Good afternoon. Janine Nair for the record again. You know, it's really interesting to listen to this conversation for those of us that do live up at the lake full time, and somehow, you know, folks seem to think that we're just vacation people. The problem isn't a problem of averages. You cannot look at this data as averages. Sorry. The problem is on July 3rd and July 4th, and during the high months, when most of the residents are in their houses, that the people are coming in 3 waves a week. 3 waves, maximum cars, maximum people. It does increase the pressure on those neighborhoods, absolutely. So don't look at it as averages. That's not fair.
Next.
Thank you. Nancy Gilbert. I don't want to restate the history that Commissioner Tarkanian set forth in terms of the density issue, but the density issue, I've attended a lot of the VHR task force meetings and BOCC meetings, and it got punted, I would politely say, to Ernie about 1.5 years ago. Ernie did a great job and set up protocols, and he came back with some recommendations that in essence the VHR task force again was unwilling to take his recommendations and instead came to 15%, which was shocking to me, considering that if you look at his criteria of narrow roads, inadequate parking, encroachment into the roads, there's dangerous areas, and I thought it was a risk for BOCC, the Board of County Commissioners here, to ignore Ernie Strelow's recommendations in a number of these small communities that started. For example, Elk Point started in 1925. It's a 501c7 social club, and it was started as a summer homes for the Elk Point members. If you want the history, I can bring it to you. The issue is that what's suspicious is that when we were talking about Lincoln Park and we were talking about north of Cave Rock at the last meeting, the discussion was, in essence, Ernie's up to, from the last 2 years up to that date, his recommendations for various subdivisions, including Elk Point, and I'm going to use it as an example. It could be other subdivisions as well, but he had recommendations for 0 to 5%. Why? Because we had encroachments distance. Some of our roads are down to 8.9 inches, or 8 feet 9 inches that he measured, and it's part of the packet. It's unsafe in a number of areas, and we spent a considerable amount of money getting an expert to evaluate the situation and bring it to you. We put you on notice. We put you on notice of the unsafe conditions there, and they're being ignored again. I guess the issue is that what happened between that vote basically 3 weeks ago and now, where all of a sudden the same summary that it was on page 1377 on the 12/21/23 BOCC agenda packet, and today on page 833, where all of a sudden the criteria changed. It puts credibility issues in terms of Ernie Strelo, putting pressure on him. You know, it raises credibility issues why he would change all of a sudden after 2 years of giving the recommendation of more narrower or smaller percentages. And I think that's unfortunate because Ernie has done a great job of looking at all the criteria. It exposes the BOCC to arbitrary and capricious. And I think, Ms. Hales, I think you understand that term. Business judgment rule.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Jeannie Kerner. I am the Chair of the Government Affairs Committee for Sierra Nevada Realtors. Our association is opposed to the proposed changes, sorry, I keep losing my place, to Douglas County Development Code Title 20, Section 20.622, to edit density levels across certain neighborhoods. We respect the opinion of Ernie Strelo and commend the work he's done and will continue to do. However, this commissioner-forced proposal is simply an opinion. If the commission does wish to make these changes, the proposal should undergo far more scrutiny that the Vacation Home Advisory Board is well equipped to handle. The ordinance has undergone many changes with this board, and the public should be allowed to see if these changes are effective before implementing more unproven broad stroke regulations. Some of the communities being considered for density reductions are part of an HOA that can address their own issues without government intervention. The realtors ask this board to refrain from more government overreach and allow homeowners to express their property rights to regulate VHRs within their own communities. Property owners should have time to understand the changes that have already been made to the code without additional changes that could be confusing for current and future homeowners. Sierra Nevada Realtors appreciates the hard work the county staff does to ensure the VHR ordinance is as effective as possible, and that we ask this board to allow staff to implement the changes that have already been approved. Thank you for hearing our concerns. Aloha, I'm leaving now.
Thank you.
Good evening this time. Ellie Waller. I'd like to thank the VHR Advisory Board for their dedication and many hours of personal time spent to get this ordinance where it is today. I want to thank the Fire District, Enforcement Staff, District Attorney, Project Manager for their dedication. Until any of you have sat through these meetings or listened to all of them, you have no idea what personal dedication these people have made with calls and tours. Nothing that you've experienced other than trying to make changes. In December, the BOCC considered the VHR proposal and directed staff to prepare an ordinance for Lincoln Park. At that time, you proposed a reduction of nighttime occupancy to 6 and daytime occupancy of 12 individuals. My opinion, daytime transitioning to nighttime occupancy is very difficult to enforce. And what you've done is you have chosen to increase density in people and cars. It's not just the number of homes in those neighborhoods. I am looking forward to a definition of density, eliminating the 2+. That, I've said time and again, we're not having timeshares here. Any refinements that come out of the February meeting need to be tabled until this can stand the test of time. I don't think anybody wants a frivolous lawsuit, a bona fide lawsuit if that's what comes forward. I've sat through those meetings, and again, you need to understand, just like your dedication on many, many items that we don't see, the calls that you field, you need to take that in consideration as well and let this just go on. Thank you.
Dan Ainsworth. To me, it's obvious that you should not adopt anything today in the way of any density recommendations. The conversation has been varied. It's been interesting, but quite varied. Decisions need to be made based on more analysis. I believe that Mickey Hempler has stood up here before you a month or so ago and said she'll take on the challenge with her VHR advisory board. Sorry, Danny. And get things going, which she did with Lincoln Park. She's gonna do that now, or should do that now, with this as a working document. That's the title, working document. So it could be a guideline, maybe so, maybe not. So I suggest that you do not adopt any density regulations today, and let Mickey and the advisory board do their thing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further public comment? I hate to do this, bringing it back to the board. Do I hear a motion?
I'm going to make a motion to adopt Ernie Strelow's proposal, his original proposals, which were the numbers that he had for Lincoln Park and Elks Point.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, just for clarification for the record, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. In order to adopt the proposal, you would be directing staff to bring back an ordinance to that extent. The proposal could not be exactly adopted today.
And you know what, I screwed up too, so I apologize. We would direct staff to adopt Ernie Strelow's proposals with his, I'm just going to go with his low levels. I'm going to lose anyway, so we'll go with his low levels as he originally projected, including Lincoln Park and Elks Point.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion on the floor, say aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
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 I would like to make a motion. It's lengthy. I move that we direct the VHR Advisory Board to continue work on refinements and improvements to the VHR ordinance and to bring recommendations forward in early 2025 or earlier if they deem the matter time sensitive, including 1, considering the effects of the current VHR ordinance, including recent changes and changes to be made in Lincoln Park. 2, identifying whether there are residential communities where VHR-related issues continue to exist. 3, creating or revising limitations for those communities, including possibly proximity, density, occupancy, parking, and/or other related factors. And 4, establishing methods to achieve compliance with new or revised limitations and to achieve greater compliance with existing limitations.
You're making that motion in deference to number 12?
No, 11.
In addition to number 12?
Yes. Yes.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
I will second that, but I do want to comment on that after I second it, of course. I guess I'm asking my question is, isn't that already what they're charged to do?
You know, it is, but I believe that they have appreciated specific direction from this board, and they have functioned really well when we've given that to them. That's why I went into so much detail.
So, Mr. Chairman, now?
Sir.
So you're saying shut shop down until December of '25, is that correct?
No. This
That's what it
is
sounds
just
like.
giving the VHR board direction on the work that they're supposed to take. And I did put a timeline on that because I don't want them to feel like they've got to come back this month. I want them to wait I don't care if they wait or not, they can do whatever they want. But I do want part of their job to be looking at the success of the Lincoln Park changes. And then, so I said, as part of that motion, it said, bring back recommendations in early 2025 or earlier if they deem the matter time sensitive. So that gives them full opportunity to come back if they feel like they've prepared something and it's ready and it should be done. So I didn't mean to tie their hands in terms of time, but I didn't want them to feel rushed.
Well, anything that you propose in that sort of vein leaves a lot of latitude on Ernie Strelow's part. And what's going to happen is, once we come back with the final, we're going to find out there are changes made that there's going to be a lot of discussion about, and we're going to be no better off than we are now. Period.
Any further comments from the board?
I see where you're going with this, Commissioner Hales, and I could concur. I think it's consistent with the direction that we've given the Vacation Home Advisory Board previously, if I'm not mistaken, asking them to digest stuff and report back to us in a timely manner, that as we directed last April, and then you came back, I believe, in June with recommendations, and we had done that previously. I think we asked that same opportunity previously October, I believe, and then or somewhere in that. No, I don't remember the exact timetable, but
October 2022.
we have asked. Yes, I know. We have asked a number of times. We've given specific timelines on when we've asked the Vacation Home Advisory Board to take a look at issues and bring them back to us. And so I see the consistency there. But once again, and this is something that we've talked about, Commissioner Hales, is that I don't want to tie their hands also, and restrict that board, as we don't restrict any other boards in this county of imposing timelines on them, or if there's something that's critical that needs to come back to us, then we need to address it. I want to give us time I want the community time to digest this whole thing. And we keep tweaking it, we keep tweaking it, and we haven't had time to digest it, to understand what all the ramifications are. And so I don't want them to feel that they can't come back before January of 25, but at the same point in time, I want to give them time and let us digest
That's
this.
exactly what I was trying to
Okay,
get at with
okay.
when I said in early 2025 or earlier if they deem the matter time sensitive. Did I get that? What you wanted? Okay.
Make sure the public understands.
Getting back to us in a timely manner, if somebody would please define timely. First half of 25, 3 months, a month, you have to set a guideline or where we're at right now. They have to have a deadline to get to. If we don't give them that, then we're going to go on and on and on.
Timely, in my mind, Commissioner Noasad, is based on their activities. So I don't know that they need if there's something that somehow crops its head up in June and they feel important to bring back to us, then they need to bring it back to us ASAP. And if they don't feel like that's necessary and it can wait a couple more months, then so be it. I don't want to give that much direction to the Vacation Home Advisory Board. That's my personal view.
However, you said timely is how you define it. Suppose we tell Ernie that, by the way, you're going to get this as your number one priority. Tell us before the next meeting when you'll be done with it.
I don't know why you're arguing about timeliness. They've had 15 months to look this up and use it, and 15 months isn't timeliness for them. So why are we even arguing about December or January 2025? We're only going to give them 11 months this time.
VHR started in 2005? They've had 19 years to get it right.
Can I call the question?
All right, is there any further discussion from the board? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries 3-2. Moving on to item number 12, please. Vice Chairman Hales.
So this item reads, discussion to take no further action to review or propose changes to Douglas County Code, Section 20.622, Lake Tahoe Vacation Home Rentals until January 2025, to allow the most recent changes to the VHR program and code enforcement practices to take effect. Possible action may include directing staff to collect data related to the efficacy of the program and to report back to the County Commission regarding the same in January 2025. I asked for this agenda item. Wait, first, technically the law requires me to disclose again. My husband used to work with Alling and Gilson as an independent contractor. They have brought a petition for judicial review on a previous VHR matter. My husband no longer works with them and he has no financial interest, so I determined that there is no conflict. I brought this agenda item because I know that government works best when there's some stability. And there's been a lot of volatility in the VHR program. That's why I requested this agenda item. I have prepared a motion that is detailed and lengthy, but I think it adds some exceptions so that we can hear matters that we need to hear.
But Commissioner Hales, didn't we already do that
No.
in our last motion?
No. This provides, I mean, if you want to just skip it, we can, but it adds, let me tell you what I would like to do. My motion would be, I move that we take no further action to review or propose changes to the VHR code until January 2025, except for one, matters brought to us through the VHR Advisory Board and the Planning Commission, including matters related to Lincoln Park already underway. 2, matters related to unforeseen circumstances. And 3, matters related to the initiative petition being circulated because we may have to, that may come to us. I move that we direct staff to collect data and prepare metrics to judge the success of the program and to report back to the County Commission in January 2025.
So that can't be, obviously, we haven't gone to public comment, so that can't be in the form of a motion, so I'm not going to offer a second at this time, but I somewhat feel like that's a redundant based on what we've just done, but let's go to public comment, I guess, and
If you don't want to do it, that's fine. I do like that it gives some, it prevents, board members can still bring this up because every board member has a right to ask for an agenda item and have it timely heard. And we have other, frankly, more important things to do. And staff and board members are sapped. Is that the right word? We're tired. We have other things to do. We can't keep dealing with this. So I would like there to be some certainty on the part of the community and the board and the staff that some game plan so that we don't keep hearing this. And I also want to clarify that we want staff to provide some metrics so that we know if the program's successful. If you want to skip it, I can live with that too.
I make a motion, we skip it.
I believe we need to
Second.
go to public comment before we have a motion. Hi.
It's me again. I find this very stimulating. I know you guys probably don't, but I like to see discussion, pointed discussion, especially with the Pandora's box that has been opened on the vacation home rentals. It won't be closed. This isn't going to be the last time you discuss it or get into arguments over it, but I still find it stimulating to see this. One of the things that was mentioned, and I think whoever's idea it was to skip it, I think would be a good idea because, very good idea. All it's going to do is put another layer on it that you're going to have to change at some other point and everything. So I wouldn't waste my time putting that motion in. I understand the reason why, but as soon as something comes up, you're going to change it and everything. So you're wasting your time on it that way. One of the things that was mentioned is the caution of a lawsuit being presented. My feeling on that is the county is obligated to enter into a lawsuit sometimes if it's protecting the people in the county, regardless of where it comes from, if it comes from within the county or from without of the county. That's what we pay our taxes for. That's what all the money we give you for is for that reason, is to protect us and do things that are right for us. And sometimes that means going to court, whether you think you're going to win or lose. That's not the point. It's you're going in there to do the best you can to protect us in the county. I think what you're doing with the vacation home rentals, I don't live up at the lake, so I really don't have any skin in the game. But it is an extremely complicated thing versus homeowners' rights. And I mean, it's an endless trap that you fall into. It's full of snakes, and everybody's going to get bit by it. But I think right now, this motion should just be go away with it and move on and see what happens and let the Vacation Home Rental Commission come back with whatever they're going to come back with. But anyway, that's just my 2 cents worth for it. So.
Thank you, sir.
Ginny Nair for the record. I agree, you should just table this particular motion. I think it's silly to make a motion about what you're not going to talk about, especially when you've already put 3 criteria on for the things that will come up that you will talk about. I think you're just asking for trouble. So my vote would be to table it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
It's good to have the public come up here and tell you 3 times now that we listen as much as you do. We've been part of this process more so than you sometimes. So just table it. Thank you.
Is there any further public comment? In that case, we will bring it back to the board.
Okay. Chairman, as I've indicated already, I think it's redundant. However, with that being said, I will err on the side of caution, and if Commissioner Hales feels strongly enough that this needs to come forward with that exact language, then I suppose I can support that. So
I appreciate that.
we'll see what it.
I'm happy just letting it rest, but bringing it back if this raises its ugly head through any avenue other than the VHR board and the Planning Commission.
I just got one thing to say. Ugly head? I mean, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This is important to a lot of people.
It is. It's important to a lot of people,
Okay.
but we need to let it rest.
It's not just the
for a
ugly head.
while.
That's not my only comment. I mean, and it's sort of ironic that you're sitting here saying we got to give this to the advisory board when you voted against the advisory board's recommendations, at least 3 or 4 of them in the last ones they gave. I mean, if the advisory board should make all the decisions, why did you vote against them to add more people per place, more people during the daytime? The advisory board's only there for you if they're in your corner. If they're not, then you vote against it.
I think we're ready to move on.
I think we're ready to move on.
Commissioner
Hale, do you
Chair?
wish to withdraw
Mr.
your
Chairman.
motion?
Sure.
Mr. Chair,
Are we in discussion at the point?
we have some 20 advisory boards, and just because they make recommendations to us, we may not agree with those as good policy for the county, and we reserve that right. That's why we're the elected body of this county, is to make the determination as to whether or not that's a good idea or not a good idea. And so I don't think Ms. Hempler or any of the other chairs of our advisory boards have ever felt like I did not respect what they brought forward, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we agreed with everything they brought forward. And we have the right to cherry pick. We reserve that right to cherry pick. So
This is the most humorous thing I've ever seen. We've gone in full circle since the Norms and Procedures meeting. In the Norms and Procedures meeting, I said, hey, we're the elected officials. We have to make the decisions. Ms. Hale says if you don't respect and vote with the way the advisory board does, you're showing disrespect to them. Chairman Gardner voted that way. Now all of a sudden you turn it around, you agree with me? I'm glad that I'm wearing off on you. Thank you.
I think
Gentlemen,
you
I believe that
I think
we
you
are a little off
misphrased
topic.
some of the things I said, but anyways.
Gentlemen, please.
I'm sorry. You've done a great job.
Where do we want to?
Listen, children.
Where do we want to go here?
Agenda item 13.
I'm just another comment before I leave. I don't say this, I'm going to kill myself. What we do by setting a deadline in which we do with this one is we're saying we want to be insulated from all that stuff. When you get something good for us, tell us.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, number 13, for possible action or not. Discussion on the draft strategic plan for Douglas County and confirm the Board of County Commissioners' strategic objectives for infrastructure. Jennifer Davidson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. For the record, I apologize for not being up here. I wasn't expecting such a sudden transition to agenda item number 13. With that being said, I am very excited to talk to you about the draft strategic plan. So I want to take you on a little bit of a journey. I have heard in public comment that some individuals feel like this process has been a bit sudden and a bit rushed. For me, it feels like it's been going on for 7 months from the day I accepted this position. Nope, that's not what I wanted to go to. I apologize. And begin working with this board, I advised you in my interview that I felt that it was going to be important for us to begin our work immediately on the Douglas County strategic plan. If you can give me just one moment, I'm trying to get to the Douglas County website. Not Granicus, the Douglas County website. Okay, that's not going to work today. So I will refer you to your packet. In your packet is the strategic plan. The strategic plan can also be found on the Douglas County website. You'll note on the front page. Yes, sir.
You said we could find the strategic plan. I think what you're talking about is the draft strategic plan? Okay.
I am, yes. Yes.
Just a little slight nuance of words there,
yes,
right?
Yes, thank you for that pointer, sir. The draft strategic plan is available for viewing on the county's website. You can access it through the first page. There is a direct button link there for the public that's watching. The draft plan that's before you today for discussion includes the information that has been collected as a result of a very thorough public engagement process. We have heard from literally hundreds of members of this community regarding matters that they feel are most important to them. Staff reviewed that information that was consolidated in an insight report that is also included and posted online. That insight report is several dozens of pages long, but identifies key themes across multiple engagement sessions, the public workshops, the strategic plan, and then the direction that we've heard from the commission and input from county staff. That resulted in the themes that were identified and summarized in the strategic plan to date, as well as the objectives that we have drafted. With that, Mr. Chair, I will turn it over to the commission. This is the draft plan. Our next step is we would like to see this posted publicly for 30 days of additional public comment, and we plan to bring it back to the county commission in February for final adoption. We are hopeful that we will get additional feedback, including from the commission, and if we need to make any changes to this draft plan, we can certainly do that. With that, at that time in February, we will also be introducing some key performance indicators and our action plan for this coming fiscal year for discussion. I would just also mention that the reason for this timeline and the reason for the need to accomplish this within this time frame is because we are about to kick off our budget planning process in March. One of the strategic objectives identified by the County Commission, members of the public and staff, is that we use the strategic plan to properly allocate resources that we have, our dollars, basically put our money where our mouth is. And in order to do that, we have to have a final strategic plan adopted. I do appreciate the work that we have done in partnership with the community and stakeholders on this, and I am open to any feedback and notes that you have for us at this time. Thank you.
Any comments from the board?
Guess we start down here again, huh? Ms. Davidson, as we've discussed, this is our a 5-year roadmap of where we, as commissioners and the public, feels that our community needs to go, and it kind of segues into our update of our master plan anticipated in late 2024 this year or next year.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager for the record, the master plan update is due in 2025. So we'll kick off the process to update the plan beginning in 2024.
Right. So it's important that we have that we do this right. And to me, unless you're prepared and really anyways, getting it right is more important than meeting deadlines. And I understand your deadline as we move into the budgeting process. However, I'm not convinced personally, and I know that we haven't talked about this, and so I'm hitting you fresh with this idea, and I'm hitting my fellow commissioners fresh with this idea. But I'm just not convinced that we can actually go through this. We're already getting a lot of public comment in regards to the strategy, this draft. And I anticipate as we post this on our website and the public starts absorbing it, that we're going to get more input. And certainly I didn't have time to go through it this week because it's a very, very detailed and very comprehensive plan. And so I'm just suggesting that perhaps we take a look at scheduling a special meeting to go through this document with the public versus trying to bring it forward in this type of format in a regular Board of Commissioners meeting as one of our agenda items. I don't think that's necessarily appropriate. I don't think it's going to give us the amount of time to do it. I don't know when that can be accomplished. We would need to look at our schedules and see where we are, but that's going to be my suggestion anyways. I like the idea, more public input, posting it, giving people an opportunity to really take a look at it and absorb it, and that's something that is going to take a number of days also. As you look at it, you have to absorb it, you have to digest it, just like anything else, and then figure out where you want to go. So I encourage the public to participate. Really, that it's important. Okay, but I'm not convinced that we can accomplish that in a normal setting of a board meeting as a separate agenda item. That's my feelings.
So my feelings are, I was so pleasantly surprised by how well that was put together and the way it was worded. I voted against allocating the money to the third-party group. I don't know if they're the ones that should get the credit or if you're staff, but it was extremely well put together. And I thought, I don't know how you can improve it much more.
Thank you. Any more comments from the board?
I totally agree that this is well done, and I agree that it needs careful thought. This is, in my opinion, the single most important act of leadership in our terms. Yeah. And to spend more time making sure the vision and the roadmap is what we want is, I think, our highest responsibility, other than hiring a county manager. Check.
Well, we got that right.
Got that right. So I support that, but it needs to be, we better figure it out right away because it should be a meeting we can all attend. I want to say one sort of higher level comment that maybe you and the folks can be working on is pages 8 and 9, where it talks about headwinds and tailwinds. I think that needs to be explained differently and better. You and I have talked about this, so I think you know what I mean.
Okay, this is coming back to us in February. So is there any more comments from the board?
One more little comment. When it talks about natural beauty, recreation, blah, blah, let's make sure and include East Valley, South Valley, East County, South County things, because it's sort of focused on Tahoe foothills and foothills. Generally.
You mean there's another lake?
There is.
That was for you, sir.
Yes, thank you. There is.
Okay, any more comments from the board? If not, we'll go to public comment.
Ellie Waller, my comment is straight from the plan. The strategic planning process has allowed the county to work directly with the community to identify the strengths and challenges of our residents and businesses. Together, we will ensure the county continues to thrive, and together we will chart a sustainable and resilient future, building a stronger community, robust communications have built a sense of unity. To get to my point today, updating community plans is essential. The community plans are over 20 years old. All community plans, including the Tahoe Townships, need to be updated with a robust public participation, not just staff providing input. With a master plan update on the horizon for 2025, the efforts to update the community plans need to be prioritized. Community planning entails a lot of time, work, and resources. I understand it. It includes making difficult decisions that are neither quick nor easy, so we have to start the process soon. It's not just what the county wants, it's what the people want in each of their unique communities. The planning process is an opportunity to learn and relearn about our communities, its residents, their hopes, their wishes, their future. It can open up new or rejuvenated conversations about land use, development, conservation, shared services, etc. Planning can also ease concerns over contentious land uses such as rezones or boundary disputes. As a process, planning strives to make local decision-making more open and democratic. Planning can help conserve our rural landscapes and provide important public benefits such as wildlife habitat, storage of floodwaters, groundwater recharge, and view sheds, which would be difficult and expensive to replace if damaged. Planning can also help to preserve historic or cultural resources, which would be irreplaceable if lost. Through community plan updates, working collaboratively with residents and stakeholders to articulate how they want their communities to look, feel, and function in the future is essential. Planning helps us answer questions. Where and how do we build new homes, schools, businesses, roads, and public infrastructure? How do we deal with the parts of the community that are overbuilt or deteriorating or otherwise inappropriate? How do we preserve our open space and rural agriculture that we value and resonate as a theme? Lands with unique or sensitive resources should be preserved. A dedicated and skilled staff need to participate with the community. Without community plans, the planning and regulatory framework, new development could expose adjoining landowners to incompatible or nuisance lands and loss of property values. The purpose and much needed updates is to protect all our rights. My meeting marathon was 12 and a half hours, guys, on Squaw Valley TRPA approval. You're getting close.
There's no Squaw Valley anymore, is there?
Jim Jackson, there's nothing I can add to that. I agree with all that totally, so I'm not going to take any more time.
Thank you, sir.
Jason Gibson, those were the most direct and sensible comments made about the most important thing going on in our county today. And I think you guys know where I'm coming from. People don't want to accept responsibility for the state of our country, for the world war that we're locked into, for the extreme weather and the inevitable earth disaster, which we are inviting on ourselves in our ignorance. It's not that I'm opposed to Douglas County, to the JLIC, or to any of these things, but we haven't had a chance to sit down and look at the big picture view and the timeline of that big picture view. Nobody wants to talk about it. We saw in the trail building or the trail planning, Those two organizations, we don't have to recreate the wheel. Mama said, think smarter, don't work harder, you idiots. All we got to do is reach out and talk to these people. The first meeting we had was the most meaningful meeting we had. First person roundtable discussion, getting to know folks. They say the more you know, the less you show. So we got to constantly flesh each other out. We got all this armor on and everything. But that first meeting was the most meaningful thing we had going on in this county in 3 years. Second meeting, law enforcement didn't even decide to show up. No social services. 2/3 of our government's absent. All the public sitting in their armchair lap of luxury, they didn't bother to input. This is the most critical and crucial time. They say it's a 5-year plan. This ain't no 5-year plan. This is it. This is the 20, 30, 40, 50-year plan because y'all think you got the luxury of time you don't got. Within the next 5 to 10 years, you have no clue what's coming down. Total pole snap, 15-degree tilt in the planet, micronova event to scorch 1/3 of the earth. All your elites and Richie Riches are going underground. They know what they're doing. They're getting out of town. They're going to leave you to cook on the surface. We got an opportunity to use what we got right now to get real with the deal, to improve our quality of life, to give our kids something more meaningful than commercialism, to give them something that they can talk about and feel confident and positive about. The most positive thing is the 13-moon planner is planning according to the natural law of the natural order, which has been totally lost. It's an elegant instrument of intelligence. It's rooted in a self-realization science. It's connected to the big picture. It gives you hope. Thanks for slowing this thing down. We could sit here for a year on this thing. There's no hurry. It's that process. It's the dialogue. It's the essence. It's not the fancy words. It's not the package. It's not the shelf life. You know, it's like, what are we getting out of it? How do we apply the science to our priorities? Thank you.
Any further public comment?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mimi Moss, Minden resident. Referring to page 17 of the draft plan, Managed Stormwater, the draft initiative number 3 states, transfer development rights program, partner with landowners to incentivize conservation and solve stormwater problems. The board needs to understand that the TDR program already provides density bonus units to ag landowners when their land is located within the 100-year floodplain. It's already incentivized in Title 20. But in order to receive bonus units, they must agree to record a conservation easement in perpetuity and strip all development rights from the land, essentially keeping the land in agriculture use for future generations. My question to staff is, will this initiative affect existing conservation easements already recorded on ag land as part of the TDR program, or would this require a change to the existing TDR program allowing more development rights, essentially more building permit allocations, available to developers in the future? Can the county absorb more allocations and stay consistent with the growth management ordinance? I will note that there are no required amounts of open space under the TDR program, but to qualify for TDRs, you need to at least have 40 acres of land. Bullet number 4 on page 14, the principles guiding our growth, is an incorrect statement. Referring to page 20, open space preservation, the 2023 actual column, the second bullet states, securing conservation easements. My question to the staff is, and the county manager, what does securing mean? Does securing mean purchase, such as the recent purchase of an existing open space conservation easement within a planned development along Pine Nut Creek in order to change the land use from open space preservation to a public facility use supporting the construction of a major flood control basin which is in direct conflict with open space preservation? If securing means purchase, the 2023 actual language should clearly state what has already occurred or will occur. I believe the statement means that more existing conservation easements will be purchased in the future for flood control, such as open space in Grandview Estates along Buckeye Creek. On the other hand, does securing mean protecting conservation easements as they exist today, or paying landowners to set up a conservation easement for the purpose of open space preservation? Draft Initiative 1 states, identify opportunities for open space conservation and flood control projects. This initiative language creates a conflict. Open space conservation is not the same land use as a flood control project. To state that an area is preserved, but then allowing construction of a flood basin or other project is a direct contradiction of the county's goal of open space preservation. My fear is that the board has already set a precedent on acquiring such conservation easements for the sole purpose of flood control mitigation, allowing major excavation and mass grading, essentially development, as defined under county code. I ask staff to please clearly state the true purpose of these statements in the draft documents. Let's be honest with the public. Thank you.
Is there any further public comment? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. I see on our packet it says no action required.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Number one, Ms. Moss, those are very important things. Could you send me a copy of those analysis, please? And I hope you submit those during the public comment section when we do this. I understand that there's no action required, but I do think that Ms. Davidson wants some direction. So if I can offer this direction, hopefully it'll meet with her needs and desires here. But I would offer a motion to direct staff to post the draft strategic plan on the county website for a minimum of 30 days for additional public comment, and determine a date when all 5 commissioners can accommodate, review, and possible adoption of the final plan. Would that work for you?
Would we adopt I saw our special meeting more as helping this get to a final rather than actually adopting the final.
I said possible adoption.
Okay. Thanks.
I believe there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Just so I have it right, 30 days. Go ahead. I'm asking him.
Anyone opposed? Nobody opposed, so it's 5-0. Surprise. The second was, who was the second? They missed it.
I thought it was Commissioner Hales. I'll second it.
It is now. (23-1631), an ordinance amending various provisions of Chapter 2.02 and 2.26 of the Douglas County Code relating to China Springs Youth Camp. Second reading, Vice Chairman Hales.
I explained the need for this when it was introduced. I won't reiterate that unless someone wants me to. We have been in communication with our other county colleagues on this, and they are in support of this. They have offered some refinements, which we appreciate, and they have said don't delay. If we made any refinements, we would have to delay. This needs to be adopted so that we can go about getting a director in place and move forward. I'll take questions.
Any questions from the board?
You don't want this to go to the advisory board first? No?
Okay, so since it's for possible action, we will open it to public comment. Is there any public comment?
Chairman, you can move your clock back an hour, maybe.
And here I was going to start out by congratulating the chairman for being elected by his peers. For the record, my apologies, I should know better. Steve Thaler, for the record. And then not only being elected, and then Vice Chair Commissioner Hales. And I was going to start out by Commissioner Gardner for, the past 2 years, your leadership, sir. But please don't start the clock, but yeah, go ahead, it is. So I'm here to, actually, I wasn't going to come up, but since I came up, or didn't come up, but I lasted through your last meeting a month ago on this item, I felt it only appropriate that I should actually be given 6 minutes, but that would be a total violation of the open meeting law. And you guys know me, I'm one of these guys that totally believes in ethics in government, so pardon me. First of all, I totally support this, as no surprise to you. And let me just throw out a couple comments. I will keep it hopefully even less than 3 minutes, but I'm going to just throw out a couple things. My history, obviously, many, if you don't know, I spent 30 years in the system, retired from Douglas County. 16 of my 30 years was as the director of China Springs. So when I do talk about, go ahead, you can interrupt me, sir, but you're going to take 3 minutes of my time.
As director, right? Not as
That's correct. Okay, you can start the clock again. But it was 16 years as the director. I served from 1995 all the way up till 2011 when I retired. I was appointed by Judge Gamble. He still is a very close friend of mine, and my entire career was under Judge Gamble's. Let me just talk real quick about the dynamics. You guys, I've watched you guys talk about advisory boards. Let me give you a real quick dynamic of this advisory board when you guys all talk about advisory boards. This advisory board is made up of Carson, Washoe, Lyon, Elko, Mineral, Esmeralda, Nye, Humboldt, Ely, Eureka, White Pine, Lincoln, Douglas, Churchill, and Pershing County. That's the advisory board. When people ask, it's a 15-member board, and then I left out the state of Nevada. That's how big this advisory board. Everybody says 15 members. Do you really need 15 members? That's your stakeholders in the camp. People don't underestimate how big an operation it is, but those are your stakeholders. That's why you need 15 members. When in reality, those are members from Carson, Reno, Yerington, Elko, Pahrump, Winnemucca, Ely, Minden, Fallon, Lovelock, and the governor's office. That's where everybody's either got to come to or join you on Zoom. So, one of the, and I should have started out by also saying, since they don't have a director now, they have an acting director that I'm acting as a consultant, so I'm kind of helping out there. So, and then I'm going to finish up in my 30 seconds or less. I am trying to assure the advisory board they do have skin in the game, and they have skin in the game by 2.26.060 powers and duties. Please focus on the powers and duties of the advisory board. It specifically outlines to act in an advisory capacity to the director concerning the general administration and operation of the camp and development of the camp through the county manager. You have the best county manager. You guys at the commission, through the county manager, you have the best. I have no doubt it will work. So that's my 2 cents. I did it in less than 3 minutes. I got 2 seconds to spare. Thank you. Who did that?
Any further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. A possible action, discussion to approve the wrong one. Discussion to adapt Ordinance 2023-1631, an ordinance amending various provisions of Chapter 2.02 and 2.26 of the Douglas County Code relating to China Springs Camp. Do I have a motion?
I don't have a motion, but I got a comment about the previous public commenter. You forgot one additional person. Look at item 15.
I'll make a motion to adopt ordinance 2023-1631 as presented.
Thank you. It's moved and seconded. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Seeing none, it passes 5-0.
Mr. Chair, before we go further, I just wanted to commend and thank previous Commissioner Steve Thaler for his entering into this agreement and and his efforts. I know how passionate he has been about the operations of that camp. It's absolutely a critical camp for the 16 northern counties other than Clark, and we need to still provide this facility. So I appreciate your involvement, Mr. Thaler.
Thank you, and I'm sure that Mr. Thaler thanks you also, if he were here. Oh, he is still here. You backed yourself into a corner again? Okay. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. No, we didn't. Nope, we have now. Any opposed? It's a 5-0 vote. Thank you very much. Let's move on to our last item of business. Discussion to approve the appointment of a county commissioner to the China Springs Youth Camp Advisory Board per Douglas County Code 2.26 for a term effective January 18th, 2024 through December 31st, 2025. Ms. Davidson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, Jennifer Davidson, County Manager. For the record, with the adoption of the ordinance in 2 weeks, the executive committee that was previously established with a commissioner representative appointed to that executive committee for China Spring will be dissolved, and the new advisory board structure and management reporting structure will take effect. With the new advisory board structure, we are now asking you to appoint a commissioner representative to the China Spring Advisory Board so that when the first meeting of that advisory board takes place, we will have a commissioner representative. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, sir. That's all I have for you.
Yes, sir.
I just have a comment, and I expressed this already to Commissioner Hales. Last year when early this year, I guess, in January when we made our last year it is, we're into 24. Last year in January of 23, when we made our board assignments, Commissioner Hales raised her hand and said that she would like to take this on. She volunteered to take this chore on with China Spring, and I was happy for her to do that. I can't think of any commissioner, no offense, folks, but I can't think of anybody that's more qualified or doing a better job in that regard. And so I wholeheartedly support her selection to this particular important position. So once again, I thank her for stepping forward and doing this.
Commissioner Gardner, I agree with you. However, I thought I might want to do that, but I'm not going to be around that long enough. You all know I'm not running again.
Can I assume that's a second? That's true. All right, it's not a motion yet, so let's waste some more time. Yes, sir.
Steve Thaler for the record. Actually, I came up looking for my pen, and no, I didn't feel like I got my full 3 minutes last time. So no, I fully support Commissioner Hales, and I am not going to waste any more of your time, other than to say I fully support Commissioner Hales in this endeavor. I think without her and the leadership behind all of you guys, I really appreciate it. And I'm going to just, Commissioner Noe said, I wasn't, my hearing, I'm telling you, I'm 66. I know I'm not supposed to say that, but I sometimes don't hear really well. I just want to make sure when I was sitting over there that I heard your question right. So I'm up here, so fire away if you got questions for me. I know you're not supposed to get into that with public comment, but if I didn't answer one of your questions, fire away, because I'm up here.
One of your, in your litany of the number of people who were assigned and listing all the.
Yeah, I didn't.
As of this 15, we now have a county commander.
I just didn't want to get ahead of the game and think that you were going to actually appoint somebody, because that would be like trying to try and guess where you guys were going to go. I've been there before. Don't want to go there. So thank you guys.
Any further public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Now can we have a motion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir.
I move to approve the appointment of Charla Hales as a county commissioner to the China Spring Youth Camp Advisory Board per Douglas County Code 2.26 for a term effective January 18th, 2024 through December 31st of 2025.
Just joking, I'm joking. I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion from the board? Thank you, no. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? It passes 5-0. Now, my next to the favorite item for the evening, for presentation only. Announcements, reports, updates from county commission members, including updates on the various boards and/or commissions that they may be a member of or a liaison to, or meeting functions they have attended, and any request by a commissioner for discussion of a future agenda item. I'll start at the far end.
At your desire to conclude this meeting by 5 p.m., I will. It's just been a pleasure to serve in all my capacities, and I've continued to do that, and nothing really specific to report. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
In the words of Sergeant Schultz, I know nothing.
Oh, don't go there. Commissioner Hales.
Pass. Till next time.
I think we all pass. We will now move to closing public comment.
Jim Jackson. I'm not going to do what I was going to do. I was going to give you a background on myself because I think over the next couple of months I'm going to be here quite often, so I'll save that for another meeting so you know who it is that's talking and what my background is. I liked the discussion that you got into over the VHRs. I liked the interaction between each of you. It was very refreshing. I think I mentioned that. I hope the same decorum comes up when the Painted Rock Mine rears its ugly head, and it's going to. It's coming to a head, and it's coming to a head quickly. So I hope when it does, you all have the same discussion and the same hopefulness that we have that something can be done. We believe it can be. We're not trying to stop the mine itself. We don't think that can happen. But we think we can change the route the trucks take, and that's what we're really trying to do. And we think that the county has some powers to be able to do that. And if it ends up in a lawsuit, it's going to end up in a lawsuit. It's going to one way or another. But I think it's a worthy one because it's a lot of people up in that area that are going to be affected by it. And they're all going to be paying very close attention to what you folks do and everything. But since we're past 5 o'clock, I'll bring it to a close, and at one of the other meetings that we're at the end of the day, I'll give you my background. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Janine Nair for the record. Just one comment. After listening to the presentation for TDVA and LTVA, it's quite terrifying, and it seemed like every time she answered a question, it got even murkier where the money was going and where it was coming from. So if there's ever an opportunity to get an independent audit on what's going on up at the lake, I would highly recommend that you do that. It feels like with all the different nonprofits and all the government organizations up there, it's a shell game and the money keeps moving around and it's hard to track. So please order an independent audit for those activities before you pay any more money.
For the record, they are audited yearly by Eide Bailey.
Ellie Waller, I second what Ms. Nair said. I only found one audit from Eide Bailey. I can't find the other one. Also, I think that we need to revisit the $75K that goes to the chamber. I'm not convinced we're getting our money's worth as Douglas County, much like I say about microtransit. I know things will change over time, but again, I don't think it's the chamber's purview per the TOT, transit occupancy tax distribution dollars for what the chamber is getting $75K for. Next, I think we really do need to reconsider looking at the event center after year one, figure out our contributions of $1.3 million that will continue for bonding, and look at the original legislation of Assembly Bill 616 for what the Tahoe or the Lake Tahoe Visitors Authority does get. I previously mentioned an opening public comment after I public comment on LTVA Vision 2025 on the Chamber website. We need a presentation on that. A brief description is creating the vision. In fall of 2019, the Chamber leaders invited local, city, county, and regional officials and other key stakeholders with unique perspectives. The plan states neighbors, coworkers, and friends play a vital role in designing the future with the public and private sectors by becoming educated on the issues and actively engaging in supporting this vision with joint meetings with the City of South Lake Tahoe, Douglas County Commission, El Dorado County, will occur periodically. I don't know when one did occur. I also researched the Lake Tahoe Sewer District stipend is $750 per month, which is $9,000 a year. I know the other general improvement districts also get payments. It's not unique, and some of them are only at $6,000. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mimi Mossman and resident, I want to thank you today for making an appointment to your last appointment to the Planning Commission. You had a strong list of candidates, and I think the choice that you made, it was the right choice, someone with land use planning experience that understands the theories and principles of how master plan works and all that coordination involved. So I want to thank you for that. That was the reason why I applied for the Planning Commission, because I attended several Planning Commission meetings and I saw that that was lacking. Based on the questions and comments provided by some of the planning commissioners, there was a lack of understanding of land use and theories and principles. So I want to thank you again for making that appointment.
Jason Gibson, House of Gibson. It's easy to get lost in all of the maladministration up here, folks. We do want you to know that we appreciate you neighbors. We appreciate you lighting up your neighborhoods and lighting up the township, public works, all that treetop climbing and what have you, CVI for keeping their lights on, making the holiday what it is, and some patrons out representing St. Nick on Tillman Road. A lot of out of the ordinary props out there, and it's really groovy living in Douglas County, which is why we're here, because we're doing what we can to make it even better, to improve our quality of life, and to try to give you an alternative to the work week and the mundaneness of the corporatocracy. I think corporate culture sucks, you know that, and I think time is money is even worse. So, never quite satisfied with my presentation here. I don't like this hat that I'm wearing most of the time. I don't like the way I talk to this board. I don't like the shoes that I fill. I don't like having to serve these affidavits. I don't like having to do a lot of the things I do. For 3 years, I've been placing you on notice, giving you an opportunity. No dialogue, no cooperation whatsoever, so now we're moving into the affidavit phase. But we had to be smart about things and build an infrastructure first, because we got a lot of aggro people in this county, misguided people in this county, mean people in this county, which is why a lot of you don't keep a Facebook. It's just too negative. That's why you don't get on that neighborhood social networking, because of the way people think. It's a drag. And it's a drag to have to put you on notice. And it's a drag to have to do the things that we do. But there's no way this is going to change, because these folks are locked into a closed loop system, like we told you. The only way it's going to change is with you. With you and realizing who you are and the power that you've been given. The due process that you don't know anything about, your constitution, your federal constitution, your state constitution. We've given you the platforms now. You have all the tools and materials. They're absolutely free. You should be totally stoked with what's at your fingertips, because the Founding Fathers Well, some say that they were terrorists, a bunch of potheads, hemp growers, and this kind of thing. They gave the power to one person so that one person could topple in municipal government. They gave you that much power where one guy, you're going to watch one guy right here overhaul this entire municipal government. Now, I'm still talking. I'm serving Mark Gardner, Danny Tarkanian, Wesley Rice, Doug Ritchie, Jennifer Davidson, Dave Coverley on this record with this affidavit of fact here today.
Any further comment? Sensing none, I will accept a motion to adjourn. I think we're adjourned. Thank you.